The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. Two minds enter, one stance brace. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. NOerr prep. NOerr prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is NOerr prep debate. This is NOerr prep debate. NOerr prep.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to NOerr Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a no prep debate show. Rob NOerr is walking in completely blind, does not know the topic, does not know the opponent until we reveal it here in just a few moments. The other debater, on the other hand, is fully prepared. They know the topic. They've had time to think through their arguments, and they're coming in ready. All right. And once we drop the redaction on who the opponent is, there is no pause, no prep time. The debate is going to start immediately. Okay. So here's how it works. We're going to start with opening statements. The mystery debater will go first with a 10-minute opening. After that, Rob will give his 10-minute opening / rebuttal with no notes, no preparation. And once the openings are done, we're moving straight into open floor. There's going to be no clock on this portion. You know, we aim for at least an hour or two. But if both debaters decide they want to go a little longer, we can go a little longer. And when both sides are ready to wrap up, we move into closing statements, and each debater will give 5 minutes to summarize their positions and land their final points. I will be highlighting all the super chats throughout the night, but at the end, if time and energy allow for both debaters, we will do a Q&A from the super chats as well. So if you want to get some questions in there, feel free to do that. We may get to that. It may not happen. All right, that's it. No tricks, no safety nets, and no prep for Rob. All right, so let's drop the redactions and get right into it.
Who's that debater?
Hey, I'm muted.
Nope, you're not muted. We can hear you.
I'm not muted. Oh, okay. I thought it was hey, how's it going? I'm Bass Guitar. I've debated Rob before and met him a couple times, or once. So the topic that I chose, am I dropping that speakeasy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The topic that I'm going to debate Rob on is Trump does not respect the Constitution. And my position is that he does not respect the Constitution. And I'm pretty confident that I will be able to demonstrate that today.
All right. Thank you for that. And whenever you are ready, Base, start up your opening. And I got a timer here that I will be keeping track. So you have 10 minutes. Go ahead. And I'll start the timer with your voice.
Okay. So first off, we have to decide how are we actually going to be able, how would we be able to tell if Trump respects the Constitution or not, right? Someone might say that they love their spouse, right? But if they're abusive, I'm pretty sure abusive spouses will tell their spouse that they love their spouse. But I think objectively we could say probably not, right? There's other things that we can look to. Sure, we can look at what they say, but we also should look at their actions and see what they do. So we might look and see, well, does he extol the virtues of our constitutional system and its defining features? So, for example, I think everybody would agree that our Constitution, two of the main components of our Constitution, which were pretty novel at the time, although not incredibly unheard of, are the separation of powers and checks and balances. Has Trump ever mentioned these in a speech as a positive thing of our system of government? No. In fact, if you look through his State of the Union addresses, his inaugural addresses, he barely even mentions the Constitution. And the only two times that I was able to find that he ever mentioned the Constitution or aspects of the Constitution or aspects of our constitutional system are once he said that he supports the First Amendment by defending public prayers in public schools and the Second Amendment. But once again, we shouldn't just rely on his words, right? So even that, so out of all those speeches that he's given, he doesn't really talk about the features of our constitutional system. So we might look to other things, and we might look to other things that he says. Does he say that we should terminate parts of the Constitution because he lost an election? Does he respect the rights enumerated in the Bill of the Rights? Or does he say things like, we should take the guns first and do due process later? Does he respect the state rights in the 10th Amendment to do their own policing for local government? Or does he say we're going to send in the National Guard and the Marines to do your policing for you? Does he just, in general, ignore the constitutional order? We could say, does he ignore Congress via impoundments or eliminating or renaming departments via the executive order? Just in case anyone is confused on that topic, the departments are, in fact, authorized by Congress. Congress is the one that the Constitution grants to create and or eliminate the departments. It's not given to the president to do that. Now, the president can name heads, and then the Senate can advise and consent on whether or not on the heads of those. But the president alone cannot create or destroy the departments. We could look, does he ignore treaties? Now, a lot of people don't know, but the Constitution actually says treaties are the supreme law of the land. And most people recognize in the Article 6 that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, but it also says that treaties, which are ratified by the Senate, are the law of the land. So, for instance, if a president were to, I'm just tossing this out here, threaten the sovereignty of a NATO ally, that might not be upholding the supreme law of the land. It might be violating the constitutional system that we have. He might say things like, Article 2 lets me do whatever I want. He might say, he who saves his country violates no laws, right? He might say things like, only the President of the United States and the Attorney General can interpret laws or executive for the executive branch. And that completely ignores that the judicial branch, the separation of powers. Remember, we're going back to the separation of powers. The judicial branch is the branch that's tasked with interpreting the laws. And in fact, Trump said that after Loper Bright came out, which says that specifically only Congress can interpret their laws for the president. He might say things like, I'm going to completely change the 14th Amendment via executive order. That's something that someone who wouldn't respect the Constitution might say. And, you know, there might be arguments like, well, there weren't illegal immigrants at the time. However, Same could be said for the Second Amendment. In fact, the concept of illegal immigrants was closer in time to the ratification of the 14th Amendment than the invention of semi-automatic weapons were to the writing of the Second Amendment. So a president might, if they didn't respect the Constitution, they might just as well say, well, hey, the Second Amendment doesn't apply to semi-automatic weapons, which I would oppose for the record. He might say, I don't know if he's asked to uphold the Constitution, because doing so might be just too hard. It might be too hard to uphold the Constitution, so we don't have to do that. He might demand loyalty to himself and not to the Constitution, and we'll come back to that later. Now, that was a lot of things that I kind of laid out there, but that was mostly just to indicate a pattern, and I really want to focus on two things so that we don't have to worry about a whole gish gallop. First off, the two specific issues that I would like to focus on are, one is tariffs. Now, Rob will go all on and on and on, but he will have to admit that the Constitution grants the authority to raise revenue and to regulate trade with foreign nations to Congress. That authority is not granted to the President of the United States. Despite what President Trump says, that is actually not a power that's under the Article 2. He says he can give out tariff money on his own without Congress's order. He can issue $2,000 tariff checks. Now, this is incredibly egregious, because if we look at what Madison says about the powers of the purse in Federalist 58, he specifically talks about how important it is for the raising of revenue and the spending of revenue to be controlled by the branch of government, and specifically the House, which is Congress, which is closest to the people, because the power of the purse was the power that brought kings to their knees. If you go back to the Magna Carta and how the British Parliament, once the Parliament started controlling tax, that's how they controlled the king, and that's what Madison says. And I know in the past, Rob has said he doesn't give a shit what Madison says about the Constitution, but he was the primary author of the Constitution. So the tariffs are the one issue. And the second issue that I want to kind of hone in on is Trump's fake electors plot. Once again, when I ask Rob about what the Constitution says about who chooses the electors, it will be the state legislatures. It's not the president. It's not his personal lawyers. It is the state legislatures. And he'll have to admit that, because that's what the Constitution says, okay? So when Trump organized fake electors in 7 states, which were sent to Congress, federal district judges, and the National Archivist, none of these slates of fake these fake slates of electors were authorized by the state legislatures, and 5 explicitly said that they were lawful. I'll grant that 2 said they were contingent upon the state legislatures authorizing them. Trump was, and then he pressured Trump to choose those fake electors over the ones that were authorized by the state legislatures. In fact, he actually said Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done to protect our country and our Constitution by choosing the electors that the Constitution says he has to choose. Rob might say, well, he meant that Pence should follow the Electoral Count Act and let the Congress debate the validity of those electors, except Pence did do that. And when Pence was allowing that to happen, that's when Trump tweeted out that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done. So as I was kind of reading through and researching this debate, I found actually a perfect description of what the Constitution is and how it relates to the president. And this is by Republican Senator Lyman Trumbull. He said, I undertake to say that a person holding office who does not acknowledge his responsibility to the law and oath of his office, but to a president, is not fit to be an officer. No officer is responsible to the president, but his responsibility is to the law under which he acts. The president is not omnipotent in this country. He does not create offices. He cannot appoint an individual to the humblest office in the land except in pursuance of the Constitution and the law. He himself is responsible to the Constitution and the law. So is the most inferior postmaster in the land. The idea that the offices of this country belong to the president, that men eat his bread and butter, is very erroneous. Why, sir? The president feeds nobody. It is derogatory to the position of any man who holds office to talk of his eating the bread and butter of the president and being responsible to the president and not to his oath of office, to the law and the Constitution. And once again, that was Republican Senator Lyman Trumbull. And I yield, with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, bass guitar. And with that, Rob, whenever you're ready to give a opening and response, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Thanks so much. Interesting topic. Now, the first thing to say is we will debate this topic, but the question is what the implication of this is, if it's good or bad to respect the Constitution. And notice he hasn't said this, so it's not an ought proposition, it's an is proposition. Now, perhaps we'll get into the oughts as we go forward, but worth bringing up to end. The reason that he brings this up is the reason that so many others do, and that is to ignore the two-tier system that they would have of this. For example, we would be able to find selective quotes of presidents going back my entire adult life, Republicans, Democrats alike, with things that credible attorneys, constitutional scholars, etc., would say was significant in people of these presidents saying things that they thought were against what the Constitution wanted. We could point to Joe Biden quickly off the top of my head, I see, with the forgiving of student loans. There's been all sorts of issues where the 10th Amendment and states' rights has been obscured by all sorts of presidents. In fact, egregious things that maybe Bass Guitar would agree with me on, such as things that I think are worse than anything he's talking about here. The Patriot Act seems to be a clear violation of our right to privacy. Or how about during the pandemic and the universal application from many Republicans and almost all Democrats that suggested violating our First Amendment right to free association. So the idea that people want to selectively apply that Trump has this unique non-respect for the Constitution is nonsensical. This is done by people that want to excuse the people themselves that are violating the Constitution and trying to usurp the powers of the President of the United States. Just like we saw with Democrats in Trump's first term that claimed that they conceded an election but did something far more nefarious than an alternate elector scheme, a scheme, by the way, that Democrats suggested doing in the Transition Integrity Project in 2020 as well. But what they did was intentionally fed disinformation to the FBI in order to have nonstop investigations into Donald Trump, which stymied his effectiveness as a president for 4 years. But all of that will be ignored by my opponent and by the Democrats that want to say Trump doesn't respect the Constitution. And they'll say, oh, no. Those things were all good. In their interpretation, they were good. Many of the things you'll see here are just going to be subjective on his sense, and so we'll be able to go through some of those, but that will be obviously me playing defense. But the offensive position that I want to illustrate is, regardless of who wins this topic, know this, that my opponent is doing this to cheer on the people that are currently engaged in insurrections and have been against Donald Trump and lawful power since he came down that escalator in 2016 and then won the office. That's what it's about. That's why he won't be as vocal when it comes to clear violations of the Constitution that's done by Congress, that's done by the judiciary, that's done by Democratic executive administrations. The first thing we should do in outlining this debate is to define the term respect. Quite interesting that my opponent doesn't define it when it's his own topic, so I just took from Cambridge Dictionary, respect, noun, admiration felt or shown for someone or something that you believe has good ideas or qualities. Now, the first question you need to ask when looking at the literal explanation of this topic is, can one show admiration or to something without fully embracing it totally? For example, can I respect a particular person? I might respect bass guitar. By the way, I do like bass guitar. We had a lot of fun when we were out near Chicago. I think he's a nice guy. So I respect bass guitar as a person that was fun to hang out with. Does that mean that I have to agree with everything he says? No. And yet you would still say that just because I would disagree, even on significant things, doesn't mean I don't respect it. It could entirely be true that Donald Trump respects the Constitution, but has a different interpretation, or thinks that several sections of it are actually harmful at this point in our country. In fact, there have been a great many leaders, including our framers themselves, that disagreed with significant parts of the Constitution. This does not mean that they didn't respect it. Nor does it mean that you're not respecting the Constitution if you have legal theories that end up being rejected because it's deemed to be against the Constitution. It's clear that Donald Trump's not going out of his way to just tear up that scrap of paper. He might have significant disagreements, and you'll see as we get into the things that are outlined by Bass Guitar that these are just his objective interpretation, and he's acting as if there's no legal argument on the other side of these issues, which once more proves that this isn't a organic, I'm just constantly concerned about whether or not people respect the Constitution. Now, the real problem and real violations of our constitutions and separation of powers that he wants to talk about is actually the executive branch that's been going on for decades. Congress is all but worthless. This was true well before Donald Trump. It was true during the Biden administration, and it's true in the Trump administration as well. That's because they've abdicated their responsibility. But it's not presidents that are the ones that are uniquely violating the Constitution. No, it's unelected bureaucrats in the executive positions. And yet we can see those are the people most vehemently against Donald Trump. If you go back to the first impeachment of Donald Trump, who was it that rejected the spirit of the Constitution? Perhaps it was people that bass guitar probably cheered for, those in the State Department and elsewhere that testified against Trump that repeatedly said he went against our foreign policy. The truth is, all of these unelected bureaucrats in the executive branch should be under their leader, the duly elected president of the United States. And yet, for years, we can see that's where the real power base was. Congress basically does nothing over the power of the purse. They throw slapdash things together at the end of the day, like omnibus bills or continuing resolutions, that just send a bunch of money to executive agencies, which then, in turn, end up spending that money as they see fit. The case escapes me now, but Chevron deference was something that was just overruled by a court that, by the way, Trump, who heavily talked about the importance of the Constitution in the appointing of his Supreme Court justices, they overturned this doctrine, which said that it's not Congress that institutes laws, but it could be unelected bureaucrats in executive agencies that have the right through their administration to create laws. Now, this is clearly against the spirit of the Constitution, as the Supreme Court overruled. And yet, I'll bet bass guitar and his fellow Democrats had shit all to say, as we saw executive agencies doing this for years and years and years under both Republican and Democratic presidents alike. I think Donald Trump respects the spirit of the Constitution. I think he sees that things have got so far afoul of what our founding fathers intended that radical change needs to happen. And he may not always do the best in that he might have things that are language that is good or particular things that end up getting ruled unconstitutional at the highest level. But at the end of the day, he respects the spirit of it more than almost all of the leaders that bass guitar would actually end up supporting. For example, a Democratic Party that wants to sell out the spirit of what our country was supposed to be, the great people that founded this country and their ancestors, that want to sell it out to people overseas, that allow foreigners like George Soros to affect so heavily who's in charge of our sort of prosecution systems of funneling money in, corporate money and lobbying. In fact, if you go back and look at our Constitution, it wasn't supposed to be something that was like open to everyone. The idea of democracy is not even mentioned in the Constitution. Very few people actually were tasked with the right to vote, and very few of them actually did vote. So this idea that it's all about this democracy and flooding in people and all this influence is nonsense. The specific things he talks about will hit real quick. First is he says that Trump doesn't mention the Constitution. This is laughable. Just because you don't mention something much doesn't, he said he doesn't mention separations of powers. Just because you don't mention something much doesn't mean that you don't respect it. In fact, I could say in his 2025 inaugural address, Trump's quoted, "We will not forget the country, we will not forget our Constitution, we will not forget God." 2017 White House statement, "As president, my highest duty is to defend the American people and the Constitution of the United States." Campaign platform materials he put out that his goal was to defend our country and our Bill of Rights and fundamental freedoms. He also, in nominating judges, talked about the importance when people like Kavanaugh and Gorsuch that he nominated of, quote, defending the Constitution. And due to his decisions, we're actually more baseline to what the Constitution agrees on important things, not just the Chevron doctrine, but also things such as abortion, which the Constitution clearly doesn't make special place for, and activist judges decided that they would overrule the spirit of the Constitution by forcing that child murder doctrine as a right into the American people. He talks about tariffs and how this is exclusively the matter of Congress. But once more, he's selective in his application. Here's a list of presidents that implied some sort of tariffs without approval from Congress. Richard Nixon in the Nixon shock in 71. Gerald Ford in 75 raised tariffs on petroleum projects. Ronald Reagan imposed tariffs from 81 to 89. George W. Bush, 2001 to 2009, his Section 201 safeguard tariffs. And then Franklin Delano Roosevelt and John Kennedy had things that were similar to tariffs. Not to mention that Joe Biden kept many of the tariffs that Trump had in place. It'll be decided by the Supreme Court, and perhaps the court will rule that these tariffs are unallowed, but this happens in almost every administration where the Supreme Court says, nope, we don't like this. So the question that you have to ask yourself is it really that Trump doesn't respect the spirit of the Constitution because he has a legally defensible position on tariffs that the Supreme Court's yet to overrule? That seems nonsensical. The only other option he gives is the alternate electors. I'll happily go through this, right? The idea, though, that the legislator picks the electors, which is what I believe Article 1, Section 2 says, doesn't say how many of the legislators or the totality of the 2-1, I'm sorry. And we can see that this has been done before, once more, with nary a criticism from bass guitar. In the 1800s, I believe there were several people, I'll have to look into it, but there was, during the Civil War era, different electors. And then we see the 1960 electors situation in Hawaii, which we'll be able to talk about. A prosecutor has recently dropped the case into this, saying that it is not illegal to challenge an election. The electors' deal was just to put a pause on what was going on because procedurally, had Trump's team not put electors, just like in the Hawaii situation, even if they would have ruled in his favor later, they wouldn't have had any way to overturn it. So it's all TDS. That's what it is. It's selective application, but I'm happy to get into it.
TDS. There it goes.
That's right.
There it goes.
My bad. I usually have that alarm muted. That scared the shit out of me just now. I don't know. Anybody watching my camera, you saw me like, what the? But thank you very much for that opening statement. So what's going to happen next, guys? That is the setup. All right, so from this point forward, it's open floor. And like I said, there's no time limit. There's no strict direction here. We're going to see where this really goes. And at the if at the hour mark, it doesn't seem like you guys are tired up, I'm not even going to say anything. At the 2-hour mark, I'll let you guys know, and we'll see if you guys want to continue from there. And I'm only gonna be here to if a thing gets too wild where nobody can hear you guys because you guys are talking over each other, or if one's talking over one or anything like this, I'll rein it in. But other than that, I'm gonna let you guys handle this. Again, thank you both for being here. Everyone in the chat too. I'm gonna be highlighting now all the super chats. So if you want to send in super chats and get them highlighted, and if you want to send in a question too. We may get to questions after if time and energy allows for it. So whenever you boys are ready, I'm going to take the clock off the screen there. You guys can hop right into it.
Can I ask you, just to start, I think this would be prudent. Can you define what you mean by respect? Can you give us a definition?
Yeah, I mean that he generally pays deference to the ideas in it. And he understands like what the major components of it are and how it's supposed to function. That's why I focused. I mean, we agree that like the separation of powers and checks and balances are like two of like the core features of the Constitution, right? I mean, would you deny that? Has he ever mentioned the separation of powers or checks and balances ever?
I don't know, nor would it matter.
Nope.
I could look and see if he did. I would say that you're probably bold in making that statement. It may not be true. If I was able to pull that up, would you concede the debate?
Would I concede the debate
Correct.
if he mentions that? No.
Yes. All right.
Well, because
right.
I already talked about that. Him just saying it. Him saying, "Oh, I love the Constitution." That doesn't actually prove anything.
Well, let's
right?
dispense with it. Let's dispense.
Do you
with
believe
this
that
point.
everyone? Do you believe that everyone?
No,
Wait,
wait,
hold on.
Let me respond. Right,
Okay,
like this is just a bad argument. The fact that he hasn't mentioned the word separation of powers, it's just bad argument, as you know. If you want to talk about the things he did, fine. But the idea that you're making this, and if I painstakingly find that at one point he mentioned separation of powers, and then you're just gonna be like, yeah, it doesn't matter anyways. Why even deal with this argument? You said that respect is. You just had a proprietary definition, which was general deference and understanding of. Is that fair? That's what your definition was.
And yeah, like he.
What if he has an 80?
Do you respect your wife, Rob?
Yes.
Okay, I understand what you mean. You understand what I mean by that, okay?
Right.
And if I said, what do you like about your wife? And you said, I like my wife. I love my wife. And I said, well, Rob, what about your wife do you love? And you're like, I love my wife. She's great. She's the best. And I was like, well, what do you love about your wife? And you were like, I love my wife. I think everyone here would be like, whoa, that's kind of sus, right?
Okay, so we understand what that means.
We understand what we
if
we
I
understand
say
what that
I
means.
respect
So we can
my
move on.
wife, if I say I respect my wife and she says the Cleveland Browns are going to win the Super Bowl next year, and I say I disagree, do I no longer respect her?
I mean, that's not really how you would. I mean, you can disagree with your wife and respect her, but
Right.
that's
exactly
where the analogy
point.
breaks down.
So
That's where
right.
the analogy
you
breaks
could,
down.
So you could disappoint with parts of the Constitution, but still respect it, correct?
No, because the Constitution is a system of laws.
It's irrelevant, right? I could respect, for example,
That's the point.
Let me
That's
ask you
the
this.
point of the Constitution is it's the supreme law of the land.
That's not true. That might be the point of the Constitution.
That's not true that the Constitution is not the supreme law of the land?
That's not what I'm saying. It's not true that respect means you have to agree with every single part of it. For example, do you respect Hammurabi's code?
No, not really.
I kind of do. I respect the idea of like, hey, justice, eye for an eye. And yet, are there parts that I would disagree with that? Of course.
I would say I would respect it in the sense that it was like one of the first kind of systems of like law that was there, but like I don't
respect it
in like a historical sense, but not like I don't respect it in the same sense that I respect the Constitution.
And yet that's maybe fine. You may have different levels of respect, but that's not your prompt. Let me finish. Your prompt was, does he respect? And if you have to concede, well, in some senses he does respect it, then I think you've lost the prompt already.
So you think that by him saying like the word the Constitution once or twice, you think that means he respects the Constitution?
No, that's your argument. You're making your argument in inverse. You're saying because he hasn't said that he respects things like separation.
No, I said that was one aspect of it.
Right.
I said
I'm not saying the inverse.
If he respected the Constitution, I think what I'm saying is if he were to respect the Constitution, I think he would talk about the things and the aspects of the Constitution that are foundational, the things that we both respect. I mean, do you respect the separation of powers? Do you think that's a good thing?
Yes, but and again,
checks and balances are a good thing?
You ask questions just like you did with the wife question that aren't germane to what we're talking about. They're not analogous, right? Again, this has nothing to do with anything. There are other presidents that I could say respected or didn't respect the Constitution. Let me finish. I could say respected or didn't respect the Constitution that may at varying levels talked about specific things in it. I think clearly Trump at least respects parts of the Constitution and the idea of it and the framers. Do you disagree with that?
So then that means he doesn't respect parts of the Constitution.
I think that he respects it as a general thing, and I think he has specific things that he might question the interpretation thereof. But nonetheless, it's not my burden to prove. Let me finish. It's not my burden to prove. You're the affirmative here. You're the person making the affirmative claim he doesn't respect it. And if I could prove that he respects it in any way whatsoever, which you've admitted is possible, that you could respect ideas of it, parts of it, etc., like you do with Hammurabi's code, but still have still not agree with it in some parts, then you've lost the debate. So all I have to prove.
Why are you getting hung up on this
last point real quick?
Semantic argument.
I promise. Last point real quick.
We both know what I'm talking about.
All I have to do is prove that he respects portions of the Constitution, or at least in general, that I would win the debate, win the prompt. If your prompt was Trump has done some things that I feel are non-constitutional, that would be a different prompt. But I think clearly Trump respects the founding fathers and respects the Constitution.
But we don't have evidence of this.
That's not true at all.
Okay, we agree. He hasn't said anything like specific about it.
The saying of things is irrelevant.
Right? That is a like an aspect. I'm not saying, oh well, if he says it, then that's it. I'm saying there's like, okay.
Did Biden respect the Constitution?
Yeah.
Can you give me his speeches where he talked about separation of powers?
I'm sure I could look it up, but I can. Here's what I will say. How many pieces of legislation, bipartisan pieces of legislation, did he go to Congress and he work with the Congress? When there was an immigration issue, did he say, I'm going to ignore the law and just shut down the border? Or did he say, Congress, you need to change the law?
Again, right?
Which did he do? He did that, and then Trump was the one who said, "No, we don't want to pass the immigration law because I want to run on it."
We have all night,
and he still hasn't passed an immigration law.
We have all night. We could move on to other things. That's fine. I'll get to this idea. Let me finish. We'll get to the point you just made, but that shirks from what I just said. You seem to imply that for a president to respect the Constitution, you would have to see them talking about things like separation of powers. Yet when I asked you, let me finish. I asked you if Biden respected it. You said, of course. And I said, can you show me him talking about separation of powers? And you're unaware of it. Now, even if you look up right now and you find it, the truth is, even without you hearing Biden talk about separation of powers, you're willing to say that he clearly respected the Constitution. Why? You didn't think it was a big deal to not hear Biden talk about it?
Because his actions showed that.
Really? Right? So his actions of advocating.
I gave you those specific examples. I gave you like three specific
examples. Is the executive branch supposed to enforce the law?
Yeah.
Did Biden enforce the border laws?
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He let tens of millions in and intentionally allowed them through.
Rob, if somebody is in this country illegally and they claim asylum, by law, what is supposed to happen?
First off, not everyone that was here claimed asylum that was here illegally, and he still allowed the many to go through. Secondly, you're supposed to expedite a system where they could have some sort of hearing and then remove them if they're ruled incorrectly. Biden
and when that system got overran, he tried to change the law.
Okay,
right?
Is Trump violating the law right now when it comes to protection of the border? Not deportations and stuff, but protection of the border. In what way?
Has he? I believe he stopped all asylum claims.
That's a violation of the law?
Yeah.
Okay, prove it. Why isn't the Supreme Court
of courts
taking
the immigration law?
Yeah. Why hasn't the Supreme Court? Why hasn't the Supreme Court or courts ruled in that way? Is the Supreme Court just
stuff? I'm pretty sure there's stuff. Well, for that it might be kind of tough because if you break the law and you deport them, I don't know if they would have standing to request that. But that doesn't mean that it's not a violation of the law, right? Because we agree that the law says that if you're in the country no matter what and you claim asylum, regardless of if you came in at a port of entry or are here legally or whatever, right? We agree that the law says that if you claim asylum, you have to you get a hearing, right?
Where is
That's
that?
what the law says.
Show me the law that says it. Yeah. Let's look at what exactly it says. And then show me the law that you think Trump's violating by not allowing to do that. Saying that once you're here and you're claiming asylum, you're due some sort of court date is different than saying Trump protecting the border and saying, nope, we're not going to allow people in is against the law.
And let me just make sure this is the right one. 8 USC 1158, section A1.
Okay.
Any alien who is
real quick, can you tell me the name again just so I could read along with you? I won't interrupt, but 8 USC
8 USC 1158.
1158. Okay.
Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives at the United States, whether or not at a designated port of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in accordance with this section. So they can apply.
Exceptions?
Paragraph shall not apply if the alien of the eternal gender determines that the alien may have been removed or pursuant to bilateral, multilateral agreements of a country. So if we have agreements with other countries, then we can work that out. There's other stuff. But if someone is here illegally, they can claim for asylum, Rob.
So, in which the aliens like, sure, they could claim it. The question is, right, it clearly says that the Attorney General, which would operate under the executive branch, has significant exceptions where you could say, no, we don't have to allow it. And that claiming asylum is one thing. The amount of due process that's offered to them is a different ballgame altogether, right? And so, like, the idea is you've not expressed to me why, even if Trump said, we're going to stop you from getting into the country and claiming asylum, why that violates this law. Because the first line you read says, any alien who is, quote, physically present in the United States. So preventing people, so preventing people from getting in or arriving wouldn't seem to violate this law.
No, if they arrive at the United States,
it says arrives in the United States.
Arrives in, yeah.
So if he prevents them by stopping them from actually setting foot in the United States, then they're not in the United States, correct?
I mean, if they're at a port of entry, then
they're not. They're not in the.
If they're at the border, that's it.
This law only takes in effect once they are, quote, in the United States. If they are not in the United States, then the law doesn't take effect.
So you think that
that's what Remain in Mexico was about? Yes.
No, Remain in Mexico was you can claim asylum, but you have to wait in Mexico, and there was a specific exemption granted for that, and that exception ended, which is one of the reasons why Biden. Which is one of the reasons why Biden wanted to push the immigration law, right? Which Trump shot down.
You are correct that it had to do if you claim asylum, you work there. But the point is, the reason I say this is what it's about is the idea that if you're not physically present in the country, then the law sort of applies in a different way. So if we prevent, for example, if the United States had a treaty with Mexico, and for 10 miles into Mexican territory, 10 miles later, we build a wall, right? And you prevent asylees from getting in there, right? They don't get past that wall. Are they obligated, or is the United States at that point, while they're still in Mexico, obligated to give them an asylum claim?
At that point, I mean, if we built like a gigantic wall 10 miles inside the border of Mexico, we would have to, I'd have to look and see how like port of entry is defined at that point in the law.
Okay, well, show me.
But
the point is
thing.
this law. The point is this law specifically, right? What this law specifically says is once they're in the United States, that they are allowed to have some sort of hearing, right?
Yeah.
To be able to determine this,
And
right?
so, and there's a bunch of
it has to be that they're in. Preventing them from getting in doesn't seem to violate that. And there's a bunch of exceptions where the executive branch is allowed to say, no, we don't have to do that. So, like, the idea that this is somehow like some gross violation of the law, the point is, what this is doing is people that are selectively applying, we can see, everyone watching can see this, this is people that tantamount want open borders. Just to be clear, if 10 million people tomorrow show up to the border and say, we all want asylum, you're saying that it would be non-respect of the Constitution if the executive branch says, we can't do this.
I'm saying change the law.
Okay, but the law wouldn't change in that situation, so we have to let all 10 million in?
If they show up like that, change the law.
That's
what
not
Biden
the point. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is
10 million people showing up tomorrow is not like realistic. It would happen over a period of time, and if it would happen, then change the law.
Your scenario is not what's going on, right? You could say, here would be best case scenario how to do that. For example, I could say, change the law and don't allow any foreigner in. Irrelevant to the discussion we're having.
Sure.
I'm asking you, from a legal perspective, are you saying that if 10 million people show up at the border tomorrow and all say we claim asylum, that legally we have to let them all in the United States?
Unfortunately, that's what the law says.
I do not believe that's the case. So do you believe then when Biden reinstituted some of these executive orders in the waning days of his presidency that he too was violating the law?
Yeah, I believe.
But how can that be?
I wish the Republicans would have passed the bill that they proposed.
But wait a minute, explain to me. You're saying that this is evidence that Trump doesn't respect the Constitution, and yet when Biden in the waning days of his presidency did almost the exact same policies, and you say that yes, that was him breaking the law. You don't say that that's him an example of not respecting.
I didn't even bring up immigration. You brought up immigration.
That's not true. You talked about that. I mean, that is true. I brought up immigration.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying
to
make is let's go through this.
My two main things were tariffs and the fake electors.
Let's go through this one by one. Do you think Biden respects the Constitution?
Do I think Biden respects the Constitution?
Yeah, we'll go through this one by one. Secondly, do you think that Trump breaking the law like he's doing with his executive orders on immigration is evidence he doesn't respect the Constitution? Because he's breaking the law?
I think it could be a piece of evidence, yeah. I'd have to see more pieces of
evidence. Do you acknowledge that Biden also broke that law?
Yeah.
Conclusion. Why isn't that mean that Biden doesn't respect the Constitution?
Because it's not a single thing. It's not a single thing, Rob. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not a single. I'm not saying,
hashtag it's different.
One piece of thing.
Got it.
No, but first off, Biden tried to get the law changed. Do we agree on that?
So Trump. No, Biden didn't. What Biden did was let me finish.
What immigration bill has Trump proposed?
Well, for example, in the past year. In his first term, he wanted
the past year. What immigration bill?
In his first term, he proposed a border wall that Democrats said was racist and would be bad, which then they later ended up, once the people wanted it, saying, oh yeah, we're for a wall. Secondly, it's clear that he's proposed all sorts of executive actions that he's asked over and over again for those executive actions to be signed into legislation. You deny?
Doing an executive order and then saying codify this into law. That's
correct.
Not
that's proposing changes to the law. Yes. Now the point is,
what immigration bill has he proposed in the past year?
I just told you all of the executive orders he signed. He's proposed that be signed into legislation.
All of the executive orders. Where's he?
Yes.
What?
You don't think he had? Do you want me to find you quotes of Trump saying Congress needs to codify my executive order securing the border into law?
Well, then by your admission, then he's breaking the law, right?
No, the executive branch has brought it.
Because if it's not part of the law, and you're saying Trump saying codify into law, that means it's not the law. That means it's breaking the law, right?
No, what I'm saying is that's okay. If that's true,
right?
Okay, so if they change,
I want to get off of the immigration.
Wait. No,
you brought up the immigration.
I don't agree, but I don't agree. But just to be clear, your argument is, if there had to be proposal to change the law, that means that what's being done right now is lawful or unlawful. Correct?
If you're doing something now and you say change the law to make this legal, yeah, that's definitionally illegal.
So, and the inverse would also be true. If you're doing something right now and they say change the law to make this illegal, then that would mean what you're doing is currently legal. Correct?
Oh my God. Hang on, it's been a while since I've done like prop logic.
If you say, let's go through this step by step. If you're saying,
no, I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think if that would be like
just for the audience, then for their clarification, so there's no confusion. Your argument is, if Trump has executive orders now, and he says, "I want you to enshrine this into law," that proves because he wants them to do the law that Trump's doing something illegal. That is your argument. So then my argument
has nothing to do with immigration. I didn't mention it at all in my opening.
On this meta argument that we're talking about here, my question to you then is, okay, in the inverse, if something's being done right now and someone suggests, let's change the law, that would imply what's being done right now is legal. Else you wouldn't need to change the law, correct?
If you're doing something, okay, hang on. If you're doing something now and you say
I'm
change the law to
vaping
make
right
it legal,
now. You say, hey, we should make vaping illegal. That would imply what I'm doing right now, vaping is legal, correct?
Yeah, probably. I guess
Same
it would
way,
imply that. Yeah,
same way.
loosely.
If I'm vaping right now, and I say they should enshrine that I'm allowed to vape in the law, that would imply that what I'm doing right now is illegal. That's your argument.
Yeah, except I'd say that currently, what I'm saying is currently it is on the books that it's illegal to vape, and you're vaping, and you're saying change the law to make this legal.
Just to be clear, so the argument is, you're saying yes, if I'm vaping right now and I say they should change the law, right, to make this illegal, that would imply that it's currently legal. You said yes.
Yeah, I think that would be the implication.
Why'd they change the Mike Pence certification rules? The law on that?
I mean, they didn't change it. They clarified.
Yeah, sure they did. You want to read the law that they passed?
They didn't.
Wouldn't that
change
imply
it at all.
that Trump was legal?
No.
Why not? You just based on your same justification. Trump's theory was that Mike Pence got to certify the electors he chose.
I mean, I was thinking about
the
cannabis laws.
Democrats afterwards said, nope, change the law. That would imply that what Trump acted Mike Pence was legal, correct?
No, I don't think that would imply that.
Why
at all.
not? We just went through the scenario with the vape thing.
Because first off, they didn't say do what Mike Pence did illegal. First off, Mike Pence didn't even do that.
Doesn't matter.
They were saying, hey, just in case any idiot in the future tries to do this, this is absolutely already
but it was
illegal.
Why would they? That's redundant. If it was already illegal, why pass a law saying it's illegal?
To make it perfectly clear.
That's absurd. You just said when it came to the, let me finish. You just said when it came to the vaping incident, if I said we should make this illegal, you were like, yeah, fair enough. That would imply that it's currently legal. You didn't say, well, maybe not. Maybe the law is just not clear. That's not what you said.
The Electoral Count Act didn't change. Like 99% of the Electoral Count Act was exactly the same.
Yes or no? Did they pass a law suggesting that now the vice president didn't get to choose, certify the slate of electors unilaterally?
If I recall, I think the law said that this has always been the case.
Why would they pass a law that's always been the case?
Because obviously somebody tried to break the law.
Okay.
This is like if you're speeding, you get pulled over. The cop on the citation writes, "Oh, you were driving a blue car and you have a red car," and you go and you try to get out of the ticket, and then they like change the law and say, "Well, just to be clear, like."
Now show me an example.
If the officer makes a mistake describing the color of your car, that doesn't get you out of the ticket. You agree on that, right?
No, your analogy doesn't make sense.
We agree on that. If the cop writes the wrong color of the car, do you get out of the ticket, Rob?
Sometimes, but most of the time, no.
No.
What says
Why?
this analogy?
But does the law say that they have to write it?
Your analogy is
be accurate on the thing. Yeah.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree if the cop illegally detains you and had fruit of the poisonous tree that's a defense?
It can be.
Okay, then I win. Right, that confused look on your face is the same I have. You've said an analogy that's not applicable to what we're talking about. The real applicable analogy would be this. I'm driving drunk, or I'm driving after smoking a cigarette. Cops pull me over and say, you can't drive with nicotine, that's a drug, right? I say, bullshit, show me where that's on the law. And then afterwards, they pass a law saying you can't drive while smoking. That would imply that it was legal for me at the time I was pulled over to drive while smoking. Show me a time in history where someone gets pulled over for something that's illegal, like DUI, and then they repass the law saying, by the way, we're just letting you know, DUI is still illegal. Of course not. That's never happened in history. Show me.
I'm pretty sure that has.
Show me an example.
I don't have to show you an example of that because it's absurd, Rob, because that's not what happened.
Right,
No,
that's
it's
it.
not what
That's
happened.
what's absurd. What I'm saying
Rob,
is,
first
this
off,
is exactly the point.
wait.
This
wait,
is
wait.
exactly the point.
Rob,
This is-
you've been dragging us out on this tangent of immigration, which I never mentioned. You brought up of vaping or whatever, right? Okay. I have two simple questions. Okay. First off,
I'm not moving on from this section until you concede or admit that you don't have an answer. Then we can move on to what you want. No problem. Because you know that this functionally dismantles your entire argument. When at least it comes to the alternate electors. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because what you did was you smugly said, if Trump wants laws passed for his executive orders, that implies the executive orders are illegal. I think
first off, Mike Pence didn't even do that.
Let me finish.
Mike Pence didn't even do it.
Let me finish. Right? I say that that's ridiculous, but if we take that to the logical inversion, that would imply that if you're doing something now and then afterwards they pass a law to make it illegal, that what you did was legal. And you're like, that's absurd. Because, like, can it be true that if a cop pulls you over, but they said you had the wrong color car, that it doesn't get you out of the charges? What does that have to do with anything? You already conceded to the fundamental.
If they change the law, if they change the law to say the writing the wrong color of the car doesn't get you out of the ticket, that doesn't mean that before the writing the wrong color of the car.
That's a mistake that the officer made. What we're talking about is something fundamentally different.
Yeah, and if the law, if they codify into law, or a judge, if it's codified into the common law, that just because you wrote the wrong color of the ticket or the wrong color of the car on the ticket, if it's codified in common law, that doesn't get you out of the ticket. That doesn't mean that before you could get out of the ticket because the officer wrote the wrong color of the car.
Untrue. You've already conceded. One, when we did the example with vape, you conceded. Yes, clearly, if something is made illegal.
I was thinking of the context of cannabis, which is federally illegal.
Okay, just to be clear, I'm going to make this as clear as possible. 100% definitive, if Trump does an executive order and then asks Congress to enshrine it in law, that is an admission that his executive order is illegal. That's your argument.
I mean, it could be.
No. Your argument was it was. That proves that it is.
I think there's a good indication that if you're writing something and you're saying make this a law, if there's already existing law that contradicts that executive order, then yes, that would be evidence that it's illegal.
Don't you think that obviously the inverse would be true? That if you're doing something that they have to make a law afterwards, that proves that it was a good indication that it was legal in the first place?
No,
which is why they did a law.
First off, the fake electors. My fake electors plot doesn't hinge on what Mike Pence did.
Okay, that might be fine, but we're talking specifically about what Mike Pence did.
And so
you acknowledge
my
concession is
my point is the Constitution. What is Rob? According to the Constitution, how are presidential electors decided?
State legislator is what it says. Nonetheless, now I answered your question generously. I'll go back. I answered your question generously. Now, I understand you want to get off this portion. It is clear from everyone watching to see that you made a ridiculous assertion that almost no one would ever say, that if an executive order is being asked to enshrine in law, that proves it's illegal. Yeah, when I turn that logic on you, because that's a ridiculous assertion,
I should have written out the prop logic to show that it's denying the antecedent.
You have no defense whatsoever.
Technically, it's not true, but
one of the key arguments that Democrats make against Trump is untrue. According to your own logic, this would imply that what Trump asked Mike Pence to do is perfectly legal. Now that we've got through that and the audience could see that you've basically conceded that, and the reason you're struggling is because you're not acting as someone who is impartial. You have a bias against Donald Trump. That's why it's different when Trump does it. That's what's going on here, which is my central point.
Rob, so we agreed that according to the Constitution, the state legislatures they decide how it's done, right? And that currently state legislatures all over the country have said that the electors go to whoever wins the most votes in the state, right? And that's usually certified by a person, typically the Secretary of State. How many of the fake electors were certified by the Secretaries of State for Trump? How many?
I don't know of any. Nonetheless, you have a fundamental.
None of them.
Right. You have a fundamental misunderstanding. Show me in the Constitution where it says how the state legislators must decide.
Oh, it doesn't.
Right.
That's why South Carolina didn't even have a general election for president until after the Civil War. That was perfectly legal. If the state legislatures wanted to say, we're not going to have any more elections, we're just going to pick the electors, they are absolutely within their right to do that.
Okay, so then your argument would be that what Trump's suggesting isn't against Article 2. For example, were there any of these alternate electors that didn't have any state legislator that was part of it?
They weren't adhered to by what the state legislatures have decided, which is that the winner of the election, as certified by the secretaries of state, that's who gets the
Nonetheless, if a state legislator was involved, one legislator,
not a state legislator, a state legislature.
But the state
collective body.
The state legislator could say, this is my belief because I feel that these were fundamentally wrong. Let's go to the Hawaii situation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's go for
was
the
that illegal?
1960. No.
Why wasn't that against the Constitution? You said in Hawaii, the governor had to sign off on the slate of electors, correct?
The governor or I believe it was the Secretary of State as well.
I think it's governor, but let's assume it's one or the other, right?
Yeah, and when Nixon got it,
let me finish.
The Kennedy electors have it. Yeah,
right. How many did he sign off on at the time
2.
they were sent? He did not.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I've read through the thing.
I would be shocked if that's true. I read through it as well. So show me that they signed off on both. At the time that your argument is at the time that these were sent to the vice president, that he signed off on both slates of electors.
Yes.
Okay, let's see proof.
The Secretary of State signed off on the first one. Okay, January 6th. Wait.
No.
Let me explain.
Because what you're going to do is
no. Don't cut me off, Rob.
I'm going to get.
I'm not going to equivocate. I'm explaining the situation because you obviously don't know.
Let me ask
you.
No, don't ask.
You already asked me something. Let me explain it.
Because you're already equivocating.
Just let him finish what he was going to say, Rob, and then respond.
Well.
Look,
okay,
when Nixon,
by the way, he's not going to answer, and I'll point out why he's wrong.
On January 6th, 1961, Nixon received 3 pieces of information when he was counting the electors. Okay, this is in the congressional record. I'm not going to pull it up right now, just for Rob, but this is the case. Nixon pulled out 3. There were 3 documents that Nixon pulled out January 6th, 1961. One was the Nixon electors, which was signed by the appropriate person, whether it was the governor or the Secretary of State. I think it actually, I can't remember because it was after an election, so the person changed. The second was the Kennedy electors, also signed by the appropriate person.
Prove it.
Third was a letter of explanation explaining why there were 2 slates of electors, which one was the valid elector, the court case showing that the recount was authorized. Now, this whole 1960 thing is a huge red herring because if a better analogy would be if Kennedy lost the election and then Kennedy went and demanded that that the electors be certified even though he lost the recount. Okay, but that's not what happened. Kennedy won the recount which was authorized by the Hawaii State Supreme Court and the elector. Okay, let me pull up the Kennedy.
All right, so that was a big gish gallop that didn't answer the specific question, except one thing.
The exact situation you were asking about.
Let Rob respond now. Let Rob respond now.
What happened was
it's one thing.
What he said was he says 2 things basically. One of them is what's relevant, and I think he's fundamentally untrue.
Gallop.
Let me finish. One of them is irrelevant, and the other I believe is fundamentally untrue. His first argument is that yes, both slates of electors were signed off based on the person. I think it was the governor. He's claiming it's Secretary.
It might have been the governor. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's been a while.
He says both of them were signed. If both were signed, I reject my argument here. Fine. Then his second argument was, but they sent a letter. And they had an explanation. That's all irrelevant as to whether or not these were illegal slates of electors. They could have the best explanation in the world. They could have recorded selfies back then. They could have brought podcasts from the future and did TikTok videos and said, but listen, here's our reason that we have alternate slates. All of that's irrelevant because it would still be against Section 2, Article 2 of the Constitution. The only question that matters is at the time that the electors were sent off, were both certified by the governor or the person that had the right. If they weren't, that proves at the time of the sending of the electors, one slate was illegal. Do you agree with that, bass guitar? It doesn't matter what their explanation was.
The slate that Nixon read out was authorized and signed by as pursuant to the state legislature.
At the time that they were governor of the state. At the time they were sent off to Washington, were both signed by the governor, or was only one slate
they
signed?
Were sent. Yes. I believe the electors initially did not have because the recount was authorized the next day, but they didn't send it off. They didn't send it off.
If you're paying attention,
they didn't send it off until it was authorized by the state.
That is not true. Only both slates of electors were sent off to Washington, and only the governor and only signed one slate. That means at the time, those electors were false electors that were not certified and they got sent to Washington. Now, no one made a big deal of it because everybody understood, oh, what this is a procedural thing. Because if you don't really understand the alternate electors thing, here's what's going on, right? There are time frames that are given for when you have to meet certain metrics when you're bringing in a new administration. So there are certain times that the electors have to be in by. Then there's a certain date that the electors have to be read by, etc. And the legal question is this. What if there's an outstanding challenge to the election, but the slate of electors have already been read? So, for example, let's say in this election, let's just say for the sake of argument that Hawaii would have determined who won the presidency. What happened, I believe it was in the 60 election, was Nixon narrowly won Hawaii. Is that the right date, 60?
No. Initially, Kennedy won, and then there was a recount which showed that Nixon won. But there were some glaring errors with the recount. Like there was some stuff.
I think
that just
you're
didn't make any
absolutely
sense.
backwards on this.
No. This is exactly what happened. It was an incredibly close election. Initially, Kennedy won the election. It was so close that there was a recount. That flipped it to Nixon, but there were some big obvious issues with that. So they went to the Hawaii State Supreme Court and said, "Hey, look, these are some like pretty big issues with this recount. We want to get another recount." And the Hawaii State Supreme Court said, "Okay, yeah, you can do that other recount." And that the Supreme Court decision came down the day after that the electors are supposed to vote. And so they said, well, hey, we're waiting for this. Let's just vote. So we're adhering to the Electoral Count Act, which, by the way, Trump said was illegal. He said the Electoral Count Act was illegal. That was his whole argument.
All this is a red herring. It has nothing to do with the central point. First
but
off,
the central point is that what Nixon received on January 6, 1961 was authorized pursuant to the state legislatures.
Okay, who did ultimately win the state? Your argument was originally
Kennedy originally won.
Kennedy, and then ultimately it was Nixon that got the electors.
No. Kennedy won. It flipped to Nixon. Then it flipped back to Kennedy.
Okay, so it was Kennedy, and that is I don't know that Kennedy initially.
Kennedy ended up winning the final.
Here's the argument. What he's saying is a bunch of red herrings. Forget about what the state's justification was. All of this.
The whole 1960 thing is the red herring.
Let me finish. It's not. What it shows is that it was understood that there was a slate of electors that was sent, and a second slate that was used for a procedural issue pursuant to some legal challenges that might arise. That was the argument, right? That's why they sent the second slate of electors. But if he wants to ignore that and say, no, we have to have a hyper-specific look at Article 2, what that means is the state legislators got to pick. And this means that the state legislators pick, which means that they are certified by an official body, and then those certified state legislator picked are sent off to the president or the vice president in Washington.
They're sent off to Congress.
The problem is
federal district judge and National Archives.
The problem is, what he has to concede, as he already did, at the time that the second slate of electors were sent, they were not certified. But
at the time that Nixon counted them, they were.
So what?
They were certified by the state. The
were
state legislature followed their law.
I don't know how to make this more clear. So your argument is they were illegal at first, but then at the time Nixon counted them, they weren't illegal?
Your argument would make more sense if Kennedy had lost the election, and they insisted that they were the true votes, then yeah, that would have been illegal. But that's not what happened.
Show me. That's not what Article 2 says. Your argument is the act of suggesting alternate electors in the first place and sending an alternate electors is illegal. My point is did the Kennedy
electors follow state law?
It doesn't. Here's the deal.
Did they follow state law?
They did not follow constitutional law, the federal constitution law.
The federal constitution says it's the state legislatures. Are you saying that the Kennedy electors broke state law?
My argument is that at the time that the electors were sent, only one of them were an official slate of electors, period. You can't get around that. That means that there was in your terms, a fraudulent slate of electors that were sent.
So the Hawaii State Supreme Court made an illegal decision.
No.
The body tasked with interpreting Hawaii state law determined that they made an illegal legal ruling.
No,
that's what you're saying?
I'm saying it doesn't matter that the state later said that this is okay. That's irrelevant, right? What matters
matter.
What matters is, so why would then Trump have broke the law? If Trump suggested
because none of the electors were authorized in any way, shape, or form by the state legislatures.
You're sparking it now. So what you can see is he has to concede fundamentally, right? That what happened was that these slate of electors ended up being illegitimate. the first slate that was sent, the alternate. That's an illegal slate of electors based on Article 2, because there's only one slate of electors that could be certified. Does Article 2 say you could send multiple slates of electors?
It says it's pursuant to the state law. It doesn't say one.
No,
or the other.
what's it say specifically?
It says states choose the legislature, or the state legislatures choose.
It says that each state shall appoint in such a manner legislative a number of electors equal to the whole number of representatives of the state, but no senator or representative person holding office. This means that they could only send electors pursuant to how many they have.
Pursuant to the state law.
Okay, but yet the federal law.
Did the Kennedy electors follow state law?
Let me finish. If the state law says we're allowed to triple the electors we have, are they allowed to send that many electors?
No, that's not.
Why
what happened.
not?
That's not what happened.
So they sent double the amount of electors.
No.
Yes.
They sent 2 slates of electors and said this is the right slate.
So double.
The person authorized by the state legislature sent 2 slates and said this is the correct slate to use.
Right, and then they later said that wasn't the correct.
They didn't say no. You need to count both of these slates. They said here's 2 slates which are authorized by the state legislatures. Use this slate.
Did Trump say count both slates?
No, he said count the ones that weren't authorized by the state legislatures.
So in other words, he had an opinion on what slate was the legitimate ones, just like the governor did that signed off in Hawaii. So what happened was, at the time that the slates was sent, only one of them was legitimate.
Rob,
it doesn't
they were
matter.
Following state law.
When they sent the slate, the 2 slates.
How many of that?
Let me finish. Let me finish. When they sent the second slate, had the Supreme Court already ruled and said send 2 slates?
I think yes.
Okay, let's see.
Because the Supreme Court didn't say you can send 2 slates. The Supreme Court said the recount can continue. They said it's fine. The state law says that the recount can continue, and the state law also says that whoever wins the most votes is the duly elected electors. Okay, but this is all red herring. Rob?
Again,
how many of Trump's slates followed? How many of Trump's slates followed state law? How many?
This means at the time
there were 7
the
slates.
Electors were sent. There was
2,
there was only 1 slate of electors that legally were allowed 4, to be sent, and yet they sent 2.
5 states.
I mean, if you want to make it an interrupting with ASM, I could do that if that's what you want to make the debate. No problem.
It's a simple question. How many of the Trump's electors followed state law? How many?
They followed the same amount of laws that the Hawaii slate did, which was that they are allowed. There's nothing in the Constitution that says, well, if the court says afterwards that it's okay, then it's okay. None of that suggests.
No, the Supreme Court says you have to follow state law.
How
many of the electors followed state law?
At the time that the second slate of electors was sent, did the Supreme Court say that you could, in Hawaii, that you could send 2 slates of electors? Yes or no?
The Supreme Court
didn't say at the time that the second slate of electors were sent in Hawaii, did the Supreme Court say in Hawaii that you could send 2 slate of electors?
At the time that they were sent, I'd have to check on the postmark date. Okay, but it doesn't matter because by the time that they counted them, it was legal.
That's a concession that the Supreme Court ruled that you could send 2 slates of electors at some point.
No.
Okay, then you would know. Then the answer to
the Supreme Court said you can count.
Then I'll finish. Then the answer to at the time that the second slate of electors did the Supreme Court say you could send 2 slates of electors wouldn't be I'd have to check. It would be no. They never said that. Correct?
They waited until the day after the electors voted was when the Supreme Court decision came down that said, yes, the recount can continue. And pursuant to state law, whoever wins that recount wins the election, and those are the duly elected electors.
When the second.
But this is all red herring. How many?
Let me finish.
Just tell me. It's a simple question.
When the slate of electors were sent, did the Supreme Court rule before that the recount could continue, or was it after the slate was sent?
The case was pending.
So here's what we have. There were court cases that were coming up. A second slate of electors was sent before the Hawaii Supreme Court ruled in that it was okay. You agree with that?
I don't know. I don't think they were sent at that point.
You just said
they voted.
It was pending.
They voted, and the Supreme Court said you can recount like these like four
No.
counties.
Why do you like?
And they finished like the next day.
If you don't know, just say you don't know. Like the problem is what you're doing here is you say something. You've done this several times in the debate. You say something definitive, and then we go off that, and then you're like, well, I don't know. So I'll ask again. You're saying that eventually the Supreme Court ruled the recount could continue, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Was that ruling by the Supreme Court before or after the 2 slates of electors were sent?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's a better answer.
But
Let's find out.
But I can say this. By January 6, 1961, when Nixon went to count them, they were authorized. They were.
It's irrelevant to the question.
No, that's not irrelevant.
It is, and let me explain why. It's irrelevant to the question. Are you going to let me explain why?
You're not going to explain why, but sure, go ahead.
Of course I am. It's irrelevant to the question of whether or not pursuing sending those electors were legitimate or not. That is irrelevant, right? And the reason is when they were sent, there was no court hearing that said that it was legitimate to send them. And so at that moment, they would have been illegal. Later saying, you know what? We sent that as a procedural thing because we knew that there were cases that were impending that may change the electors, which is why we sent 2 slate. And now this is the correct slate is exactly what Trump was trying to do. We have impending court decisions and challenges that we want. We're afraid that we won't get to those in time when the electors would be certified when we have to have them in. So we are preparing to have alternate slates of electors to send, hoping that inevitably Mike Pence will say, look, there are legitimate challenges that are going on. So before we can certify the legitimate electors, we have to leave these court hearings play out. That's what it was, just like it was in Hawaii.
Rob, by January 6th, 2021, how many of the Trump elector slates were authorized by the state legislatures?
Irrelevant question.
You have 1 to 7. 1 to 7 when they're counted.
Irrelevant question.
It's not irrelevant.
Of course it is.
The Constitution says that they have to follow the law. So unless you say the Hawaii State Supreme Court made an illegal decision, because the Hawaii State Supreme Court said, hey, it's moot.
It is irrelevant in this point. Saying it was okay to send illegal electors, and then on the 6th, it was once the court said, okay, this is the correct slot. Because Trump's argument would be that's exactly what we were trying to do. We tried to send 2 slates because we thought that there were impending court cases that would have flipped with the legitimate election. Let's do it the alternate way. Let's say this would have happened. Are you aware
not
that
by January 6, 2021?
Let me finish. Are you aware of the fact that the Superior Court in Pennsylvania ruled that mail-in ballots and the way they were used in Pennsylvania were illegal after the 2020 election?
There was like a narrow ruling on that.
Okay.
That was the only
so
case
let's
that
say that
the
the Democrat 5-2 Democrat Pennsylvania Supreme Court would have upheld that. Now this would have been well after the 2020 election, right? Like a year after, correct?
Sure.
Now if Pennsylvania would have flipped, right, and that would have meant that that means Pennsylvania flipped, and that would have led to Trump actually have won. What do you think the recommendation should be? If there are court cases that are pending or that you want to be pending that actually would change the results of the election, do you just say, oh, well?
Well, you got to follow what the state legislature says.
Okay, but the problem is, right, you're allowed to challenge elections. You're allowed to send an alternate slate. The state legislator never said. Not. The state legislator in Hawaii, yes or no, says that the correct slate is the one the governor signs off on.
The Hawaii State Supreme Court decides what the valid interpretation of the law.
Yes or no?
Right?
At the time,
yes or no?
at the time that the legislators were sent, the only valid slate of electors were the ones that the governor signed off on. Correct?
At the time that they were sent, I'd have to check the postmark date.
Yes, it was.
Because the recount was finest. The recount was like right after the
right. But the idea was the reason that they sent did they have to send 2 slates of electors, or were the recounts done by the 6th?
No, the recounts were done by this. They were done like way before the 6th.
Right. So
it was like the 16th.
Then why send 2 slates of electors?
Because they wanted to make sure that there wasn't any confusion. That's why.
No.
That's why Nixon received the first one.
Right.
He received the second one, and an explanation, including the Supreme Court opinion.
That's not why. They sent it because they were worried that the recount wouldn't have been done in time. Correct?
No.
Yes.
If the recount wasn't done by January 6th, do you think that Kennedy would have insisted that his were the valid electors? Like Trump did?
Yes. I think they would have
said... You
think
Kennedy would have said...
Yes.
These electors are valid even though I lost the election?
I think he would have said...
Let's say the recount came out and then he lost the election. And Kennedy was like, no, my electors are the right ones. You think that's what Kennedy would have done?
I think Kennedy would have absolutely said the recount isn't done. There's still a legal proceeding.
No, I'm saying if the recount was done.
I'm answering your first question. The recount isn't done. Our courts say that we're allowed to do the recounts, and that challenge is still going, and so you shouldn't certify these electors. That's why they sent a second slate, to let them know, to let the vice president know, wait a minute, there is an ongoing legal challenge here. All of this also, like, what it proves is that this strategy's been done before. No one fucking gnashed their teeth. No one was upset saying that there's impending legal cases until we have an alternate slate of electors until those are figured out. And at the same time, we now have people freaking out that Trump suggested this, even though Democrats suggested they would do the same thing. My question to you is, why has the prosecutor that took over Fani Willis said that he will not prosecute Trump and company for this? And in fact, it is, quote, legal to question the results of an election.
Yeah, it's legal to question the results of the election. You can't, but
then why isn't he charged?
Questioning the results of the election does not allow you to send electors, which are not authorized by the state legislatures, to Congress and tell the vice president, you have to pick those ones which are not authorized by the state legislature.
Donald Trump.
That's not correct.
So two things. One, we already got to why people that disagree in the state pending court hearings could send a second slate of electors. But even if I would somehow lose that argument, which I don't think I'm doing, I think I've proven at the time that the slate of electors were sent based on your interpretation, Hawaii would have been breaking the law, or the second slate of electors would have been fraudulent. But even if I concede that argument, why does that mean that Trump suggesting it makes it illegal?
I've got two simple questions, and then I think we should just move on to like something else. Okay. First question is, by January 6th, 1961, was the Kennedy electors authorized by the state legislature?
Yes
or no?
It's irrelevant, but yes.
Okay. By January 6th, 2021, how many of the Trump electors were authorized by the state legislatures?
Zero that I know. At least
okay.
Then it's totally.
I think we should
totally
move on
irrelevant. It's a totally irrelevant red herring, right? Because the point is, in both cases, what was on, if in the case of the Hawaii electors that the recount wouldn't have been done, right? Then the slate of electors that legally would have had to have been certified were the ones that were in favor of Nixon when they were like, wait, we have pending court cases. The Democrats wanted it to wait because there were pending court cases, and I'll guarantee. Let me finish. I guarantee that had Hawaii been the tipping point for the election, you're damn right the Democrats would have said, no, you can't certify until these court cases are dealt with. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah.
Would that have been illegal for them to recommend that?
I think if the court cases were not resolved by January 6, 1961, I think they would have conceded.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
More likely what probably would have happened is that the Hawaii State Supreme Court would have said the case is moot.
That's absolutely outrageous and stupid, and everyone knows that's not true.
No, the Hawaii State Supreme Court would have said that it's moot.
That's not true.
But it doesn't matter because
that's not true at all. What would have happened? Would they'd have been like, look, we're days away.
And it doesn't matter because Trump lost all his cases before January 6, 1920 or 2021.
That's not true. They still had pending cases they were putting out. No. Hence the Pennsylvania Superior Court case.
No, they didn't have any cases.
So the argument, right? The argument, which everyone can see. I just want you to imagine this. If in 1960, that Hawaii case would have been to determine who won the presidency, right? And January 6th come, and they sent the second slate of electors, which you say is cool. The initial sending of the second slate of electors is cool, right? Yes, that's what you said. And had it not been
if there were a pending case, and then if those cases fall through, they probably should have written to notify if they did the recount and Nixon won. They should have, the person authorized by the state legislature. No, but the person authorized by the state legislature should have written to Congress and said, "Do not use these, disregard these."
That's not the question.
That
wasn't the question. The question was, were they illegal at the time? He, of course, says they weren't, and he's deflecting there, which would mean that he wants you to believe that had this been outcome determinative and the recount not been done, that the Democrats would have just said, "Oh shucks, we ran out of time. Anyways, presidency's yours." There is zero chance that would have happened. They would have said, no, we have to see the outcome of this. Literally, but like we currently are pushing for this court case to concede. That's what they would have said. And now the second point that I went, so the fact that he's delusional and says that wouldn't be the case, that's what was going on with Trump. He may disagree. He may say, yeah, but Trump was never going to win those cases, or Trump wasn't going to be able to successfully bring. That might all be true, but the prosecutor is correct that says it's legal to challenge an election. So the second point that I want you to answer is, even if I concede
Hawaii State
even if I concede this, right, that these electors were fraudulent, why is it illegal for Trump to ask for them? This would mean the electors were illegal, but not Trump.
It's illegal for him to insist that the vice president choose electors which are not authorized by the state legislatures. I don't know why this is so hard for you to know.
Show me. Let me ask you this. If prosecutors...
Each state shall appoint in the manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. There you go.
I don't see anywhere where that says president asking for things. I didn't see that in Article 2. Can you show me that? Where it says president can't ask for things?
He was asking Vice President Pence to break the Constitution. That's not just something. That's not saying.
He didn't view it.
Can you get me a cup of coffee?
He didn't view it as breaking the Constitution.
Well, then he's retarded.
Well, fair enough. That doesn't mean he doesn't respect the Constitution. And by the way, you may eat those words. For example, if we find out in Georgia that there was significant fraud that was outcome determinative in the state, you'll eat these words, right? You'll say, oh, fuck. Turns out Trump did respect the Constitution and there actually was fraud and he was right to hold out to try to get to the bottom of it, right? If they find that, you would eat these words, correct?
I mean, if they find it, maybe. I guess it depends on what they would find.
So
I don't know. I don't think they're going to find anything.
Right.
But.
Well, they might not. But the point is, Trump
because the whole 300,000 thing.
Trump didn't say, "Oh, I know I lost." Trump was legitimately like, "I got fucked, and I want a procedural thing to hold up the certification until we get to the bottom of this and like be able to research these things." That's what Trump was doing. There's no evidence that's illegal. That's why the prosecutor said questioning the results of an election isn't illegal. Trump's allowed to ask that, and Mike Pence said, "Nah, dog, no, that's not illegal for Trump to ask."
You can raise court cases. It's legal for me to say, "Hey, I think Rob." Let's say you and I had a contract. It's legal for me to say, to tell someone, "Hey, Rob and I had a contract. I think he violated that contract. Let's go ahead and sue him." It's not legal for me to say, hey, Rob and I had a contract. I think that he violated that contract. I'm going to go pay a hitman to knock him off. That's not legal.
Trump didn't pay a hitman.
No, but he asked Vice President Pence to break the Constitution.
He's allowed to ask what he wants, and he didn't view it as breaking the Constitution.
It doesn't matter what he viewed it as.
Then why didn't this prosecutor recommend bringing charges?
Because because he's a sitting president. That's
DOJ not the only
policy
reason.
Or whatever.
He said that
that's the only reason.
That's not the only reason, right?
You can question the election, but you can't question the election in any way that you want.
Sure, you can. The president is absolutely allowed to say like Joe Biden could have said, like to Kamala Harris, he could have said like, I think we shouldn't count Hawaii. You shouldn't count Hawaii. That's not illegal for him to say that, and she just says, "Yeah, you're full of shit. Fuck you. We're counting Hawaii."
I would say that would be if he did that, I would say that shows a disrespect for the Constitution.
Maybe,
absolutely.
But not if he really believed that Hawaii violated the Constitution. And that's why he suggested it.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Sure, it does.
Because you still have to follow the law.
He was following the law in the sense that he. The spirit, it's not about, in order to respect something, it's less about the letter of the law and more about the intent of it, correct?
Do you think if somebody...
Can you answer that question?
Do you think if somebody is convicted of a crime...
Can you answer that question?
Can they not go to... Can you answer my question? Skip out of jail because they think that they're innocent?
Can you answer my question?
What was your question?
My question was that in order to have respect for something, the spirit of it is more important than the letter of the law.
I mean, when we're talking about the actual law, I would say the law is the law.
I disagree, right? And let me give you a bit. Are you Christian?
No. But you can't break the law to save the law. That doesn't make any sense.
I hesitate to say this, but I think I'm correct about this. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. Jesus, the reason he had such a problem with the Pharisees was that they were technically following the law of God. Technically, but they weren't following the spirit. So, for example, they would to the penny tithe correctly. This is it. but they wouldn't go above and beyond. And the spirit of it was like, look, there's a spirit of the law of God and the law that you're supposed to. And just because you're like, I'm doing the bare minimum, I'm meeting the technical aspect of what God. No, it's more important to follow the spirit. You wouldn't agree with that? That's following the spirit. If I had respect for a code of laws, it's probably more important that I followed the spirit of what it was trying to accomplish.
Let's say, Rob, let's say I'm really bad at math, okay? And I genuinely believe that 15% is actually like 3%. And when I go to do my taxes, instead of paying 15, and let's say my income tax rate should be 15%, instead of paying 15%, I pay 3% because I genuinely believe that. Am I following the spirit of the law?
Does that mean you don't respect math?
I would say that means I don't respect math. Yeah, if I
disagree.
Something so simple, I would say, yeah.
I disagree. And you're talking about something that's a science, right? Which is different anyways. But just because you have a legit, it would be like saying this, I don't believe in the theory of evolution, right? I don't. And I have a different theory. And my theory has to do more with like intelligent design per se. That doesn't mean I don't respect science. I don't respect biology, right? And you might say, but you're stupid. Your argument's wrong. Nonetheless, I could say, you may think I'm wrong, but I still respect science. I still respect the scientific method. What I'm saying here is, like, let's take a different situation. Let's say that you believe in the Constitution, right? You respect it.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
let's say that somehow you're in some weird fucking position, right?
And I
Like,
wouldn't break the Constitution because I think it's...
so you would never break the Constitution. Anyone who breaks the Constitution is not respecting of the Constitution, correct?
I mean, that might be going too far. I would say, I mean, it depends on how they break it. It's,
Why? Either if you, so let's go back to your tax example. So, you say, if I'm supposed to pay 15%, but I think that means 3%, that's not respecting the law. Okay, what about 14% instead of 15? Am I respecting the law?
If you know what 15% is, then no.
Okay, so if you knowingly break the law, then you can't respect the Constitution.
Yeah, but I mean,
what do you mean? Yeah, but that's a yes, correct?
How else, Rob? How else?
I'm asking.
How else can you interpret these words?
There we go. See, now you're going to deflect. What you want to do is
each state
ignore,
shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct.
There you go. Now, do you see what happened there? What happened was you have to go to a specific.
What happened is I'm asking.
Let me finish.
I'm asking how
you have to go to the specific because you can't argue the principle because you know you're wrong on the principle. So you're deflecting from the fact that your principle is incorrect, right? What you would argue. Let me make your argument in good faith. You'd say, look, here's the deal. If people feel that there are principles outlined in the Constitution, that they generally agree with those principles, but they have disagreements or they go against that from time to time, that doesn't mean a total disrespect of it. For example, Joe Biden respected the Constitution in your estimation, and yet he knowingly broke the law with his executive orders to have people not come in under asylum. But that's not enough for me to say he disrespected. Now, the reason you would say that is because you'd say, well, because he meant well and he respects it in other ways. So therefore, that's not enough for you to say he disrespected. That's why I say even you agree that the spirit of the Constitution and following it is more important than following the letter of the law. And so if Trump or Biden or anyone else legitimately thought that, like, for example, a Manchurian candidate came into office and they did something that technically broke the Constitution a little in order to try to prevent that, you would still say, well, they still respect the Constitution. They just thought at that point they had to do something in an emergency situation.
So
that's why you... Because what you're doing...
If a Democrat became president and said, I don't think that the Second Amendment applies to semi-automatic weapons, so I'm going to go and seize all the Second Amendment firearms, you would say that's respecting the Constitution?
I would say that you could still argue that they respect the Constitution in some sense, but they are incorrect in what my belief is of that.
They're just incorrect on what your belief is. You wouldn't say, they're violating the Constitution!
I might say they're violating the Constitution, but that's not proof positive.
I don't think you'd be so timid with that.
The point is, so then the same for you, right? You would say the same thing if they came for semi-automatic weapons, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And what if they, violated asylum laws? Then they clearly don't respect the Constitution, right?
I mean... See, that's different because it's,
no. It's a Democrat. That's what hashtag. That's different.
No. Because you're talking about like enforcement of like a specific law, as opposed to like something that's fundamental in the Constitution. And that's what I'm really trying to get at.
Why?
Because
why? Because the point is, doesn't the Constitution specifically say that the executive branch isn't to create law but to enforce it? So this is violating something that's principal to the Constitution.
It's the take care clause. And there's certain priorities. There's, the executive has some latitude to like set priorities for how to enforce the law. They're limited by the resources which Congress provides them to enforce the law. There's all these different factors.
Let's try this. So where we're at here right now is it's okay for presidents to break the law and violate the constitutions in some cases and still say they respect the law, but just not Trump. So let's do this. Since we've got to this, hashtag it's different. Can you name me a president other than Trump that you don't believe respected the Constitution?
I mean, I'm having a trouble with it. I think most presidents generally act in good faith, and I think most presidents, I might disagree with them on policy or their implementation or their execution of the law, but I think generally they have a general respect for the Constitution. I think the United States has been fairly successful at choosing presidents to respect the rule of law and respect the Constitution and respect that. Yeah. I think Trump is an anomaly for sure.
So Trump's the only one you could think of. Mm-hmm. And largely because he violates the separation of powers.
Yeah.
Okay. In 1808, Thomas Jefferson, the Supreme Court ruled that Jefferson exceeded his authority in enforcing the Embargo Act. Jefferson solicited and distributed a dissenting opinion from his own attorney general to continue enforcement, defying the ruling. Does he not respect the Constitution?
I'd have to look more into that case.
Okay, but if that's true,
if you're going back 225 years, I think that's a big issue for you.
Well, I think that your argument was violation of the separation of powers proves that you don't respect the Constitution. If one of the framers of the Constitution, Thomas Jefferson, blatantly ignored a Supreme Court
Jefferson wasn't one of the framers of the Constitution.
He was one of the people ideologically behind the principles that went into the Constitution. No, just because he wasn't one of the ones that wrote it.
He wasn't
even
at the convention.
Name the framers.
First off, I would say Madison, Hamilton, Morris. I'll throw Jerry in there. Franklin, Washington, Dickinson. Do you want me to keep going?
No. Fine. So it's just basically, could we say the people that attended the Constitutional Convention?
Yeah, I think a fair thing to say. And I would say
that's fair.
I would say Jay. I would say primarily.
If that's how you want to define it, no problem. But I would say that if you want to say that he wasn't a framer because he wasn't at the delegation, I think clearly the spirit of his writings and what he believed was heavily influencing the framers and what was created. He
was definitely a big influence on Madison.
Right, that's all I mean by it, right? Like, so if he intentionally violated the Supreme Court order, you're going to look into the case, fine. But let's assume it's true. The Supreme Court said you have to do X, and he said, no, I'm going to keep doing it, right? Would that mean that he didn't respect the Constitution?
I would have to look at it in totality, right?
Okay,
it's not if you do one thing, you don't respect the Constitution. You'd have to establish like a pattern of Jefferson doing this.
What circumstance would you say that someone could respect the Constitution and separation of powers and blatantly violate what the Supreme Court said? Outline the scenario that could mean that you could respect the Constitution.
Like I can't think of one off the top of my head. Look, this is irrelevant because it's irrelevant because like what I'm saying is it's not like, oh well, if you do one bad thing you don't respect the Constitution.
Let's go. Right? Yeah, but there might be
competing factors. Maybe Jefferson's argument was, look, I'm looking out for the general welfare of the people. Right, so which is what I'm tasked. That's part of what I'm tasked to do.
So you're like, even if we didn't have the alternate,
and if that's the only thing, then I would say it's fine.
If we didn't have the alternate electors, would the tariffs thing with Trump be evidence that he doesn't respect the Constitution?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a pretty big thing.
Okay, so tariffs a big thing, but
Yeah.
the embargo that the Supreme Court told Jefferson he couldn't put on, not a big thing. Which actually restricted trade with the British.
You're bringing up an example from like 200 years ago.
Andrew Jackson. He ignored the Supreme Court's ruling.
Andrew Jackson's there's probably a good case that he didn't really respect the
Trail of
Constitution.
Tears. Okay, Andrew Jackson didn't respect the Constitution. That's the argument.
I said there might be a good case for Jackson. That's one I was thinking.
Abraham Lincoln.
But I didn't want to go back that far.
Defied Chief Justice Roger Taney's ruling in Ex parte Merriman, which held that only Congress could suspend habeas corpus.
Yeah.
Yes. Did Lincoln not respect the Constitution?
No, I think Lincoln respected the Constitution. But once again,
you don't think habeas corpus is a big portion?
You're picking out a single thing.
No.
We were in the middle of a fucking civil war when he did that.
Nonetheless,
I would say that's pretty exigent circumstances.
No, wait.
And it wasn't just a civil war in his own head where he was like,
clear.
I think there's a civil war. It's the greatest war ever. There's the greatest civil war. Everyone knows there's a civil war. He wasn't like that. It wasn't just in his head.
You see what the filibuster nonsense is, right? Like everybody knows what's going on. So you said tariffs alone. Tariffs alone are such an important issue that if Trump instituted tariffs, that alone would be proof that he doesn't respect the Constitution.
I said it was a big thing. I said it would be a really big thing.
You said that. I said, would that alone be proof? You said yes, because it's a big thing.
I think I said that. Yes, that would be a really big indicator.
Yeah. Okay. No, you didn't say it'd be a good indicator. I asked you, would that enough be alone? And you said yes.
Okay. Well, my position. I've said this repeatedly. Rob, I've said this repeatedly. I've repeatedly said this. I'm not looking at a single point here and there. I'm looking at a pattern. I'm looking at like a big broad strokes here. Okay. So let's look at the tariffs. I'm going
to keep going with my point here, right? So let me ask you a question, Rob. That issue on tariffs alone would have been enough, but the suspension of habeas corpus isn't. Now, I would bet that most
suspension of habeas corpus in the middle of a civil war.
I would guess that most people, constitutional scholars, etc., would say habeas corpus and keeping it sacred is more important than tariffs and authority on tariffs. I bet most constitutional, yet he suspended habeas. And your argument is, but he had a good reason because we were in an emergency. Okay,
the states
Trump
were in
also
open
felt
rebellion.
he was in an emergency.
What was the emergency for tariffs?
Trump thinks, but with tariffs?
Yeah, what's the emergency?
The middle class has been hollowed out in this country and that we're being taken advantage of and we don't have access to basic things that we need because of the trade deficit in our trade situation? By the way, what would you do if the Supreme Court rules that he has broad tariff authority? Then what would you say?
Well, I guess I'll have to say that the Supreme Court said that. I don't think that's...
Would they be wrong?
I mean, the Supreme Court's been wrong in the past, but I'd have to say, yeah. I mean, if the Supreme Court provides a decent justification for it, then yeah, sure.
Okay, do you think that Trump's lawyers have an argument in the tariff case?
No.
You don't. So then there's zero chance that the Supreme Court will rule in his favor. None of the justices. There's not even an argument.
I would say, if I had to guess, it's probably going to be like 7-2.
Okay, so those two Supreme Court justices, why would they vote in favor of tariff policy?
Because they're fine with giving more power to the executive.
Okay, but that would mean they view that it's constitutionally acceptable, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think they're liars? Do you think they're bad faith?
Bad faith, maybe.
It depends on what
their argument is.
Which justices are bad faith?
I don't know. I'd have to see their arguments.
You're predicting a 7-2, but you're saying there is zero argument whatsoever. That's your argument, correct?
I don't think there's any good argument. I mean, there's obviously an argument. I mean, they went there and they argued to the Supreme Court.
If we take what you just said, you said your prediction is it'll be a 7-2, right. And also there is zero good argument that would justify it. That would mean, based on what you've just told us, that you would have to say that you believe those two justices are intentionally violating the Constitution.
Well, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's logically possible.
Well, then
their
why
job
do you
is to
think?
Interpret the Constitution.
Okay, so
it's not a single justice. It's how the court rules.
No. If your argument is there is literally no argument, none whatsoever.
I said there's no good argument.
Okay, well, then how could
they can make a bad argument? Sure, I think.
How could any Supreme Court justice? How could you predict that they would vote for it then?
Because there could be ulterior motives. Maybe they want to give Trump more executive authority.
So your prediction is two of the justices aren't interested in doing their job of interpreting the Constitution. They are intentionally going to violate that because they just feel like giving Trump more power. Can you name those two justices that you're predicting will do that?
Um, I can't. Maybe. Was it? Oh, now I'm on the spot. Let's see. Hang on. There's Barrett. I'd have to look up the justices to see, and I can't remember off the top of my head which two it would be. But
well, I think that you know what I think? I think you don't respect the Constitution that you would say that. The fact
Why?
that because you think that our Supreme Court is so shitty that there's justices on it that purely for political reasons will act. That doesn't sound like someone who respects separation of powers.
You don't think justices act politically?
It's not what I think, it's what you think.
Just because there's two people on the Supreme Court that would, I think, make a bad decision, I don't think that that's like.
No, I think
maybe they don't. But
I think it's different.
Rob,
most of the time that the Supreme Court's made decisions I disagree with, I at least say I can see why it's a legal question, right? Most of the time, you're saying there isn't even an argument. There isn't even an argument. It's just absolutely 100% clear cut. President can't do tariffs. That's your argument.
No. That's not my argument.
Okay, what's your argument? You said
Because
there is no argument.
No, because I said there's no good argument for Trump's tariffs.
Okay. So then
let me give you an example. Okay. Do you think it's a national emergency that we have a trade deficit with Peru? Do you think that's a national emergency?
It could be argued within the confines of what the broad authority of the laws give the president that it meets that definition.
Okay.
I also, my personal...
Okay, Rob, wait. I have one follow-up question to that. One follow-up question. Okay. Mm. If I said we have a trade surplus with Peru, and that's also a national emergency, what would you think of my rationale?
Argument would be the same for me. There's possible arguments that could lead to that. My relevancy and my opinion is irrelevant, right? For example, I'll give you an example. I think that the AUMF...
But would it be the same argument? Would it be the same argument for both?
Yes, I just said that.
Okay.
So I think the AUMF was bullshit, right? The authorization of military force,
okay.
Right? And if you read it, that came under Obama, it basically says anytime you could make a tenuous connection that this is fighting the war on terrorism, you're allowed to do a lot of shit. So, for example, you could target things, even with lethal force bombings, etc. If you could argue that there's some sort of, like, even financial connection between these people and terrorists. Now, do you think that's a good law?
The AUMF I think that should be repealed.
Yeah, I think we're together on that, right? That's fucking shit.
I think it made sense like 20 years ago.
But here's my point.
I think
given
we're past that.
Given that and how broad, the reason we want that repeal, both of us, like, it's way too fucking broad, right? Way too broad. Who gets to determine whether or not there's a connection to someone? I have to read the exact language, but basically, like, any tenuous connection whatsoever to any terror group. That fucking sucks, right? Because theoretically, that basically could justify attacking any country without congressional approval. Because all you have to do is say, well, we think that there was some sort of drug trade that went and benefited Al-Qaeda. Now we're justified in bombing Peru. And under the AUMF, the president would be allowed to do that as long as he could draw the justification, correct? So that's why we would say that's bad. Similarly here, same sort of argument. We might not agree or disagree, but the reason, just so you know, Bass Guitar, I enjoy talking to you. A little smarter than maybe the average person who would be talking about this, because the reason you're so hesitant to say the truthful argument, which is, of course, even though I disagree, there are legal arguments that Trump's team's going to make that are like, okay, that's worth considering. I just think they're wrong. The problem is if you concede that, then you have to argue, well, this doesn't mean that Trump disrespects the Constitution because he thinks that he's allowed to do this. If Trump would blatantly violate... If the Supreme Court says, no, you can't do this, and then Trump goes forward, then you have a better argument. But that's not what's happened. The court has not weighed in on this.
The Constitution has. Trump said his rationale for it, 90 deals in 90 days, which, by the way, we still don't have any trade deals. But it doesn't matter because who's tasked, according to the Constitution, who's tasked with doing trade deals? Rob, according to the Constitution.
It doesn't matter because the laws specifically give exception for Trump to make emergency sort of tech. Yes, what I'm saying is, yes, you're right. Under the Constitution, like the power of the purse and commerce, etc., trade deals is supposed to be with them. Is there ever a time when trade deals are allowed to be made by the executive?
When Congress authorizes them, yeah.
Okay, only then.
Yeah.
So any time in history that any tariff's been applied at all that Congress didn't authorize, it's always a non-respect for the Constitution.
No, because tariffs aren't a trade deal. But
Then what's the
implementing
argument?
tariffs to get a trade deal, that is regulating trade with a foreign nation. If I say, look, I think it's important that I think for our national security we have to do have like steel or something, right, in the United States. I think that could be a rationale, but that's not an economic rationale.
That's not true. Of course, trade deals an economic rationale. Trade itself implies
I'm saying implementing a tariff for a national security purpose is inherently not an economic thing. It's a completely separate consideration.
Well, that's not true.
Other than you figure that you're going to be hurting yourself economically.
Correct.
But you're hurting yourself economically for a specific goal. Now, but that's a completely
Can
different
economics
thing.
be national security?
Not really. Not.
Oh, I
as broadly
disagree.
as-
I disagree. For example, like, could we claim in matter of national security to have strategy on the Panama Canal?
You could claim that. I don't know what claiming that would let you do.
Well, because what it is for the economic security of our country and things we need, it's a matter of national security that we have that economic throughway.
Yeah, but where's that going? So
So in that
I
sense,
can
an
say me
economic
farting is-
concern, an economic concern becomes a matter of national security.
But
By
that's
the
not
way-
an saying the Panama Canal for national security, but that's not an economic thing. That's not regulating trade.
So it doesn't matter. Your argument was that economics can't be matters of national security. Now you're forced to concede it and you say, yeah, but regulating trade's different. Maybe it is different on a superficial sense, but the core reason that you're saying regulating trade shouldn't be allowed by the executive is because it's not a matter of national security, because it's economic. But you just conceded that economics
Because it's
can
regulating trade. Regulating trade is authorized by Congress.
Is
A national
regulating-
emergency isn't. You can't say it's. I need to have a national emergency to regulate trade.
Let me ask you, of course you can, potentially, if it's a matter of economics.
Like, what?
Congress has the power to, this would,
Then
let's just do
is
this.
Congress,
Let's just
why
do
is
this.
Congress,
Let's just do this.
Then why is
Can you
Congress
steel
given?
man-
Wait.
Can you steel man what Trump's arguments in front of the Supreme Court were for the tariffs?
One, they said it's not a tax on Americans, which is bullshit, and it's been several months. I can't remember. Then they said like it's bad for the workers or whatever, right?
Okay, so if it was a regulation and not taxation, right, would that mean that it's legitimate?
No, because both the power to regulate trade and to tax are both powers that are given to Congress.
So then that argument is totally irrelevant. The court will say, "Yep." Trump's team
that's
of
what I think
lawyers
they
just
should,
made
yeah.
an argument that has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, I mean they didn't buy that.
Here's the arguments. You tell me if I'm
Solicitor
incorrect.
General tried to get
Here's
out of
the
it.
four
when
basic
he was asked
arguments
if-
that Trump. Here's the four
Who
basic.
pays?
Now,
Who pays a tariff, Rob?
largely, well, you tell me. I know who pays it.
I know who pays it too. I just want to hear who pays a tariff, Rob.
There is three potential people that could pay the tariff: the exporter, the person who's importing, and the consumer. If you're right, okay. What were you
the importer.
predicting when you were predicting
The
Trump
importer
would-
pays the tariff, Rob.
when that's not true, right?
That is true.
It's,
The
it's
importer-
not true. That is not
If
true.
I import something and I get the-
let me clarify.
It's all the freaking
If your
shit.
argument is this is a matter of semantics, technically the importer is the person that has to pay the tariff.
Technically,
But
absolutely is.
Listen, but what happens is that the consumer eats, or the exporter can eat some of that cost. If you're right, and it's just purely a tax on the consumer, what were you predicting when Trump instituted his tariffs that inflation would be?
It's tough to say because, first off, he backed
You were
off
wrong.
of the tariff.
Just say I was wrong.
No, it's tough to say because first off, there's it flows through. It's not an immediate thing. It's not like, oh, you turn on tariffs and then the next day everything's more expensive.
Tariffs
Which, by the
started
way,
in
a lot of
April.
things have a lot of things. But yeah, but then he backed off. Remember, he put the 90-day pause, and it was 90 deals in 90 days, and we didn't get any. How many trade deals have we gotten out of it?
All of the doom and gloom of the people saying these tariffs are going to devastate the U.S. economy, and
How
they're
many
going
trade deals do we have?
they're going to lead to crazy inflation. What we've seen is, wait, what was your argument? I didn't.
How many trade deals do we have?
There were
Because of the
some that
tariffs.
were potentially signed, but
No, none were signed. None.
okay, let's assume that's true. Has the deficit gone up or down?
Up.
Has the tariff?
Oh no, the trade deficit?
Yes,
Yeah, I think that has gone down.
like by 500 billion or something like that.
Maybe I'd have to look at. I'd have to
Okay,
look up the number. on
has
that.
revenue from tariffs gone up?
Yes, more Americans have paid for.
So then
Taxes.
your argument
Tax
then
increase
that,
has gone
so
up.
then the argument that you try to get out of it's like, well, Trump didn't really go through with it. He clearly did. Deficits are much down, historically down, and the revenue from tariffs is up, right? Despite that, how's inflation looking?
Was it at like 2.8, 2.9?
2.8, pretty fucking good, huh? The doom and gloom that the Fed was predicting, not good. How about GDP? How's it looking?
The last number, I mean, I think what was it, like 4% or something? For
Now the Atlanta Fed's like predicting like 6 or 7% for the fourth quarter. Pretty
doesn't-
fucking good.
So the president can break the Constitution if the results
It's
are
not
good?
the point. The point is, the reason that we're bringing this up was the implication is, that's just taxation on the American people.
It
Clearly
is.
not, because it's not just them that are paying.
What percentage of
Let me
the
finish.
tariffs were
Let me
passed through to the
finish.
consumer?
Let me finish. It's not just the consumer that's
96%.
paying all the cost of tariffs, because if it was, then your doom and gloom predictions that inflation would have went through the roof because consumers would have had to pay more would have came true, but it didn't.
No,
the truth
because
is,
what happened
the
is
truth
consumption
is
reduced.
What happens? What?
What happened is consumption went down.
Then why is GDP so high?
Why? Well, I would. What is it, like 60% of 60% of it is split between AI and healthcare, both of which are pretty independent of tariffs, right?
So
I don't think AI. I mean, well, especially because he put Trump put an exemption on like all the electronics for the AI companies and stuff like that. So those.
So
are all
I
exempted from that.
just want to be clear. Your argument is consumer spending is down.
It's tough to say if consumer spending is down because, okay, let's say I buy one thing for $10, right? Let's say I buy a widget for $10, okay? And then next month, I buy the same widget again for $12.
Mm-hmm.
Did consumer spending go up?
If by the numbers, if it did, yes.
Did my consumption go up?
No. Do you have any?
Good,
So what are
thanks.
your metrics? Your argument is people are buying less stuff. Here, this is a cursory look. Obviously, I didn't research this because I didn't know the topic. But here's what I'm looking, and I believe this is from.
That's why manufacturing has gone
the
down. That's why
Fed-
jobs are down.
So here we go. Q3, consumer spending up 4% in 2024. Q4, 3.9. Q1, that was before tariffs came into effect, 2.5. Q2, 2.5. Q3, 2.5. In raw numbers, consumer spending Q3, 2.21 billion and change.
Yeah.
Or
I just explained why
21,000
consumer
billion.
spending could go up,
Q2,
but
20,000
consumption could be
billion.
down.
Right. So your argument, do you have any proof whatsoever?
As a capitalist, I just want
proof-
to make this very clear
any
because as a
proof-
capitalist, spending more money for the same stuff, the numbers will go up, but that is not becoming wealthier.
So then what's the equation we would do?
As a capitalist.
You'll concede we're spending more, correct? Consumers are spending more. Okay. So then how would we determine
If that's
whether
what the
or not,
numbers say, then yeah.
How would we determine whether or not they're getting more or if it's just everything costs more and they're getting less? How would what other numbers would we look at to determine that?
Probably
You
would
made
wanna
the
look
claim, so you've seen those numbers clearly.
I haven't dug into like that aspect of the numbers, but my guess would we would probably see reflections in things like if people were consuming more, we would probably see an increase in like jobs. We would probably see an increase in jobs would be a big thing that we would see an increase.
No, I think first off,
if it were more spending, we would probably see the percentage that is dedicated to like healthcare and AI as a function, the GDP, the portion of the GDP that's for healthcare and AI. I would expect to see that going down, see manufacturing going up.
None of this would
right?
be relevant whatsoever. So
Because
two
right,
things. None of this is relevant whatsoever, and I'll explain. Two things. One, you've made a definitive claim. The reason that this looks this way is because actually consumer spending's down. Then when I show it's up, you're like, let me finish.
I said that
you
could
said
be a
because
reason.
consumer spending's down. Then when I show that's not the case, you're like, well, it could be that consumer spending's up, but they're getting less shit, right? So then the number we would look at to see if that's true is inflation, right?
Possibly. That
Because if
might
consumers,
not-
if everyone in the country spent $1 trillion consumer spending, right? So this year they spend $1 trillion, right? And next year they spend 1.5 trillion. And you're like, I suspect that consumers got less this year than they did the previous year. And I'd say, how? They spent 1.5. And you'd say, because what they spent was worth less. In other words, inflation. So in order for your argument to be true, we would also expect to see really high inflation. Which we don't. It's going
well,
down.
there could be several we'd have to. I'd have to like dig into the numbers to state that.
Okay, let's just be clear.
Because here's an example, right? Because there could be some kind of like substitution effect going on, right? Where people are consuming more, but they're consuming different goods, right? Because if the tariffs are causing things to be higher, for instance, coffee is exceptionally high right now. It could be the case that maybe more people are buying tea, and tea is manufactured in the U.S. But see, then there's a lot of this is like
so again. How did we get here?
Pretty...
How did we get here? Because we were talking about inflation, and I was like, inflation numbers are looking pretty good. And if your argument was right, that tariffs were going to lead to mass inflation, you've been wrong. That it was just going to be the consumers.
I didn't say
it doesn't seem that's the case. You say no, it's because Americans are buying less. That's why inflation's down. I say, no, not according to consumer spending. You're like, yes, but they're spending more, but they're getting less. But that goes back to the inflation question. No, that's not true because inflation numbers are going down.
Because I also said that we should expect to see this in other areas, right? So we should see jobs increasing, right?
We do.
Not really.
What we're seeing is the reason that the job numbers...
the
job numbers...
As a percentage of the GDP, are we seeing a growth in healthcare and AI, or are we seeing a growth in like manufacturing?
It doesn't. So the specific numbers, here's what we're seeing, right? We're seeing a growth in private sector jobs and a decline in government jobs. So what's happening is the job numbers don't look spectacular, which is irrelevant anyways, because for two reasons. One, because estimates show that we have 2 million less people in the country because of deportations and self-deportations. So what they're there, you would expect less jobs because of that to be created. Secondly, we can see that the jobs are going predominantly to American-born citizens, which under the Biden administration, they were actually going predominantly to foreigners. Third, we can see that these jobs are in the private sector, that there's an increase, and they're being offset by a loss in the public sector, which is good. We want less people working for the government and more people working in the private sector. All of these questions of jobs is irrelevant anyways, because the metric we should look at that would be even better would be labor participation force and real wage growth. In other words, are the people that are working doing better economically? Yes. Under Biden, real wage growth was negative under his 4 years. Under Trump, it's going up precipitously.
You're skipping over like a big factor there.
What's that?
There's the supply shock coming out of COVID.
Based on the lockdowns that people like you endorsed?
I mean, it was global.
Yes.
Yes,
a big global fuck up that people like me were calling out was a terrible idea. Yep. Lockdowns were bad.
Even when lockdowns were lifted, there was still kind of self-isolation.
Because the lockdowns. Because the stigma on the lockdowns. For example, we had people like doctors in the UK admitting we intentionally tried to scare the shit out of people in unethical ways. We should have been more sobering. Yes. Authoritarian, particularly lefty governments around the country, though I'll admit, around the world, right-wingers got involved in this too to some extent, did scare the shit out of people and enforce lockdowns, which led to the exact economic problems I said would happen. So you don't get to say, well, we can't hold Biden accountable because he did the policies that he wanted, which harmed the economy. That's because he made bad decisions.
Biden got us out of COVID.
How? Because he relied on a vaccine that was created under Trump that he cast shade on and said that he wouldn't trust, and Kamala said they wouldn't trust, and then immediately switched to when they won the election, saying
that's a
all
lie,
of our.
Rob.
What were the policies? What was the number one thing that got us out of COVID that Biden did?
Oh, it was the vaccine. But of course,
and when was that created?
The vaccine was created, well, warp speed, I think, what did it come out December 2020?
So then it sounds like Trump got us out of it, according to you.
No, because the distribution of the vaccine was a mess.
Oh, so your argument is when the vaccine came out faster than his opponent said was possible, and they said
think
not
Trump
to
was in a
trust
lab
it.
coat doing it? Come on.
I think Trump's policies are what led to sort of the rapid escalation. And by the way, people like me think that's bad. I actually criticize Trump for that. So you can't say I'm being hypocritical because I think there were all sorts of problems with the vaccine, side effects, etc. And it was released so fast that they weren't honest with it. Nonetheless, if you're going to say vaccine's good, you have to give Trump credit for it. And to say, well, Biden got us out of it
I think Project Warp Speed
because
was
Trump was
actually pretty
basically
good.
getting like, I forget what the metric was, like $1 million a month or something out by the time he left. When Democrats told us not only would that not be possible, it wouldn't be possible to have a vaccine. And then Biden just increased the amount of vaccines was out, and that's him getting us out of it. No, Biden's policies are what we should look at. He embraced these lockdown policies. He did nothing about COVID other than his big achievement was pushing the vaccine that he cast shade on that happened during the Trump administration. And so when we look at the economic fallout, that's on him. Nonetheless,
Hey, Rob, I have a quick econ question. I'm just curious. In a market economy, what signals to producers to increase production?
what signals? Well, there could be a bunch of things. Consumer demand.
Yeah, but how do producers know that? What signals in a market economy? What signals to producers to increase production?
Because they're selling out of stuff. The demand's high.
And what happens if the demand shifts? I'm thinking about a supply and demand curve, Rob.
Right.
What happens? What's
If
the
demand
signal that
goes
producers
down,
use?
less is created.
But what happens if demand increases for a good? How do producers know? What's the signal that signals to them?
If demand increases,
If demand increases, how do producers know to produce more? What's the
because
signal?
it's selling out rapidly.
No,
Okay, then you tell me. I don't know.
price. That's what the market price is. That's what
Well,
Adam Smith said. That's the invisible hand.
But price is affected based on the demand and people buying it. For
Exactly,
example,
exactly.
Okay,
That's the invisible
so then
hand.
it's selling out because people are buying more. Right.
Which increases
is
the
what
price.
I said.
But it's
Right.
the price. No, but it's the price that indicates to producers in a market economy.
Okay, so there's a secondary step, but again, my argument.
So when we were coming out of COVID, how would producers know
if
in a market
people are buying
economy?
a bunch of shit, then retailers increase the price, which signals, oh, our shit's being bought, so we need to produce more.
Yeah.
Okay,
What do
so
you
then
call
I'm not
that?
incorrect in what I say.
What do you call that?
Supply and demand.
When price increases to signal to producers to produce more.
Inflation.
What would you call that? Inflation. Boom.
It's not just all, right? Inflation also has to do with the money supply, etc. Nonetheless, so what?
How much
What's
money
your
was-
argument?
How much money? How much did the money supply increase under?
If your argument is
Trump?
true that it's just that, then you would say inflation's always a good thing, correct?
A little bit of inflation is probably always a good
Oh,
thing.
no.
Especially for
all
people that have
inflation would be
long
good
growth.
because all it is a signal that people want more shit, right?
No, not necessarily. There could be other causes of
because
it.
it's not as simple as the equation that you just outlined.
It could be a supply. Well, no, I mean that is the primary signal that.
So, for example,
if
right, if all of a sudden there was a supply shortage, let's say that all of a sudden there's a famine or whatever, and corn crops die down. We only have 50% of the corn that we had the last year. The price goes up, right?
Yeah,
But it had nothing to do, right, with all of a sudden people were eating more corn.
yeah, exactly.
What do you mean exactly? That disputes your entire argument.
But the price is going up to signal to other producers to enter the market.
And that has nothing to do with what you said, okay?
Yeah, that's signaling to increase
Your
production.
argument
Price
seems
goes
to
up,
be this.
increase
What it
production.
was people
Now,
wanted
if
more
the
shit under
production is
Biden. You
limited-
can't blame Biden because what it was people were buying more shit under him, which instructed people to raise the prices, which instructed more production, right? Well, that could be part of it. Another part could be what you already conceded was the case, that supply chain lockdowns. That would raise the price without consumers buying more.
No, I said a supply shock.
Okay.
In
So
other
you
words,
don't
that, like,
think-
producers all over the world kind of shut down.
Right, supply
and-
chain. Right.
And when inflation happened, that's a signal to producers to increase production.
Okay, yes, and
And then what happened is the inflation went down as production.
so
cost
let me get this
right?
straight. We're
Did inflation
talking
go down under Biden from its peak?
Yes. And so just to be clear, this is what you're saying. So here's the deal. If Biden's policies was like lock everyone down, nothing could be sold for 10 days, right? For a whole month, right? a whole quarter, we'll say, just because they do the economic day. No one could do anything. Then the next month, when prices went through the roof, we'd say, see, that's a good thing. See, people are interested in buying more. And that sends the signal. And so now they're producing more, and that's a good thing. No. Then you make the outlandish argument, did inflation go down from its peak? Yes, which was my argument in the first place. The disastrous lockdown policies that were embraced by the Biden administration and Democrats all the world over, left-wingers embracing it, right? Which was terrible policy. What happened was it led to locking down the world economy, which predictably led to price shocks, right? Your argument is, yeah, but that first year the shocks were brutal, and then they were less brutal year 3 and 4. So here's the example I would give. What if I told you, let's take something that's $1, like a loaf of bread. Hypothetically, let's say the average of a loaf of bread's $1.
I don't know what the last time you went shopping, man.
I'm bad at math, so let's make it nice.
Okay.
So Biden comes into office. Biden comes into office 2021. A loaf of bread's $1. Now let's say there are two scenarios. Scenario one is at the end of, or in both scenarios at the end, the price of bread is $5, right? So Biden comes into office, it's $1. When he leaves, it's $5. In scenario one, it goes up to $5 year one, and then inflation stays 0. Year 2, it's $5. Year 3, it's $5. Year 4, it's $5. In scenario 2, it goes up $1 at a time. Would you say scenario 1, wow, Biden beat inflation? 0% inflation for 3 years.
I mean, in that situation, I'd want to know what caused the supply shock. I wouldn't
say that, but
I wouldn't necessarily attribute something like that to like the president. The president typically doesn't control and. Like,
so the idea, but that's not what you seem to apply earlier. And this is what, by the way, I predicted this early when the lockdowns are happening. It's like, here's what they're going to do. They're going to lock down. They're going to crush the economy, right? Inflation's going to go through the fucking roof. And then they're going to declare victory when 4 or 5 years later, or 3 or 4 years later, all of a sudden the rate of inflation decreases. Right? So now bread costs instead of $1, $3, but the next year it only costs $3.50. And they say, yay, see, we did it. That's what you're doing.
So did Trump beat inflation?
Trump's done a hell of a job. His
economy. Should we have deflation?
No, probably not.
So when he said I'm going to lower prices, that was a lie, right?
I don't think it was a lie. I think it's something that people say. And by the way, he has lowered are egg prices down?
I mean, there was that
energy prices down.
Anything to do with that? Energy
so he did
prices?
lower prices on some things.
On some things.
Okay,
so I don't think
he didn't
Trump
lie.
Did it? I mean, he's not out there working the oil fields.
So nonetheless, so the idea of inflation, I'm no economist. I think that some level of deflation is okay, but you don't want deflation over an extended period of time. But what Trump's done is we can see that there is wage growth and people's net values are up under the Trump administration this second time. Now how do we get on this conversation of the consumer, it's a tax on consumers' tariffs. Doesn't seem that way. Seems that we're getting revenue for our government. And by the way, I was sort of on your side. I wasn't quite on your side because I knew that this would be paid by 3 groups. It'd be paid by the consumer that would charge slightly less to keep the exporter.
96% of the tariffs were passed on to consumers.
Okay, then why isn't inflation much higher?
Like I said, I mean, it could just be that it could be the consumption.
Where's that number come from?
The 96%? There was a study that came out like last week.
Okay, let's see it. I think that study's full of shit because if that was the case, we'd expect to see huge amounts of inflation, seeing as how we see huge amounts of dollars that were raised by the tariffs. Right?
Yeah, hang on. I'm looking up this study.
Could it be that study was wrong? Should we look at the study or the actual numbers that we see that have occurred?
I think this is it. Where do you want me to put this in?
Just put it in the. Can you share screen? Just bring it up. Or just tell me when it's from.
January 19th, 2026.
2026. And what's the abstract? What's the conclusion? Who did it and what's the abstract say?
The Kiel Institute in Germany. And they determined that 96% of the tariffs were passed on to the consumer.
So that means Trump was so good for the economy. He had to be deflationary on the rest of the economy, correct?
I don't know if that would necessarily follow.
How could that be? If the rate of inflation has been better than expected, real wage growth is up, revenues are up, GDP's up. If it's true that all of these tariffs, and we have the revenue we have from tariffs is close to 300 billion, that would have, if 96% of that 300 billion was passed on to the U.S. consumer, we would expect their growth to be down, their net worth to be much further down. And did that say the tariffs were passed on to the United States consumers?
300 billion, that would be 3 divided by, that's like a 1%. It should have added about 1% to inflation.
Okay, so then when inflation's 2.8, the real rate of inflation without tariffs would be 1.8?
Yeah, 2. Yeah, which is 2. It's basically that's the Fed target.
Okay, so
Right?
give it now. The reason that we would worry about inflation is that it would harm consumers, right? It would harm the citizens of this country.
Well, I mean,
For example, if
yeah,
inflation goes up 2%, but the wealth on average of the citizens of this country went up 5% over the same time, that real wage growth would be 3%, which is very good, right?
I don't think the wealth of the population went up that much.
But we could see that real wage growth is up, and it was down under Biden. So that means the rate of growth of the average American minus the rate of inflation is positive. It's doing very good. The opposite was true under Biden.
Yeah, I'd have to. I'd want to dig into. I didn't like.
You want real wage? Do you want me to bring up the real wage growth numbers? I can.
The real wage growth?
Yeah, real wage
yeah,
growth,
I mean,
which is growth
look at
minus
that.
inflation.
I mean, if we're looking at energy prices too, like if you adjust for inflation, gas was cheaper under Biden than it was under Trump in his first term, if you account for inflation. So I don't know what that means.
What would matter at the end of the day is, do people have more money in their pockets? So if we look at real wage growth,
and that's
percentage increase. Let's see. Difficult to find these numbers at point, but I mean,
yeah, that's I didn't come for like an economics debate.
Point is that doom and gloom that we heard, the doom and gloom,
unconstitutional.
the doom and gloom that we heard about tariffs and oh my God, it's going to be disastrous for the American people. That it hasn't came to fruition. The economy's doing quite fucking well, quite well. And almost every conceivable metric, and the predictions now that we see from people like the Atlanta Fed, every time I can show you clip after clip, every time numbers come out, you can see the people on CNBC like, wow, crushed expectations, best deficit numbers we've seen in like 20 years, best fucking wage growth we've seen.
I think there's still some cause to, like I said, I didn't come to like get into an economics debate. I think there's some cause to be concerned about the numbers because like I said, like 60% of the GDP growth was concentrated in 2 sectors, which is healthcare, which is attributable to like an aging population. And 2, it's also attributable to AI.
I don't think GDP is a good metric, to be honest. I don't talk about GDP much, but nonetheless, it's a relevant
metric. It's a metric.
It's, right, but almost every metric's positive right now. That's what I'm saying. Wage growth's positive. Domestic job growth. What's that?
Job growth is down.
More jobs.
Even private job growth is down from 2024.
Well, again, right? That's not always a bad thing, right? Like sometimes we get.
And when you were talking about that, it was because there weren't like government employees. The government, like the number of government employees, has been like stable for like 30, 40 years at like 2 million.
So that's still too many.
Well, if it's been stable, then like you can't say that. Well, all the job growth under Biden was attributable to like him.
No, we can see. You can see what happened was a lot of the job growth under Biden, by the way, was because they lifted lockdowns. So they took jobs away from us and then generously told us we could go back to work and called it job growth. The point I'm making is with the amount of people that have been deporting
2024, 2023. No,
yes, they were still coming back from that. Of course they were. Right, and we can see that many of the jobs that were coming back, if you saw, they were in the public sector. A huge portion of them. Now we see those public sector jobs decreasing. We see more jobs going to American citizens. Right, these are the metrics that matter. Like, I don't give a shit if there's less people. If there were 20 million less people in the country tomorrow, right? A bunch of people just said, not killed or anything, just voluntarily said, we're all moving to France, right? And then we would have less jobs, but labor participation rate would be better. Real wage growth's up. GDP's up. Inflation's stable. Why would it matter? Nonetheless, the point I was trying to make is this was just one point in the tariffs. Trump's team made basically 4 arguments on tariffs. And when we get back to the subject at hand, though I like the little distraction where you can see sort of how the TDS affects there, even when the economy's doing good, he wants
labor force participation. Labor force according to the Fed or the BLS, labor force participation is down from 2024.
Okay, what was the numbers in 2024?
63%.
And what is it now?
Like 60%. Like it dropped down 62.3. So it's down by like a couple percentage. Like
let's
like
look.
0.2, 0.3.
Let's see.
But it was high. It was like 62. It was like averaged. It was like above 62.5 for like 2020, going back to like 2023.
So approximately 62.4 to 62.5 in Q4, 62.4 in Q3.
I'm looking at the month to month.
Yeah, that's, well, quarters, whatever, month to month. Let's see man, I can't spell.
Like it looks like in the past like 5 years, it peaked. Was it like January?
I mean, my
February
numbers, what I'm looking at here, and perhaps this is wrong, it says it's from BLS and Fred. The last Biden quarter, we would say, is Q24, right? Correct?
Q24?
Or Q4 2024. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was 6.25 then.
Yeah, and then I'm showing here there's a big drop in May and June, right? So it was staying like, it was pretty much like 62.5, 62.6. It was like fluctuating, going up a little bit and stuff. And then there's a drop in May, June, and July.
So what I'm seeing is we're talking about like hundredths of a percentage point, 500ths of a percentage point down from Biden. Is that correct?
Well, tenth is like, it looks like on average, looks like about like 0.2% down.
So Q4.
But you said labor participation went up.
I did not. Listen, I said if it's going up.
Said,
but let's look.
Okay.
Q4 for Biden. Biden's last term, it was 62.5. The numbers they're suggesting now so far is 62.45. So it's down 0.05%, right? And every other metric is good. Every other real wage growth's up, right? Like, so the idea that when you're like, well, jobs aren't being created that much, what I'm saying is, yeah, but it's not like all of a sudden we're seeing like, oh, fuck. Like now 10% of our population less is working. That's not what we're seeing. We're seeing it's about the same, and it's within the average fluctuation that we saw with the Biden administration. And yet, despite that, we saw real wage growth go down under Biden and go up under Trump.
But there's 2 reasons to be concerned by, like, when you were talking about like the GDP and the real wage growth. My guess is the real wage growth, if we had to look by sector, my guess would be that it is probably being concentrated in the same factors as the GDP, which would be healthcare and AI, right? People programming and stuff like that. But my concern is that if I suspect there's probably a little bit of a bubble going on with AI, and probably also for healthcare, as we're getting, like, the baby boomers are aging out, so they're consuming more healthcare, which is driving up that in the GDP. When they die off, that's probably going to be a big problem, because, like, never in the history of the U.S. has, like, so much of, like, the wage growth and job growth and everything been focused in, like, 2 sectors.
I don't disagree. I honestly don't disagree with some of the stuff about AI, but it's sort of irrelevant, right? And, like, you could see the same was true trending with sort of jobs, etc., that you saw under Biden. You could say that there were particular industries to concentrate would be different. The point I'm trying to make is the economy is doing great. Being like, well, that's just because of AI, maybe, and maybe later we'll be able to say it was a bubble. That is actually possible, right? But do we credit or blame Trump for where the jobs are going?
I mean, if it's my argument would be that I think tariffs are actually hurting manufacturing, and so if we're seeing growth in, like, AI, but we're seeing a decrease in, like, manufacturing because of the tariffs, I think that leaves us more exposed to, like, if a bubble hits, I think that's going to be more catastrophic.
I think that because
manufacturing jobs are down.
Listen, manufacturing jobs are slightly down, but I think that what you're seeing is that was a trend that was continuing that we've seen over the past 30 years. Trump's attempt to have beneficial trade deals that are going to take time for those manufacturing jobs to come back. We may see, if the Supreme Court doesn't overrule these tariffs, in a year's time that those manufacturing jobs are precipitously up. There is a trend without bucking the trend, and this is what Trump's trying to do within the confines of what he thinks are constitutional, trying to have a radical change in what our economy does. Because would you acknowledge this, that the trend that had been going for the past 30 years, at least since 1990, since the end of the Cold War, was that manufacturing is being hollowed out in this country?
No, not necessarily.
I think so. I think that
manufacturing productivity has been going up.
Well, the productivity, yes, that's true. But the point that I'm trying, when I say hollowed out,
the workforce, the jobs plateaued, and like they started plateauing like at like the end of the 90s, mostly attributable like to technological.
Right. And so what I'm saying hollowed out, what I mean is the amount of people that are employed in the manufacturing sector, and more importantly, how lucrative that is. We used to have access to the middle class because we had all of these cool manufacturing jobs. Those are gone. Like, then towns like where I live have been hollowed out because of this. And we have so many things in this country now that we rely for basic necessities on foreign people, including foreign adversaries. For example, simple antibiotics, microchips, ammunition, etc. We rely on from China. So ridiculously so, would you acknowledge that it looks like the Chinese government was involved in some shady way with the creation of the pandemic?
That they were involved in the creation?
Yeah, no. Yes. You don't think it most likely came from a lab in Wuhan?
I don't think that it came from a lab in Wuhan, no.
Okay, I think it did. But regardless, even if you don't think that, would you acknowledge that the duplicity and sort of lying of the Chinese government at the onset could have contributed to the virus spreading?
Yeah, I would concede that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so wouldn't it be ridiculous?
I think it was embarrassing for him, and that's why they didn't
All right,
do it.
even if that's the case, wouldn't it be
and
ridiculous?
even if it did come from a lab, I'll give you another concession. If it came from a lab, my position would be that it wasn't like intentional.
Okay,
that it was
irrelevant to my point.
Because it was like, from what I've heard, is like the collection techniques of like when they go into the caves and get like the bats and stuff. My understanding is that they like use like zero PPE, and so I think it's possible there was like an accidental exposure via that.
Okay, it's irrelevant to my irrelevant to my point. The fact that it came from this country and probably they had some degree in not it just being an accident, but their purposeful decisions helping lead to the spread. It's absurd that we then have to rely on them for things like PPE and antibiotics. That's a bad idea. And so what the Trump administration's trying to do is saying like, look, the United States was the clear hegemon after the end of the Cold War. In fact, they invented a term. They invented a term called hyperpower. That's how far ahead the United States was the hegemon to anyone else. And what happens is, economically and militaristically, that's waned. And now we're still the superpower, but it's getting closer. China's getting closer, blocks of country are getting closer. And so we will never have a better, and if that trend continues, eventually you'll see at best a bipolar world. So what Trump's trying to do is saying like, listen, the idea of the United States chief exports basically being dollars, we need to have a radical shift. And that radical shift needs to be to say, look, we need things like manufacturing. We need basic necessities that we're relying on other countries to be made in the United States. We need to reduce trade deficits. Now, you may agree or disagree, and I'll go a step further. Then let me finish. That doesn't mean that his policies will achieve that. But that's the idea. That's what he's trying to do. We'll see. I was skeptical of tariffs as well. But I don't think that it's as you're saying, that it's just like this guy's just some fucking asshole and intentionally violating the Constitution. They see an emergency. They see something that's like, if this doesn't change, we're fucked. Because trying to deal with it 5-10 years from now is going to be a weaker negotiating position for the United States. So now is a key time to have these radical changes when it comes to economic policy and it comes to military alliances, etc.
But see, Rob, what you're saying though is completely different. Like, you're saying, look, we need to have these things. There's national security purposes. Tariffs increase prices. That's a fact. That's just what happens. So tariffs increase prices. So when you implement a tariff, like for a national security purpose, the calculation that's being made there is saying, like, look, we're going to harm our economy in order to achieve this other goal. That's the calculation that's going on. But that's not what Trump is saying. Trump is saying, we're gonna like we're gonna negotiate trade deals with everyone.
Real quick, when you say that increases prices and that harms the economy, explain the thought process of that. That's because people have less value with their money because they're forced to pay more?
What happens is that when you go to buy a widget, people only have a finite amount of money, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if things cost more because of tariffs, that reduces the amount that they can consume.
Okay, so then you would also acknowledge that any tax increase is also the intentional harming of the economy.
Possibly, but not all taxes are equal.
You would have to say yes.
Yeah,
Anything that leads to less. Okay, so just to be clear, as a Democrat, you'll acknowledge that the Democrats, when they suggest tax increases, are actually, and I'm quoting you now, intentionally harming the economy.
Yeah, for other purposes. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what
you got to pay for roads,
which
could, because it could be the case. It could be the case that you're harming certain sectors, but overall you're creating more, right?
So then
because you can charge a tax to like create roads, right? However, roads increase economic activity. So actually, by taxing that, by doing that tax, you're actually not.
That's irrelevant
in a sense,
because you can take
because in a sense you're hurting the economy, but it's resulting. It could be the case that for every dollar that you tax, you actually create like $1.50 of economic.
Same
activity.
could be true of tariff surplus.
How?
The exact same mentality. Because all you're saying is when you institute a tax, the government gets the money. And yes, that's intentionally hurting the economy, but the government could use that money in making the economy more productive. That's your argument, right?
Yeah, there could be certain things, and not all taxes are equal.
Okay, so then you could say when the government tariffs, it's intentionally hurting the economy, but they could use the revenue from the tariffs to help the economy. Same argument.
No, because not all taxes are equal.
What? Irrelevant.
No, that's not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant to the argument. Now the principle of what you said is taxation or all taxation is the intentional harm of the economy. But you could use the revenue from taxation to benefit the economy. Now you're saying, but not all taxes are equal. Right. For example, there could be bigger taxes and there could be less taxes.
No. I'm saying like a dollar of a tariff is not the same as like a dollar of like a sales tax, or it's not the same as. But no, it's not. I mean, the revenue is, but there's other factors that go into it, right? Because, for instance, a dollar of income tax for a corporation, right? If they take that money and they reinvest it on their own, that actually doesn't cause any additional revenue for the government, right?
I mean, it's irrelevant to the
point.
But
a tariff, you can't get around it.
It's irrelevant to the point that at the end of the day, the government gets X amount of dollars, right? They could get that through tariffs. They could get it through bond. There's a lot of ways the government could get
tariffs.
money.
But the problem is like tariffs are inherently.
Let me finish. And so the idea, the reason we're on this, by the way, the reason we're on this is because you seem to make like this moral claim. You're like, fair enough, Trump wants to do that, but this is him intentionally harming the economy. But so is every taxation.
No,
like Bernie, if Bernie Sanders is in here, right, and he says, I want to raise taxes 50%, I would say me and you would both say that's the intentional harming of the economy. The difference is you would say, let me finish. The difference is you would say, but that's for a good reason. He's doing it for a good reason, and he's directing those taxes at the right people. That's what you would say. Nonetheless, it would be the intentional harming of the economy.
No.
Yes.
What I said is that when you do tariffs for national security purposes, doing a tariff because there's a trade deficit is not to negotiate a trade deal. That's not like creating like value for the country. Right? That's especially because we don't have any trade deals. There's no trade deals that have come out of it.
That's not true. That's not true. Right?
It is true that we don't have any trade deals.
Was there value for the country? Did we get revenue?
We got revenue.
Is our trade deficit down?
But also, Rob, tariffs are inherently like not transparent.
I mean, again,
they're not transparent for the consumer.
What you keep doing, it's impressive. What you keep doing is moving the goalposts. You say something, I'm like, but is that how it's played out? And you're like, well, let me give you another issue. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I'm sympathetic to the idea of whether or not tariffs were a good idea. I actually thought it'd be much worse, but the results thus far have been pretty good, right? When I outline like the theory of Trump, you seem to have some sort of moral impugning of him. Like, yes, but this is the intentional harming of the economy. My mere point is, so is every time the Democrats increase taxes, which you're in favor of. right? You say, yeah, but I think they're doing it the right way. It doesn't matter. The moral proclamation of you saying this is Trump intentionally harming the economy. It's not. Trump feels that his policies are benefiting the economy. And largely they are in totality.
That's questionable. Look,
okay, is the economy better now than it was under Joe Biden?
I don't think so.
What metric isn't it?
I told you. I said. I think a growing proportion of our labor force and our GDP are being, and probably wage growth, if we look into the sectors, are being concentrated in two sectors, which are definitely bubbles. I mean, the healthcare is going to be a bubble.
Let's say that's true. But then it would be bad for the future.
Baby boomers are aging out.
You're predicting it would be bad in the future, but you have no proof of it. But right now, are Americans doing better economically?
Baby boomers are going to die. They're not going to live forever.
Are Americans doing better economically than they were under Biden?
I don't think so.
I
don't know.
What metric aren't they?
Is it consumer confidence is down?
What confidence isn't how they're doing. Show me the metric. Is their wages up? Are their wages up?
They're doing.
Are their wages up?
From 2 days ago, consumer confidence is at the lowest from 2014.
Are their wages up?
Are their wages up?
Are their wages up?
Real wages. Let me look. Real wage growth. But like I said, I would want to dig into that to see how, like, where, because if AI people are making more. Your claim that I predict that this will be a bubble that collapses. I say, fair enough, maybe. But right now, how are they doing? You saying, well, in the future, maybe poorer because it might be in industries that'll have a bubble. Yeah, but that's not what we're looking at right now. I mean,
inflation's down. The rate of inflation's down. Wage growth's up.
But it's going at like a normal pace. It's not like booming, right? And like I said, I'd want to dig into the numbers to see where those sectors are, because my guess is it's probably going to be focused the same place.
It's irrelevant to the question of how they're doing now. Let's say that all of it is in niche sea cucumber hunting. Can you believe it? We've created 10 million jobs in sea cucumber hunting, and it's not sustainable. And yet, this quarter, if the numbers show, wow, wages are up 4%, you would say for this quarter, they've done very well. I just think in the future, it will be a mistake.
Well, I'm also saying that, like, if it's not 10 million, okay, let's use your example. What is it? 10 million people in sea cucumber harvesting or whatever have a great quarter, right? But everybody else has a bad quarter. That could still cause, if the quarter for them is really good, it actually could distort the picture and obscure the fact that, like, what's labor
you
workforce,
have no,
like
you have no
170
evidence.
million?
You have no evidence. You're just talking out your ass. You're like, well, hypothetically, it could be. The economy's doing better now than it was.
I mean, you don't know how the real wage growth is.
Yes, I know that the metrics that we're using.
I provided a rationale for why
I'm looking at data.
Those two
I'm looking at data. You're looking at, like, well, maybe there are some insane reasons that the data is skewed to the point where almost everyone's doing, or the vast majority of people are doing poorer economically, but a handful of people are doing much better. I don't see any proof of that. All right, so the point I was trying to make, if we get back to this, is we got all into this because of, like,
private education and health services, and leisure and hospitality is up. But
what's the relevance of it? It's irrelevant to how people are doing now. Now, the reason we got onto this,
because I'm saying that not everybody works in healthcare.
Right. Okay, so do you
professional
trust
business services?
Do you trust?
Down,
do you trust
manufacturing's down?
Do you trust any of the economic numbers under Biden?
Retail trade is down.
Do you trust any of the economic numbers under Biden?
Yeah. Construction's down.
Why?
Transportation, warehousing's down.
Why don't we look at, okay, under Biden, the jobs are created. What sectors were
wholesale trade is down.
Under Biden, and what sectors were the jobs created?
I have to
wait, you trust the number. Tell me. Go ahead, go through like you're doing now. Wholesale, manufacturing. Go ahead, tell me.
No,
go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Rob, I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you.
Tell me where they came from.
I'll explain. Well,
tell me where they came from. Oh, you don't know. You don't know. You trust the numbers under Biden and you have no fucking clue. I'll say the same thing. Oh, when Biden's last year, when it looked like, jobs are being created and it looked like that wage growth was going up in the last year, maybe it was just wage growth in one sector. And
you didn't even know.
All the other sectors, maybe they weren't growing. Maybe that's what happened. So now I don't trust when you tell me what the consumer confidence was or what the wage was. I don't trust any of those numbers because, after all, maybe it's just one sector influencing those. Maybe. That could be. You have to acknowledge that's true, right? You have to acknowledge.
It's possible, but I don't think there was good evidence of it.
Okay. How do you know? You have no clue.
Because those sectors have been growing for the past year as a chunk of our GDP.
Okay, what percentage is the sector's gone up as a percent of GDP? First off, GDP is not a metric.
By the way,
I want you to tell me the numbers. Tell me the numbers. Tell me the numbers.
No. Okay, I'll look up the numbers. Because I'm actually looking it up to see, because I don't want to talk on my ass.
As we admitted, GDP is irrelevant. I want you to show me these numbers. Here's the numbers I want. Show me what people are making wage growth and that it is down for people that aren't in healthcare or tech. Show me that. Then show me that that's a bigger portion of the pie than those that increased in those. That's what you have to show me. Show me.
Go. There you go. BLS.
I can't see anything.
It's in the chat.
What chat?
The StreamYard chat.
Okay. Now, what this is going to show me, I don't, how the hell do I bring up StreamYard chat? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
No. I don't know how to.
Is it in, did you send it?
Oh, there we go. I got to do this.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You got it?
The top or the bottom one? Now, what's this going to show me?
Over month to month. Look what's down. Retail trade is down. Construction
That's not
down.
their wages. That's not their wages. That's not their wages. That's not their wages.
Yeah, it is.
This is their wages.
Employment and average hourly earnings by industry for all employees December 2025 seasonally adjusted. Bubble size represents employment level in thousands. So what's the biggest one? Private education and health services. Exactly what I said. That's also one of the biggest growths. The other is...
What's this compared to?
Month over month.
But over what month? So over the previous month?
Over the month employment change.
Over the previous month?
Yeah.
Okay, show me between now to Biden's last time. That's what's relevant.
Wait. Because before when you kept talking about wage growth, you didn't even know how this broke out. I had to ask you. I gave you my assumption. What was my assumption? My assumption was it's probably concentrated in healthcare and AI. I don't see where AI. I don't know what that would be. That might be captured in financial activity.
What are you talking about?
Or possibly
that's
other
not
services?
the question. That's not the question at hand. The question at hand isn't where the jobs were created. The question at hand is you're making an assumption, despite the fact that data tells us that real wage growth's up for the majority of Americans on average. You're like, I assume it's actually down because it's up so grotesquely for people in AI and healthcare that it's probably down for everyone else, which is a majority of people. I think that's absurd.
What does
and
it
even
show?
your data here seems to suggest that's the case, because if we look at it, we don't see that these big numbers where there's employment are so huge that they're up, right? I don't even see where this speaks to a change.
It's the left to right.
No, that speaks to the change of the. That speaks to the change of the job, but not to the change of salary.
Do you see where it says manufacturing? Hover over manufacturing.
Okay.
What does it say? Average hourly earnings, $36.07. Over month employment change in thousands, -8.
What does that have to do with have their wages gone down?
Hourly average earnings, that's
$36.7 or $36.07.
More people.
What was it when Biden was in office?
I don't know, Rob.
Oh,
you didn't know this.
The question.
But no, Rob. No, the question is why did you pull that number out? Why did you pull that number out without knowing it for Trump? And then you turn around like, what is it for Biden? I don't know. This is
real wage growth. That's the number. I brought up real wage growth.
Yeah.
Okay. You've provided me evidence that has nothing to do with that. You're like, well, I don't trust real wage growth because here's maybe what's happening. That the jobs that were created, their wages have gone up so much, their wages have gone up so much that actually the majority of people's wages maybe went down. And so the only sector that's really seeing wage increases is probably tech and healthcare. But you've provided no evidence on the changes of wages of anyone at all.
No, but my assumption, first off, I explained to you what my assumption was, and then I went through and I checked, and yeah, the wage growth was the growth in industries, and the wage growth is all in that.
No, again, this doesn't speak. Let's assume that and again, what we can see here, I'll see if I could share this for people. What we can see here is it's not as clear cut as what you're saying. It's not like the implication is you're saying all the jobs went here. The data is clear.
No,
the data is clear
said
that
it
real
could be
wages
skewed
is
that
up.
way.
It's so clear. I don't know. Even your metric here, what you're showing, it doesn't show
Okay.
that the majority of jobs created were AI, does it?
Rob,
Does it?
Let's go back to your example. Let's go back to your example where you have 10 million sea cucumber farmers. Let's say they have a really, really good quarter and all of them make $10 trillion. Okay. They all make $1 trillion, right? So now you have 10 million by 10 trillion was
Prove that's happening.
gazillion dollars or whatever.
Prove that's
right?
happening.
No, but I'm saying, but if everybody else goes down, right?
Prove that's happening.
The net could still be positive, but that's
Prove
it.
that's happening. Show me any
I-
data whatsoever that suggests any of that. That's even a remote possibility. The only thing you've provided me was data on where jobs are being created. The thing you sent me doesn't even say AI. This is where the majority of jobs are being created, right? It doesn't say that. It says the majority of jobs.
know where that would be.
Number one is leisure and hospitality. Number 2 would be private education and health services. Number 3 would be financial activities. Number 4 would be other services. Number 5 would be utilities. Number 6 is information. Number 7 is mining. Number 8 is wholesale trade, right? And when we look where
those
the
are all down.
wages are, when you look at the average wage there, which is $37.02, that's the total private job wage, right? See that?
Yeah, I guess.
That's what that
Yeah.
line is. I'm
I'm
guessing.
sorry, I'm looking for something else that you're asking for because I didn't come
Now,
prepared
when we
to
see
debate
that, it
the
turns out
economics.
that the jobs that were lost, most of them are jobs that are above that line. So this seemed, if what we would be talking about would be, if it's just the high paying jobs that we're creating and that's skewing the data, why is it that most of the jobs above average are actually lost? And yet wages still go up. The chart you have shown me does not speak to wages at all. At all. Now we can move on from this if you want, but do you even deny this?
Yeah, it shows that the most of the wage growth is happening. Most of the growth for businesses and stuff is happening in medical.
Show
This is
me
what I
where it
said.
shows
And-
most of the wage growth is at.
Because that's where the growth is.
Show
and
me
that's where
that is not true. Okay, so just to be clear, here's health or private education and health services. So not just
Rob,
health.
I think first off,
you acknowledge that? You
I think-
acknowledge it says private
I think this is
education
a
and
waste
you
of time
acknowledge
for
it says
the
private
debate.
education and health services?
I think this for Rob. I think
You
this is a
acknowledge
waste
it
of
says
time for
private
the debate.
education and health services?
Rob, I moved off of that because you asked
You,
me to look up
you
something else that
acknowledge
you
that
didn't
it
know.
says private. No, you made a claim. You wanted to keep talking about it. Now we're talking about it. You acknowledge that it says two things are lumped into that: private education and health services.
Hang on, Rob.
You
I'm
acknowledge
looking
that
for
says
this for you.
private education and health services, correct?
Yes, it says private education.
Okay,
health
thank
services.
you so
Yes.
much. It was very difficult to get there. Thank you so much. So, what we can see is that bubble that was the most jobs created wasn't just health services, it was also private education, right? So, those two combined, it's like, sure, that's slightly the biggest jobs that were created last month, slightly above, or what's actually number 2. Actually, in front of that, we see leisure and hospitality, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were incorrect that it was health services and AI were number 1. Not true. Leisure and hospitality was number 1, right? And all of this is a red herring that has nothing to do with any of this. Wage growth's up. You're just like, well, hypothetically, what if it's this? That all these people in healthcare and the jobs that are being created the most, they're all making so much more money. Even if that's the case, the economy's doing precipitously better.
Yeah, but Rob, is it unreasonable to think that if 60% of the GDP growth is in AI and healthcare, that most of the wage growth is in those two sectors as well? Is that unreasonable to you?
No, it is unreasonable.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's unreasonable?
Yeah, it's unreasonable to say. It might be most of the wages created are there, but as far as the
60%
wage,
of the
as far
entire
as the wage,
GDP.
as far as the wage growth, it doesn't draw a direct line to that. And it is not as if you're saying what percentages of jobs are AI and healthcare that have been created or that are being had right now. That's what's important.
I'd have to look that up, Rob.
You have no fucking clue.
I didn't come, Rob. I made an educated guess. Okay,
Oh,
which you don't even know. So
Give
I don't
me-
even
give
know
me
why
the
you're getting on my
educated
case. You're the one who brought up. You're the one who brought up real GDP growth or real wage growth. And when I asked you by sector, you didn't know. So why I don't know why you're jumping on my case about it.
You are absolutely right. A metric
Yeah.
that almost no one keeps, I didn't know. Why? What's the relevance? I talked about the country as whole, real wage growth being up. You're like, but you can't tell me how much real wage growth's up in mining.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt. I guess there's a problem on your side, Rob.
I think I got it. When I switched screens, they couldn't hear, but I think I got it.
Oh, you got it now? Okay.
Let me know, audience, if you could hear me. But okay. I do appreciate it.
Naughty Germ just sent 5-2 to let us know. Thank you. And just actually a quick time check. We are just 5 minutes past the 2-hour mark.
Okay.
To let you guys know. You guys want to keep going?
I think we should move to...
I'm willing to move on. I just want to say, for example, that for this, real quick to finish on this. I know it's not germane, even though you're the one who brought it up. According for your interpretation to be true, let's just take healthcare. We would have to have way more people in healthcare now, right, than we had under the Biden administration for that to heavily skew real wage growth, correct?
Maybe, not necessarily.
What matters isn't how many jobs have been created. What matters is what percentage of each sector the jobs are in, correct?
That's a factor. That's a variable.
Do you have any guess of what percentage of U.S. jobs are in some form of healthcare?
Any guess?
Yes.
My guess would be if I had to guess, okay, I would probably match pretty close to the. I would probably say around 20 or 30%?
30%. Yeah, try 11.
I said 20 to 30. That was my guess.
Right. And what do you think it was under Biden? Because it's such a disaster that these jobs have been created so crazy under Trump just in healthcare. Not like under Biden. What do you think it was under Biden?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Maybe it was, if you said that it's 11, if you said it's 11% now, under Biden, I mean, if we're thinking about it at the beginning,
because it's grown massively, right? So what would you guess?
If it's grown massively, I don't know, maybe 12%, 13%, maybe.
So you think there were more healthcare jobs under Biden than there are under Trump?
Possibly because of COVID.
So just to be clear, your entire argument here is we shouldn't trust Trump's wage growth numbers because of the mass increase of healthcare jobs, and yet you think there are less a percentage of healthcare jobs under Trump than there were Biden.
No, because I said the real wage growth could be concentrated in that sector, Rob. Yeah, I mean, you understand this, right?
I mean, would it matter even if it was concentrated at that? I mean, I don't know what to say.
I don't even know why we're talking about real wage growth. This doesn't even have anything to do with tariffs.
But your point was you talked about job growth when pointing to the fact that it could be that wages are centered there. It was 10.8 under Biden. The whole argument, you don't have any proof. You're making a claim without any proof whatsoever. You're just talking out your ass. You're like, well, we shouldn't trust the wage growth numbers because it could be that average people in almost every job sector are struggling. So 90% of the country is struggling more. But the 10% in healthcare, holy fuck, their wages have went up by 1,000 times. That's hypothetically possible, right, Rob? I mean, yes, it's hypothetically possible, but there is no evidence to suggest that's the case.
Rob. Do you smoke weed or something?
No.
Okay, you should take a gummy or something like that to chill, okay?
Don't tell me to chill.
Look, what I was saying was that I know for a fact that healthcare and AI have been growing as a percentage of the GDP, okay, over time. It's at the high. Those two sectors, they were not 60% of the economy under Biden. And that's 60% of the GDP growth. Is
healthcare and tech?
Sectors. Healthcare and AI account for about 60% of GDP. I want to say one of them's 40% and one of them's 20%. And I'm saying if we're extrapolating from that single data point, right? Because I think it's fair to do, right? Because you quoted the GDP, that the GDP was so good. We're extrapolating from that. Okay.
I didn't quote. I specifically, yes, I did say GDP is good. I said it's a metric that I put almost no stock in. So interesting that's where your focus would be.
My focus is that if you're looking at that, okay, and we're saying, okay, well, where are the gains in the economy going? Is it reasonable to think that the gains in the economy are going to the people that are employed in the sectors of the economy which are experiencing the most growth? Is that reasonable to you, Rob? Or is that
No.
unreasonable?
I think
That's
that,
not reasonable.
I think even if it was reasonable, the idea that we're talking about on averages, right? The mean, that if there was all the jobs are going there and it's increasing, right? And their wages are getting better, that's still good for the country. Right now, we'd say that's still good. The only way
Even
you're
if
like,
it's
here's how averages
only
work.
10% of the
Here's
country?
how averages work, right?
Even if it's
Like,
only 10%, 11%.
If a team, for example, in baseball, averages hitting 300, 3 out of 10 times they're up to bat, they get a hit, right?
Yeah.
Correct? And let's say that every
batter.
player bats 300. So that's the average, and that's what every player bats, right? And next year, I'm like, wow, this team's doing much better. They're now averaging 400. And your argument's like, yeah, but that's because one of the players is batting 1,000. And actually, the rest of the players went down. That's your argument, correct?
I'm saying
Hypothetically possible, no anecdotal evidence that speaks to that.
I'm saying
would have to
without looking at the underlying data, we can't say one way or the other.
And I also think you're full of shit. I can't find the AI numbers right now. Your argument is that healthcare and AI are responsible for, quote, 65% of our GDP.
No, I said about 60%.
60%.
It's like 58, I think, percent. It's a little under 60.
Okay, I would love to see that, because
number.
healthcare, the number I'm looking at is about 18%. So that would mean AI makes up about 40% of our GDP?
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe. Let's see.
One's like 40, one's like 20%.
I find that hard to believe.
Exactly. Yes. That's why I'm saying, like, hey, there might be something more deeply going on here. Yes, 40% is a massive number.
Some estimates put AI spending of GDP around 1%. Less than 5%. Less than 5% of current share in GDP is the numbers I'm reading. So I mean, those are wildly
something else.
Those seem to be wildly different. You're suggesting it's close to 40%, and the numbers I'm looking at say it's between 1 and 5%. I think it's insane to think that our entire GDP, that 60% of it's healthcare and AI. That sounds absurd.
Is it? When you look at the S&P 500, like almost all of the growth.
Just prove it. Show me the numbers.
What are the biggest like the top 5 companies in the S&P 500?
Doesn't matter.
In the U.S. economy. What are the top 5?
60% of the economy. Go ahead. Show the numbers. All I'm asking is show the numbers. Just show the numbers. I don't care what the S&P says. Your argument was that between healthcare and AI, it's 60% of GDP. Show me.
The market cap of NVIDIA, which would you classify NVIDIA as an AI company?
I don't know. I think NVIDIA has a bunch of things, right? AI might be a portion of it. It doesn't matter. I want you to show me. I don't want you to show me the market cap. I want you to show me GDP.
Market cap is 4.7 trillion.
I want you to show me
Alphabet.
GDP. I want you to show me GDP. I don't want you to show me how much companies are valued at. Irrelevant. I want you to show me GDP.
But the growth of these companies, that's where it's all.
I want you to show me that it is 40% of GDP. Show me. You're saying, but look, they're making a bunch of money. Cool. And show me that it's 40% of GDP.
I'm sorry, Speakeasy, though. I'm like having to Google here stuff for Rob because he wanted to talk about the economy. I'm sorry, Speakeasy.
You keep making claims. From CNBC, Bede found that without making any adjustments for imports, AI-related components seem to have added 90 basis points, or 0.9, to real GDP going into the third quarter under Trump. So one, even if it's true that it would be 40%, it's only increased 0.9 under Trump, which means you would have to criticize Biden as well. And second, what it's suggesting here is the number's nowhere fucking what you're suggesting.
No, there's varying estimates. I'm seeing between 20 and 40%.
Show me.
Of GDP.
Show me. I don't believe you. I believe you're reading things incorrectly. And I think this speaks to sort of it's a meta conversation, but it speaks to the entire debate.
Okay, without delving into these articles, because I looked this up like a couple months ago. Oh, that 0.1%. That's saying how much has AI increased.
Correct. That's what I said.
No, but that's not the AI companies. That's saying like
your argument is
no, Rob. What you're reading there, you're talking about from the Fed, right? Where it says tracking AI contribution to GDP growth. That's saying if Ford starts to implement AI, how much is that going to increase them? Well, if it's a representative sample, it's going to increase Ford's productivity by 0.1%.
I don't understand what you just said. What that number is suggesting is 0.9% in increase in GDP.
That's in companies. That's the productivity increase. That's the estimate of the productivity increase in the companies, not the AI companies themselves.
Okay, so the AI,
you get the difference, right?
I'd say the productivity increase would be the increase that it has to GDP.
No. Okay, what they're saying is, okay, let's say Ford. Keep the number simple. Let's say Ford as a company. They contribute $5 to the GDP.
Okay.
Ford implements AI in their business. Now, what is their GDP? 5.01 to GDP. Okay. But that's not saying how much. That doesn't mean that the AI companies, right, that are selling the services, that's not how much they are contributing to the GDP. That's a totally separate thing, right?
I would strongly suggest, despite the slight degree of, you'd say, semantics, the idea that their productivity's gone up 0.9%, but their share of GDP's gone up like 40% seems nonsensical.
Yes, that's why I think it's a bubble.
Show me the GDP. It's 40% of GDP. Show me. Should be easy. You've read it.
Yeah, I didn't write it down for this debate because I was going to talk to you about tariffs, but you don't want to talk about that.
What I'm seeing is, it's hard to find the numbers. What I'm seeing is, according to CNBC, the contribution to U.S. GDP growth from AI CAPEX, Q1 to Q3 2025, Q over Q percent net average. GDP categories below roughly map to AI and AI imports. Not all spending in these categories that is likely to be associated with AI. So components and peripheral equipment is 0.5% of our GDP. Then we have communication equipment, electronical transmission distribution, and industrial apparatus, 0.07% of GDP. Data center structure, 0.03% of GDP. Power and communicative structure, 0.02% of GDP. Software IP, 0.39% of GDP. R&D IP, 0.13% of GIP. Now, I'm no mathematician, but when I add all those up, that comes in at about 0.7% of our GDP.
So
now, there was also in GDP change, negative 0.6 in AI-related imports, computers, peripherals, and parts, semiconductors, and related devices, telecommunication. That's negative 0.67. So this is the metrics that it's changed from when Trump came in to now. The total change in AI, it's saying in GDP it's actually, if you factor in the import loss of GDP being negative 0.67, it about breaks even. It's about 0.02 higher. Nonetheless, it's hard to find these specific. You are making outlandish claims. Claims that 40% of our entire GDP is AI. I'd like to see a proof. I'd like to see anything that remotely suggests that, because I know you're reading the numbers wrong. And I'll eat fucking crow if I'm wrong. I really will. It would be shocking. And I do think there's an AI bubble, but I don't think it's that fucking big.
Well, I mean, you agree that you were reading the 0.9% number wrong, right?
No, I think that what the 0.9% is what I just read there. That it's the AI's increase, their market cap increase that they've had.
No, it's not the market cap increase. That's how much productivity AI technology.
Beat found that
to
without
existing
making
companies.
any adjustment for imports, AI-related components seem to have added around 90 basis points or 0.9 to real GDP growth on average between the first and third quarter. So the number I'm reading says this is quite literally how much they've added to real GDP. So I think you're mistaken. I don't think I'm reading that number wrong.
There's an Economist article here, but it's behind a paywall that gives that they give the 40% number, and that makes
don't
sense
believe
because
you.
that's where I read the
I don't believe you. I don't believe that Economist says that 40%
And there's
of our
AI
current
capital
GDP.
expenditures.
I don't believe you. But link it and I'll see if I can get behind the paywall. I don't believe you.
And just
Did you put it in our chat?
stepping in quick as like a viewer listening. If we could like kind of explain how this goes back to Trump not respecting the Constitution.
Yeah, I
find
find this meta conversation more interesting. People are saying, I'm just reading what people are saying. People are looking at it in my chat. They're reading the AI usage is up 55% with people, but GDP it only went up 0.8%.
No, it's. I mean, if you look at the market caps of the companies, they're all like.
Show me. Why is it so hard to find this? Like it doesn't exist. I'm telling you, you're reading this wrong. Here's what you're trying to say. 40% of the growth of our GDP came from AI. That's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
No, that's different than what you've been saying the whole time, that 40% of our total GDP is AI. Those are two completely different claims.
92% of U.S. GDP growth in the first half of 2025 was attributed to investment in AI data centers and supporting technology, according to Harvard economist Jason Furman.
Okay, where does that say that 40% of our GDP is AI?
I mean, that's higher than what I said. I think that's probably an overestimation from what I've seen.
Where does that say? So let me ask you this, right? How much growth have we had in GDP? Let's take that number. How much growth have we had in GDP since Trump came in?
Nominal GDP was about 2.9. We'll call it 2.9.2.
Okay, 2.9.2 increase, right?
No, 2.9.2 was the nominal GDP.
Okay, what was it in 2.92? What was it in 2024?
Probably not. That was 2024. It was 2.9.
Okay, what is it in 2025?
29.2.
29.2 is what you said.
About 31 trillion. If Google's AI, because I'm not digging through like Fed stuff for this.
Okay.
So about $2 trillion, and what I'm saying is that out of that $2 trillion increase, 40% of that was AI, and 20% of that was healthcare.
Oh, sneaky. Now, one last thing. And that number in 2024, the 2.92.
That's a GDP growth.
2.92 and 2.92 trillion, you said was GDP, correct? Under the Biden administration last year?
Yes.
And that's gone up to like
29.2.
29.2, and that's gone up to what, 30?
About 31.
Okay, so it's gone up 2, right? Okay, how much of that 29.2 do you think was AI of GDP under Biden? Take a guess.
I have no idea.
Do you think it was 30%, 35%?
It was lower than what it is right now. I'll tell you that.
That's not an answer.
No, that's my point.
No, the point is, and let me illustrate just so everyone can see. And you know the truth because you're trying to get slimy now. The truth is he is conflating
this has
growth.
always been my
He is that is not. It is not.
I've
that
always
is not.
said
I
growth.
asked you.
I've always said
that
growth.
is not
I've always
true.
said growth.
That is absolutely not true. That is absolutely not true. He is lying to you.
Roll
he
it
is
back.
Absolutely.
Roll it back. I said 60% of the growth has been concentrated in two sectors.
That is a lie.
That's absolutely.
That is
that's
absolutely a
absolutely
lie.
what I said.
I
That's
asked you.
absolutely what I said.
I asked you point blank. What percent of our GDP do you think? You said it's 60%. Our GDP is 60% healthcare and AI. It said 60% healthcare and AI. That is not what you may have said growth at one point, but when we started talking about it specifically, you repeatedly over and over and over and over and over said 60% of our GDP is AI and healthcare. That's what you said over and over.
We've always been talking about the growth, Rob.
That is bullshit. And I even said, I was like, the problem is you're conflating growth with GDP. That's what you're conflating.
Because when you talk about the GDP grew at like 4.5%, you're talking about the growth.
That's what you're talking about. Everyone can see it. You're lying.
That's what you're talking about.
You said the GDP, and I even read you. Listen, then why would I read the GDP of healthcare is 11% now, and it was 10.8% under Biden. Remember when I read that?
Yeah, sure.
And you said. You were like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kidding. I said, this is what the GDP of healthcare is. It was like around 19%, correct? That's the total GDP, not the growth of healthcare. You said yes. And the other one's 40. Those numbers were talking about the actual GDP of healthcare. And I said, I find it ridiculous that you're claiming that 60% of our total economy is AI and healthcare. I know you said that's ridiculous.
I said the growth.
I don't care.
You're talking about the real wage growth. That's growth, Rob.
People can go back and look that you're lying.
60% of the GDP growth is no. I've always said.
People can go back. You're lying. I don't know what to say.
You misunderstood me, Rob. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't a misunderstanding. We clearly went through this over and over and over. Clearly. Like, and it to waste my time with just this blatant fucking lie is ridiculous. You made a mistake. Right, you were talking like you made the claim that 60% of our total GDP is healthcare and AI, and that you made a fucking mistake. That's growth. What you did. But instead,
maybe you didn't hear me say growth. Maybe my mic cut out. I don't know. But I said GDP growth.
I don't know. We're gonna go back afterwards. Nonetheless, let's get to the point on the tariffs thing, which I tried to get to.
Okay, Rob, I'll admit I'm gonna be good faith. I'll admit maybe because we were talking about GDP growth. And we kept talking about GDP growth. Maybe sometimes I was saying GDP after that because we were talking about GDP growth. So I was hoping that might have been possible. I don't know. All I know is that when I said 60% is 60% of the growth is concentrated in two sectors, I was talking about the growth. That's what I was talking about.
I don't believe you. I think that you fucked up and you thought 60% of the GDP was AI and healthcare. And once you realized, when I pointed out, you're conflating growth versus total GDP. But it's irrelevant. I'm not going to get to your intent. People could watch, and we'll go back and watch.
We were talking about growth the entire time. We're not talking about... We never talked about the nominal. We never talked about the nominal.
People could go back...
Ever talk about the nominal GDP?
People could go back... People could go back and check for them. People could go back and check for themselves. I think it's quite clear.
No, Rob, don't squirm out of this. You never even mentioned the nominal GDP, right? Did you mention the nominal GDP?
No, that's not true.
No.
Yes.
You never mentioned the nominal GDP. When did you mention the nominal GDP?
All right.
Bullshit.
Can I screen share Speakeasy? Let's go back then. I'll tell you what. Here's the deal. If you said at these points, if we were talking about nominal GDP and you said 60% is AI and healthcare, if you said that, then the debate ends and I'll never talk to you again. If you didn't say that, I offer you my sincerest apologies ever. Fair enough?
Okay, sure. It's a waste of time.
All right, let's do it.
You'll never talk to me again, or
if you're going to die on this hill, you clearly fucking said it.
Pull it up. Pull it up, Speakeasy. I'm gonna go get some water.
If you let me screen share, I'll try to pull it up on my. Let's see. Can I screen share? Is that screen share coming up for you there?
Yep.
Okay.
That's questionable.
Okay, is the economy better now than it was under Joe Biden? Give me a second.
I don't think so. And for the record, if I was talking about I told you, I said I think a growing if 60% of the GDP growth is in AI and healthcare, then most of the wage growth is in those two sectors as well. Is that unreasonable to you?
No, it is unreasonable.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's unreasonable?
It's unreasonable to say. It might be most of the wages created are there, but as far as the wage,
60%
as
of the
far as
entire
the, it is not, as far as the wage growth, it doesn't draw a direct line to that. And it's still, or that are being had right now.
Rob, I made an educated guess, okay? You're the one who brought up, why, I don't know why you're jumping on my case about it.
You're absolutely right. We talked about the country as whole.
Quick, sorry to interrupt.
Screens, they couldn't hear, but I think
Jerem just sent fuck. We
I
guys
think-
want to keep.
real quick to finish on this. I know it's let's just take healthcare.
I'm sorry,
We would have to have way more people in real wage growth, correct? What the jobs are in, correct?
That's a factor. That's
Okay,
a variable.
do you have any guess of what percentage of U.S. jobs are in some form of healthcare? Notice we're talking now about total jobs, right?
My guess would be if I'm looking, if I had to guess, okay, I would probably, but this is pretty close to the.
You end up saying that you think that like 30%.
I said 20 to 30.
20 to 30.
Yeah.
This is speaking to you would also believe then if you believe it's 20 to 30% that you would think as far as GDP it's that size.
No, because I said I have no idea. I said if I'm going to track it, I'm going to probably guess pretty close to what the GDP growth is. That's what I said.
Why would that even make sense?
I'm always talking.
Wait, so just to be clear, let me explain why that wouldn't make sense for a second.
I told you I had no idea. I told you I had no idea. So, Rob, don't try to squirm out of that.
Let's assume that right now, let's assume that right now there's 1,000 jobs in nanotech, right? And all of a sudden there's some big boom next year. And we go from 1,000 jobs to 100,000 jobs are created in nanotech. That growth is huge from that sector. And yet that wouldn't speak to the total share of the GDP. You wouldn't say, I assume the percentage, you wouldn't say the percentage of growth of jobs is what I presume the percentage of GDP share is. But let's keep going. You'll hear.
I would probably say around, like, was it 20 or 30%?
30%. Yeah, try 11.
I said 20 to 30. That was my
right.
guess.
And what do you think it was under
GDP
Biden? Because it's such a disaster that these jobs have been created so.
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Biden.
Because it's.
But if it's grown massively, I don't know.
Growth
maybe
jobs under Biden than there are under
13%.
No, you even here you fuck up because you say if the percentage of healthcare jobs have grown massively, you think there were more. There's 11 point.
I was trying to account for COVID.
No, but then if you're.
Which would,
okay, explain to me your scenario how we have growth in a job that decreases. Go ahead.
You can have increased spending while
no.
the percentage of the employees decreases.
This was talking about the percentage of people employed in the sector.
Yeah.
You said you assumed right now it was 20 to 30% under Trump for healthcare sector. I said no, it's actually like 11. Do you have a guess what it was under Biden? And you said given the growth, in other words, that under Biden or under Trump it grew more, that you expected under Biden it was 13%, which is higher. And I was like, that's embarrassing. So it's clear that you're confused. We're continuing. So you think there were more healthcare jobs under Biden than there are under Trump?
By the way, we can back up because could you back this up, Speakeasy? Because
you're
already talking. I had already tossed out the 20 to
Trump's wage growth numbers
the 60% number.
Let's
go
keep
back.
going. Let's hear if you
go
say.
Go back.
Let's hear if you say right here in this section where we're talking what percentage of the GDP. Listen, mass increase of healthcare jobs, and yet you think there are less a percentage of healthcare jobs under Trump than there were Biden.
No, because I said the real wage growth could be concentrated in.
People can't hear the video on my end. I don't know why that's not working. You could hear it, right, Speakeasy, and you could hear bass guitar?
Yeah,
I can hear
it on my side.
I don't know why you guys wouldn't be able to hear it. I guess here, I'll share that tab for my audience. And so, all right, let's keep going. They won't be able to hear you now, but listen.
That sector, Rob.
Oh.
I mean, you understand this, right?
I mean, would it matter even if it was concentrated at that? I mean, I don't know what to say.
I don't even know why we're talking about real wage growth. This doesn't even have anything to do with growth.
One sec.
Back up to when we started talking about.
I'm all screwed up now. Let's see. Okay. Now I think I'm good. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. Okay.
Is it playing audio now? Because I don't hear it now.
Now you don't hear it?
Anything other.
Yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud. Is it working? Is it moving? The video that I'm sharing? No? Can you guys hear me?
Oh yes, we hear you. Yeah.
But you just don't see the video. It's not moving in the center?
We see it. It's just not playing.
All right. Well then, let me do this.
No sound is, anyways.
This is a disaster trying to figure this out. So let me do this. And then my audience is just going to have to deal with it. Okay. All right. Now I'll see if you could hear this. Is it playing now?
No, but I think you might be sharing the StreamYard instead of whatever you're playing. That might be why.
Okay, let me see here.
Yeah, that looks like, that's the StreamYard you're sharing.
Okay.
So you would just be, or maybe not.
Let's see. For here,
now it's probably
sharing to YouTube. All right, see if it works now.
Account for about 60% of GDP. I want to say one of them's for
There we go. All right. Can you hear now? Did you hear it?
GDP.
Healthcare and tech
sectors. Healthcare and AI. Go back. Account for about.
Can you hear this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
For about 60% under Biden. Two sectors, they were not 60% of the economy under Biden. And that's like 60% of the GDP growth.
Healthcare and tech.
So 60% of the GDP growth.
What did you just say? You said they
60%.
weren't. Let me finish. What did you just say? They weren't 60% of the economy under Biden.
That was a misspeak. I'll admit
What
that.
we're talking about is the total sector, because the reason that the growth doesn't matter in this is we're talking about total wage growth. And so a sector, for example, that's only 1% of the economy, even if it grew at 30%.
Rob, go back and keep playing it. Go back and keep playing it. Go back and keep playing it before you cut me off.
It would not have. Let me finish. It would not have that much of an impact. That's why what you're saying, 60% of the economy wasn't healthcare and AI under Biden, right? You're implying it now is. And you'll hear, watch. We'll keep going.
Those two sectors, they were not 60% of the economy under Biden. And that's like 60% of the GDP growth.
Healthcare and tech?
60% of the GDP growth. And AI.
Right, but why does it matter? You're clearly implying that they're also 60% of GDP. Because the argument is you need to make the argument
I said they weren't 60% of the economy under Biden, and they weren't.
Right, which is the implication that why do you think that's
And then
funny?
I said GDP growth, and then I said GDP growth.
What you're clearly saying here is that
I was obviously talking about GDP growth. If you're going to clip chimp me.
Let me tell what you're clearly talking about. The growth is unimportant. If it's for example, if 90% of GDP growth is under harvesting cucumbers and it still only makes up 0.5 of GDP, would that have a significant effect on real wage growth overall?
If it was a big growth, yes, it could.
No, it wouldn't. Not if they
Yes, it could.
No, not unless those people were making trillions of dollars. Because real wage growth would take everyone that's employed here and then everyone that's employed here and what the growth was.
The GDP growth isn't going to be the wage growth.
Right. Now let's keep listening. Let's keep listening.
Okay. No, back it up before you keep talking.
Okay, well, we'll back it up once more to what you said here. Listen, you're clearly
listen to what I say when you cut me off. Listen to what I say when you cut me off.
You're clearly implying that it was the economy you're talking about under Biden. It wasn't 60% of AI because you're like, it's such a bubble. And what you're implying with the bubble is not just growth, it's that it's a huge sector of our economy.
No, but I said growth.
Let me say, you said that it wasn't 60%. You said that it wasn't 60% of the economy under Biden, implying
and now
that
it accounts for 60% of the growth.
No, implying that it is. Now let's keep listening.
Play it over time. It's at the high. Those two sectors, they were not 60% of the economy under Biden.
So that's implying that they are.
No,
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna play it. That's implying that they now are.
You cut me off mid sentence. Play it.
Yes or no? Is that implying that you're saying they are 60% of GDP now?
Well, I don't know. Why don't we keep listening to what I say at the end of my sentence?
No, you don't.
Listen. And that's like 60% of the GDP.
Healthcare and tech. Okay.
What did I say?
60% of growth now is coming from those sectors, but you're also saying, and now it makes up 60% of GDP.
No.
Yes. Then why did you say it didn't make up 60% of the GDP under Biden? Let's keep listening.
Healthcare and AI account for about 60% of GDP. I want to say one of them's 40% and one of them's 20%. And I'm saying after I said GDP growth.
No, you didn't. Listen again. You said they weren't 60% of GDP under Biden, and then
AI account for about 60% of GDP. I want to say one of them's 40% and one of them's 20%.
They count for 60% of GDP. One is 40 and one's 20. That's what you just said.
Keep playing.
Not
keep
growth.
Playing.
You didn't say growth.
No, I did say growth.
Let's play it again.
Before that,
Show me where you said growth. Show me where you said growth.
When you cut me off, back it up.
No. You said growth previously. You're making two claims.
Yes.
They are 60% of growth and they are 60% of GDP.
I'm sorry.
Listen.
If you can't understand that I'm talking about growth consistently, growth, about 60% of GDP. I want to say one of them's 40% and one of them's 20%.
One's 40 and one's
20.
20. Now listen, we keep going.
From that single data point, right? Because I think it's fair to do, right? Because you quoted the GDP, that the GDP was so good. We're extrapolating from that, okay?
I didn't quote, I specifically, yes, I did say GDP is good. I said it's a metric that I put almost no stock in. So interesting that's where you're
talking about the GDP growth. My focus is that if you're looking at that, okay, and we're saying, okay, well, where are the gains in the economy going? Is it reasonable to think that the gains in the economy are going to the people that are employed in the sectors of the economy which are experiencing the most growth? Is that reasonable to you, Rob?
No, you're also. I think
that's not reasonable.
I think even if it was reasonable, the idea that we're talking about on averages, right? The mean, that if there was all the jobs are going there and it's increasing, right, and their wages are getting better, that's still good for the country. Right now, we'd say that's still good. The only way you're here's how averages work. Here's how averages work. Oh, shoot. That was a big mistake.
5-2 to let us know. Thank you.
Let's see.
June and July.
So what is going on? What percentage of U.S. jobs are in some form of healthcare?
Any guess?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Again, no.
Help. I mean, but your point was you talked about job growth when pointing to the fact that it could be that wages are centered there. It was 10.8 under Biden. The whole argument, you don't have any proof. You're making
this entire segment.
Okay,
stop. GDP, and one of them's 20%.
Here we go. This is where we are. Listen.
Account for about 60% of GDP. I want to say one of them's 40%. I meant one of them's growth. 20%. Okay, because
that's not what you said. Now listen,
I said growth like 2 seconds before that. In the economy,
I think even if it was gains, that if there was all the jobs going there,
if you can't understand what I'm talking about, Rob.
If a team of 10 times there, every player next year, arguments like, yeah, but that's definitely possible. No anecdote.
We can't say one way or the other.
And I also think you're full of shit. I can't find the AI numbers right now. Your argument is that healthcare and AI are responsible for, quote, 65% of our GDP.
No, I said about 60%.
Your argument is that they're responsible for 60% of our GDP. You say, no, I said 60%.
Those two sectors.
Okay.
I repeatedly said those two sectors.
Right. Of not GDP growth, GDP. Find the AI numbers right now. Your argument is that healthcare and AI are
this segment was like an hour long.
65%.
And I repeatedly. No, I said about 60%. Can I appeal? Hang on.
60%.
Can you stop that? It's like 58, I think.
What do you want to stop? Because you were fundamentally wrong. Now we're going to keep. We're going to keep.
I want to talk. I want to talk to Speakeasy for a second. I want to appeal to the moderator. I think I was being exceptionally clear that we were talking about growth. We were talking about GDP growth. We were talking about real wage growth. Did you have a hard time following that? Did you think I was talking about the total economy, Speakeasy, or no?
Well, actually, so were
you not paying attention?
Back to it now too. There's obviously you've clearly misspoke a few times there, and I think what we're doing here, we're just kind of looping with the meta here. So like
I want
see an
to play a
easy way
little more because
Thank you.
what happens is we get to the point where I specifically clarify. I ask the question. He says, "Now listen to what the rest of the conversation is. Just listen a little longer."
Percent. It's a little under 60.
Okay, I would love to see
I
that
haven't looked
because
at the number.
healthcare, the number I'm looking at is about 18%. So that would mean AI makes up about 40% of our GDP.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Maybe. Let's see. Where is the ambiguity in that?
I thought we were talking about GDP growth. The whole
I
time
mean,
we were
I
talking
don't know
about
what to
GDP
say.
growth.
It's clear. You said this is the order of operations it went. You said it wasn't 60% of total GDP under Biden. And then I'm like, okay, so you're now saying that it's 65% of the GDP? You said, no, it's only 60. I said, of the current GDP? You said, yes. I said, healthcare makes up 19. You said, yes. I said, so therefore you're saying AI makes up 40% of GDP.
This
you
is
said,
after
yes.
we've been looping on, Rob, this is after we've been looping on it for like 30 fucking minutes.
All right, I'm satisfied.
And I kept saying GDP growth. There, I shared you another thing. Foreignpolicy.com. 40% of U.S. GDP growth this year can be attributed to AI.
It's irrelevant. It wasn't an argument. It wasn't an argument I was making. You were talking about total GDP. It's irrelevant.
Well, then you're retarded. Sorry.
I'm not. I was based on what you were saying,
which
was that it was 60% of GDP. I specifically even said, I was like, I think there's a bubble. Right? And I think that like it's high, but I can't believe you think that of our total, I specifically said it several times. You're saying of our total economy, 60%. And you're like, I know it's crazy, right?
No, I was talking about the growth after we'd been talking about it for like an hour, Rob.
I don't know what to say. I'm going to go to the restroom. We can come back and reset. I'm fine with it. But I mean, it's quite clear what you said.
Miscommunication there. And so I think it's the best thing to do here is that you can either restate in a few sentences here what you mean strictly about the growth, and we could continue about that, or we can move on to something else here because we're just again we're looping in the meta for quite a bit here, and it's getting to the point where we're kind of beating a dead horse.
I think I was being exceptionally clear that we were talking about GDP growth. I said GDP growth multiple times. I might have shorthanded the GDP, but I was never talking about the nominal GDP because that was the number that he tossed out was like 5% or whatever was the GDP growth. So
yeah, well, regardless, like even if that's the case, if one's talking about growth and the other one's not, and then the one that's not asks you, and
we were talking about the growth the whole time, and then
it's a fair miscommunication. I think what's the easier thing to do here is either you can
we can move on from it. I don't care,
or like move on to like a different part of
I mean this ran on like way longer. I'm definitely not going to be able to stick around afterwards.
Okay, so the point I wanted to make, I even specifically said you're conflating GDP growth with GDP, and you were like, no. Nonetheless, fine, great. Let's go back to this, like the idea of tariffs itself, since I don't know how much time we have long. Like, there's actually
I think we're way over time. This is
okay. If you want to end, that's fine. We can do closing statements, no problem.
Yeah, if you want to wrap up into closing statements, we can do that. Yeah, no problem. So what we'll do here then is we'll get into closing statements. So what we're gonna do is bass guitar, you're gonna get the first closing statement, and then we'll move it over to Rob for a closing statement. We'll do like 5 minutes. If you go a little bit past or whatever, it's okay. Like 5 to 7 minutes for closings, and then we can, if you guys want to stick around to do super chats, we can do that too. If you don't have time for it, that's totally understandable though, because it's again.
Yeah, we started late, and then
late.
I thought we were gonna go like.
It's fair. I don't think you're rage quitting or anything. That's
fair. That's
Listen,
fair.
I still like you, even if you fucking were conflating those and it wasted a bunch of time. But that's fine.
There might have been a miscommunication there, but I've never thought the GD. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, those are like the biggest companies of the by market cap.
But you can see why I was like, this sounds fucking absurd. What the fuck are you talking about? And you were like, I know. But because that's the words you literally said, which is why we had to spend.
By the way, I shared it. There's foreignpolicy.com. That's where I got the 40% number, the 40% of the growth.
I didn't argue the growth. So,
All
all
right,
right,
well, I
whatever.
said growth repeatedly, but
No
You also
worries.
said
Yeah,
GDP.
let's not get back into it. Let's not get back into it.
GDP growth.
So again, so we'll start with you, bass guitar. Whenever you're ready, start up your closing statement, and I will start the timer up here with your voice.
the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and the general welfare of the United States. That all duties, imposts, excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Congress shall also have the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations. That was the one thing that we were talking about. Rob, for some reason, didn't want to talk about the legality of the tariffs. He didn't want to talk about if the president has the power to regulate trade on his own without authorization for Congress. He wanted to talk about immigration. He wanted to talk about Biden's immigration. He wanted to talk about GDP growth and real wage growth. And, well, maybe the tariffs, even if they break the Constitution, that's fine because real wage growth is up, right? Each state, but he didn't deny that the Constitution says that. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature shall direct or thereof may direct the number of electors equal to the whole number of the senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in Congress. Once again, Rob didn't deny this. He tried to play some games, and he didn't deny that the electoral votes for Kennedy in the 1960s. He tried to bring up that red herring, but he didn't deny that in January 6th, 1961, that the Kennedy electors were signed according to the state law. And he also admitted that none of the electors that Trump told Pence to accept were signed by state law. I think it's pretty clear with those two things that I wanted to talk about, and I think it's pretty clear how Rob wanted to go into this whole economic discussion. I think it's pretty clear that he didn't want to actually touch the topics of the legality of the tariffs because it's pretty clear cut, right? There's he didn't even bring up the International Economic Emergency Powers Act or whatever it's called because it's ludicrous. I mean, for some countries it's a national emergency that we have a trade surplus. For other countries it's a national emergency that we have a trade deficit. It's just nonsensical. I'm not denying that there might be use cases for tariffs in specifically limited senses, but that's why he had to distract with this whole, GDP growth and real wage growth, so it's fine, And I think it's pretty clear that Rob just didn't want to have this debate. Maybe it's just because he didn't. Maybe it's just because he wasn't. He wasn't prepared, and and that's understandable. He didn't know what the topic was until tonight, and so he kind of had to prepare and do it on the fly. I don't know, maybe it was too much for him, and so that's why he had to distract and go off into other things. I didn't mention immigration at all, and he brought up immigration and Biden, and then he was like, "Oh, you brought it up," and I was like, "Well, I didn't even mention immigration. What are you talking about?" He was like, "Oh, yeah." So I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe it was too much for him. I don't know. And that's why he had to, after 3.5 hours of going back and forth, I tried to move off of the obviously the fake electors thing wasn't going anywhere because he kept trying to scream, when they voted, they weren't authorized by the state legislature. And then he had to admit that the electors for the Kennedy electors were authorized by the state legislature when they were sent to Congress. That's it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's clear that Rob didn't like the topic and he wanted to change it and to go to something else. So,
all right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rob. And Rob, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start up the clock.
I'll admit that a little bit towards the end, we got into the meta discussion, which sometimes I find more interesting because I was frustrated that I thought someone was saying his own words out of his mouth, that this was 60% of the GDP, etc. So you can see my frustration to have to go through that. Nonetheless, if you go back, I said several times, you ready just to move on, to go back to this? Wasn't running from it at all. I specifically tried to, and he continued to talk about the economic things. Maybe because he was afraid, and even though he did prepare, that he knew he was unable to successfully apply this. You can see that he was all over the place in this sort of debate. He talked about the fact that Trump's never talked about separations of powers, which seems to be some sort of evidence that he doesn't respect the Constitution. Yet he claims Biden respects the Constitution and couldn't cite one example of him talking about separations of powers. He talks about a bunch of things which I articulated in my opening statement, were that he will have a double standard. And in reality, it's not about thinking that Trump disrespects the Constitution more than other presidents. We should judge them compared to how other presidents did this. And you can see his standards are different. Well, if he breaks the law, he doesn't respect separation of powers. But when Lincoln went against habeas corpus, well, that wasn't him disrespecting. When Thomas Jefferson ignored the Supreme Court, well, that wasn't him disrespecting. When Trump had executive orders at the border, that was disrespecting the Constitution. When Biden put in very similar at the end of his term, that was not him disrespecting the Constitution. So what it is, as I predicted, was it's not a matter of whether or not there was a disrespect of the Constitution or not. The debate sort of, I'll have the debate, and that was the topic, no problem. But the real issue is the double standard and how that's being applied. Oftentimes it's that, oh, anytime Trump breaks the law or whatever, that's disrespecting the Constitution. Never mind that every president does that, and I didn't say shit, and in fact say the opposite, that was respecting the Constitution. So I encourage you to go back and look at the double standard he applied. He gives two examples that we went through, right? Well, first, before I get there, he has a proprietary definition of the word respect. I basically get him to concede that you could respect something in the spirit of it without having to do everything by the letter of the law. He admits that that's absolutely true at times, and he never gets to the point where he says that Trump doesn't respect the spirit of the Constitution. The part that I was outlining with both the electors and the tariffs is Trump legitimately believes in the spirit of this country and the people of this country, and it's trying things that he thinks will make them better because he respects the spirit of the Constitution and the delegation of powers. He also doesn't argue that the real separations of powers issue has always been within executive branch agencies that are cheered on by Democrats and things like Chevron doctrine, etc. Now, two key things that I want you to remember going from this. He's already conceded that the spirit of the Constitution, that Trump could respect that without adhering to everything within it, right? You could see that it's just because he hates Trump, so he has a selective application of this shit. But here's the two key things I want you to remember. Number one, when it comes to the tariffs, which he talked about, he said tariffs alone would be a reason to say someone disrespects the Constitution. And then when I pointed out tariffs that Biden did, tariffs that other presidents did, he said that wasn't enough. Clear example of the double standard. And if the Supreme Court rules that tariffs are legitimate, he has conceded that this argument would be bullshit. This is all I need to win this portion of the debate, because Trump's team has put out credible legal arguments to which even my opponent admits he anticipates at least two Supreme Court justices will believe. This means that Trump is operating within the scope that he has the legal bounds to do this. In order for him to win this part of the debate, he would have to win that Trump is knowingly violating the Constitution via his tariff policy, which he is clearly not. He has not been ruled against by a court, and if the court rules against and then he proceeds with the tariffs, we would be on a different level. But that's not where we're at, and so he cannot win that portion of the debate right now. The second portion of the debate, the alternate electors. Again, he has conceded the following, that at the time that Hawaii sent an alternate slate of electors, based on his definition, they would have been illegal because the state didn't say that they were allowed to do it. And the only legal legislatively pushed through, according to the Constitution, state legislator electors were the ones that the governor signed, which were only the Democrats. This was clearly just a delaying process to hear things throughout the court. He was okay with it when Democrats did it in Hawaii. He's against it now because he hates Trump. The other thing is, even though this is legitimate and a prosecutor has said, absolutely, you're allowed to challenge the Constitution and decline to bring charges, right? We also see that even if you could argue that the electors themselves were illegitimate, there is no reason why Trump can't suggest that. That doesn't mean he doesn't respect the Constitution or he broke a law. It does not mean it at all. Trump's allowed to say to Pence, hey, I like these slate of electors, you should choose them. That's not disrespecting the Constitution when it was Trump's sincere belief that the Constitution was violated because the election was stolen from him. It doesn't matter if the election really was stolen or not. What matters is Trump was adhering to the spirit of the Constitution because he thought the election was stolen and he wanted court challenges to make sure that it wasn't. I wish we would have been able to argue more on this, but I feel that my opponent was taking this into strange rabbit holes and saying all kinds of weird shit. But that's the issue. Even if in one of these two cases Trump violated the Constitution, almost every president does at some point, and neither of these are egregious enough to the point to make the claim that Trump doesn't respect the Constitution, which the only person that provided a non-proprietary definition was me from Cambridge University, which was the admiration for someone or something you believe has good ideas or qualities. It is clear that Donald Trump respects the United States. It is clear he respects the vision of the founding fathers. It is clear that he respects the spirit of the Constitution, which exists to provide the best governing framework for the great people of this country, and he is adhering to it. And sadly, my opponent is such in depth in this double standard of hating Trump that he will forgive other presidents that violate separation of powers and say that Trump disrespects the Constitution for that. End of this day, not only do I win the debate on the specific prompt, but the important thing to remember is this. Why would you give a shit if some TDS person thinks that, quote, Trump disrespects the Constitution that's engaged in a two-tier system on it? The truth of the matter is Donald Trump's doing a great job for the people of the United States, and he hasn't been egregiously violating the Constitution other than the eyes of sort of lunatic left-wingers that want to have judicial challenges about anything, but Trump's done remarkably well at the Supreme Court. That's the debate. But I had fun.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. Be real quick. Do you guys, you going to have time to stick around for super chats, bass guitar, or you got to get rolling? Or
I mean, yeah. How long do you think we'll spend on the super chats?
There's quite a bit.
I don't want to bail on you.
It's okay.
Can we
if you want
do
to get rolling, I can do super chats on my own after.
Bass guitar, what if we do this? We limit each of our response to each super chat to 15 seconds apiece. Try to move it on fast. Is that fair?
I think a lot of them are just
depends on the super chats, but
just support a lot of them. I don't think there's too many even questions. You know what I mean? So if you, it's up to you guys.
I mean, if there's some questions, I don't want to bail on you. The people that are giving you money for that. So.
Okay, how about this? We'll I'll look through here and see if we have specifically questions, just so we can get them answered, and then we will. I can do the shout out ones on my own after, so you guys don't have to stick around and listen to me thank everyone. Let me see here. First one here I see is member for 3 months. Thank you, Rev Russ, legend. What about when Obama blatantly violated the Constitution by secretly collecting the phone records of millions of Americans without warrants?
I'm not sure. Is that part of the Patriot Act? I will say, I'm not familiar with that specific thing. But specifically with the Patriot Act, which I know that was mentioned earlier, there were several court challenges to it, and some of the aspects of the Patriot Act were overturned. So, I mean, if there were phone records, I don't know what specific phone records were collected without warrants. If there were court challenges, I'd be curious to see how those court challenges turned out, because it sounds messed up, and the court should overturn that if that's what happened.
Okay, but real quick, let's just say hypothetically, right? Like if the court overturned some of that, let's say Obama far exceeded his bounds in the Patriot Act, and fuck Bush too, right? Whatever, right? They far exceeded their bounds in the collection, and then the court shook their finger and said no. Would that still mean they didn't respect the Constitution because the court had to intervene?
Possibly. I mean, it depends on what was the rationale for it and everything, right? The same act can be, if you shoot someone, that can either be legal or illegal, right? The fact that you shot someone isn't necessarily.
But this is counterintuitive to what you said earlier. If you go back to the beginning of the debate, because I agree with you. I think that it's more about the spirit of the Constitution. You said no. It's about the letter of the law. That's what it's about. And so if you violate the Constitution, you don't respect it. So now you're saying actually it's about your intent, which seems to suggest it's not about the letter of the law. It's about the sort of spirit of it. And so if Obama was overruled by the courts, as you're suggesting, wouldn't that clearly show he didn't respect the Constitution and our right to privacy, our Fourth Amendment rights?
I mean, if the Solicitor General's rationale was completely bonkers, then yeah, I would say that. Yeah, sure.
No. Why does the rationale matter?
if you shoot someone, is that legal or illegal?
That's not the issue you're making. We don't have to engage in
and
this.
That's codified into law.
Because we don't have to.
It could be self-defense.
Explain to me, why would the Supreme Court overrule something if it was legal? They're already saying it wasn't legal. So your analogy of, but isn't there times that the intent can speak to the legality of it? But you've already conceded they've said it's illegal. So I'll answer your question thusly. Yes, there are times you could shoot someone and it's not illegal, but this example is in a time when it was ruled illegal. That's what we're talking about. So your hypothetical doesn't matter. You said specifically earlier, it's not the spirit of the Constitution, it is the letter of the law. Therefore, if a president does something so egregious, like violates one of our major amendments, like the Fourth Amendment, and the Supreme Court has to say, no, that was illegal, that's unconstitutional, that would, by your definition, mean that Barack Obama didn't respect the Constitution.
No, I said that would be a data point.
So then, how many data points? So you give 2 data points with Trump, and that's enough to you say, but 1 data point with Obama wouldn't be enough.
No, I gave several data points with Trump over years.
What were they?
And then I said I wanted to focus on 2 of those, and then you didn't want to focus on those 2.
What were so you had Trump doesn't talk about separation of powers. Trump said mean things.
Which, by the way, I found a speech of Biden while you were yapping. I found a speech of Biden talking about separation of powers.
Okay, so I'm sure I could find one of Trump. So those are the things you have. The point is, like, it's. Would you at least admit this? You could understand why the audience would think, like, geez, Bass Guitar made some claims that said, if you violate the Constitution, that means you don't respect it. And then when pointed out that people he liked did just that, he's like, well, but it's a little different.
I said it's
the intent matters.
No, I said in my opener, I said it was to establish a pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I think we see a pattern. I think you see a pattern all throughout our judiciary. Well, you could say that, right? Again, it's always going to be selective interpretation. It's just your interpretation because you think you just got done saying, if that's what it is, then why were you talking about intent? It seemed that you were saying, well, I think Obama may have done it for good reasons.
July 29th, 2024. I have great respect for our institutions and the separation of powers laid out in the Constitution. Biden said
what is that?
In Austin, Texas.
I'm glad that you're answering a question that's totally irrelevant to anything we're talking about.
You just kept bringing it up, and I just wanted to say that it was a quick Google search and I found something. Look, all I'm saying with the warrants, I don't know the specifics of that. I would have to look it up. The rationale is important. If if it was authorized by Congress, it went to the Supreme Court and it was held up. I want to see how the court cases turned out. Like I said, based off of this super chat, I would say it probably should have gotten challenged in court.
I think there's my theory is this. This is my theory. Although I think it's fair to criticize whether or not Trump adheres to the Constitution, it's totally fair. The problem is that, like, our entire government's basically pissed on it for so long, and you're okay with it. You're okay when it's your side that does it. Right? I don't think Trump's uniquely worse. I think Trump actually probably cares more about the spirit of the framers and the founding fathers. And if that means that sometimes he has things that are challenged by the court, fine, so be it. But it seems to me like things like the shredding of our Fourth Amendment and other things that we see, like the suspension of habeas corpus, etc., you're okay with that shit. As long as it's like you're like, I like this guy, therefore I can excuse the actions he takes. I don't like this guy, therefore I can't.
Just to be clear, when Lincoln suspended habeas corpus in the middle of Civil War when half the country was in rebellion, he was a Republican. So,
I agree. And yet the point is, right? By the way, we've had Trump many times. I've just found one example in June 27, 2025. Talking about a court decision, he said it's a monumental victory for the Constitution, separation of powers, and rule of law. Arguing judicial overreach violates separations of powers, which is so important. Okay, I guess you throw that out. Look, I could do that too. I could quickly Google and find Trump saying something about separation of powers. And the thing is, you're the one who said that was somehow a big deal. I guess that argument's dispensed with. And then what I said was, you believe Biden respects the Constitution, and yet you have no knowledge of him ever talking about separation of powers. And even if you could Google it, so what? You think he respects it, and it clearly wasn't a point he talked about a lot. Now, the fact that you even brought up, well, I haven't heard Trump talk about separation of powers, it's somehow evidence that he doesn't respect the Constitution. Shows the absurdity here.
Rob, do you remember what was the evidence that I gave for Biden respecting the separation of powers?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he worked with Congress. He got a bunch of bipartisan legislation done.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk. That's absurd. So what? And he also had a bunch of executive orders. So just because so just to be clear, if Trump did everything he's doing now, but his Congress next year passes 1,000 bills, you'd say, oh, clearly Trump now respects separate. You would say, no, it's irrelevant that the Congress passed a bunch of bills that Trump signed because I still think his actions were against the Constitution in other ways. Therefore, he doesn't respect. Just because there's an obstructionist Democrat Party that refuses to ever have even the most remote concessions to Republicans, but Republicans are more likely to give concessions to Democrats, doesn't mean that Biden respects the separation of powers more. And you're the person who brought up the quotes. So why is it that clearly you thought the lack of quotes were important, and yet you didn't have any quotes from Joe Biden at the time and thought that was fine, and now we do have quotes from Trump. And you're like, oh, well,
I didn't come here to debate
unimportant.
Biden. So.
How many quotes do you want? How many quotes do I have to have of Trump talking about separations of powers before you're like, oh, okay, 10?
I don't think you can.
That's what I thought. 10. Right. It's irrelevant. And the fact that this is literally the first argument made should tell people that you're fucking like, this is clearly because you have a partisan axe to grind. Why was this even an argument? And then you bring it up again at the end. No one was talking about the quotes. You're the one who just brought it up like it was smug. I have Biden reading it. Okay, if that's the way you want to take the debate, fine. I'll bring up 10 fucking quotes of Trump. Now what?
That quote where he's talking about separation of powers, he's also talking about a lack of checks and balances, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
Yes, he's clearly implying the separation of powers is important.
But he's saying separation of powers without checks and balances, right? Because the whole point of the court case was he was saying this judicial overreach is providing a check on me, and now we don't have this anymore. That's a good thing, right?
No. Right?
Read the quote again.
He's saying Trump called it a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separations of powers, and the rule of law. He thinks the judicial branch was violating separations of powers. He's clearly saying, do you think from that quote, he's saying separations of powers are important? Just answer.
Only to the extent that it doesn't have checks and balances. But the judicial is supposed to have checks on
That's
the
not
executive.
true. Will you admit that the judiciary could go overboard sometimes?
Maybe.
Okay, you already said earlier. How would we know if the judiciary went overboard?
You'd have to look at the case, Rob.
Would you say that a higher court overturning it, a more recent court overturning it, would suggest they went too far?
Not necessarily.
Okay, then how would we determine? Because with Trump saying this, I think there was judicial overreach. This court lawfully overruled it, and I think that's important for separation of powers. Similarly, it would be the same as this.
If the specifics of the case.
If all of a sudden the Democrats
can we go to the next question?
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we can move on. I know you want to get going there.
You said no.
Yeah.
The next one I see here, Birds Aren't Even Real, says, should the government pay for plane, boat, and bus tickets of people who want to permanently leave the country if they were born here?
Is that for me?
If I was to guess, I think it's to relate to because the government pays for asylum of people who want to come here permanently. I guess we're kind of paying for them. I guess I don't know what the relation here. Maybe the
implication would be
we also pay for people who want to leave.
If it was born here, I think most of the time that would be citizen. I mean, I think it's just sort of irrelevant to the topic, but no, I guess would be my argument. If you want to leave, go on your own. If we're going to deport people, then yes, we could pay for the ticket if they want to go themselves. That's the difference.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Let me see here. Trying to look for any of them that are questions. Mr. Alleycat says, Bass Guitar, you have advocated against the Electoral College. Does you respect the Constitution?
Yeah, the Constitution, it was intended to be changed, and I think the best way to do it would be via a constitutional amendment. However, the Constitution also says that state legislatures can choose the manner, and this includes not even holding general elections for votes, which is why I think something like maybe the National Interstate Compact Act would be feasible. But I'm on the fence about that specifically. But no, the Constitution was intended to be changed. In fact, changing the Constitution was a really big part of the Constitution itself. One of the problems with the Articles of Confederation was that it was so difficult to change that it was almost impossible, and there was they couldn't address that. And so when Madison recognized that this was a problem, one of the problems that they were seeking to fix was making the Constitution easier to change. Now, they didn't want to make it so easy that it would change, constantly, right? Because that's not good either. But the amending the Constitution is significantly easier than amending the Articles of Confederation. And so,
okay, but that's sort of unresponsive to the thrust of the question. Are there certain things that if you wanted to amend, you would say that would mean you don't respect the Constitution? Like, for example, if I said I want to amend the First Amendment, I don't think we should have the right to free speech, would you say, yeah, that means you don't respect sort of the Constitution?
I think there could be. I think there's some fundamental things like the separation of powers, checks and balances, rights of people. I think those kinds of things, like once they're in, taking them out is kind of against the spirit of the Constitution, possibly.
No, wait. But legally we'd be allowed, so therefore I'm still respecting the Constitution, right?
Legally, you would be allowed, but I mean, there's theoretically, I mean, you could legally amend the Constitution to abolish the Constitution and institute a king. I would say that would be probably against the Constitution.
Because it's not about the letter of the law, but the spirit of it.
Yeah, but I mean, legally that would be allowed.
Which is my exact argument. Yes, just because something legally, this goes back to my opening statement, or when I was talking about the Pharisees, just following the letter of the law oftentimes could violate the spirit of it. And so therefore, when we're talking about respect, we would say, do you respect the spirit of it? You just acknowledge that. Yes, although there is a legal process, you could literally amend the Constitution to end the Constitution. We wouldn't say, that's respecting the Constitution. We would say, clearly not. So it's the spirit that matters, not the letter of the law.
You're talking about using the Constitution to break the Constitution. I'm talking about just ignoring the Constitution. That's my issue.
No. The point is that following the spirit of the Constitution is most important. That's what's most important. That was my entire argument.
Okay, do you think it's possible to violate every aspect of the Constitution and follow the spirit of the Constitution?
It'd probably be difficult. And
okay.
I don't think Trump's violating every aspect of the Constitution. My argument was, if you remember, look, yes, you could have presidents that do things that are ruled unlawful or unconstitutional, but that doesn't mean that they disrespect the entire of the Constitution. Are they in general respectful of it and they look to it and say, yeah, it was a good thing? Yes, I think that you could do that while, for example, you give the example yourself. Lincoln violates habeas corpus. That's a key right in the Constitution, right? But he had his reasons. He was still following the spirit of the Constitution because he thought the spirit of we need to keep the Union together was more important.
I think he was violating the Constitution. I think he was.
But he didn't disrespect the Constitution. That was your argument.
Yeah, because that was like an isolated thing and it was exigent circumstances.
Nonetheless, like what would matter was Lincoln's intent and what Lincoln believed and what we think Lincoln believes, right? And even though he violated, which I would say is worse than anything Trump's done by a landslide. Imagine if Trump came out tomorrow and was like, I'm removing habeas. People would lose their fucking mind, rightfully so, right?
Yeah,
so he did something that's objectively worse and objectively against the thrust of the Constitution more. And yet we say, we think he had his reasons. We think he still respected the Constitution. That's what I'm saying about Trump.
Because I think it would be fundamentally different if Lincoln suspended habeas corpus and the Civil War didn't exist. Like if the Civil War never happened, if Lincoln gets elected, the none of the states secede, right? And then Lincoln suspends habeas corpus. That's a massively different question than what Lincoln was faced with.
Right, but
right?
the
Those
point
are different
is,
circumstances.
I totally
right?
agree. But what I'm saying is, right? Hear me out, bass guitar. Right? I think I could get you to concede here. Maybe what matters in that sense, whether or not we're saying what was Lincoln's quote respect for the Constitution, is what Lincoln believed. Correct?
It's not necessarily what
Because
he believed.
It's his intent, right?
No, it was the circumstances that he was in.
But it's intent. It's the reason that Lincoln did it. Correct? His intent.
Which is part of wrapped up in like the circumstance.
So but it's his intent, yes or no? Of course, there are things that go into his intent, but at the end of the day, we say the reason that we don't think Lincoln disrespected the Constitution was his intent. His intent was to keep the Union together because we were in a civil war, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so intent, right, isn't necessarily what's true, it's what you think is true, correct?
But like, there's objective reality, Rob.
There might be, but let's say this. Listen, give me a chance here. I see you walking down the street. Let's assume you have a wonderful girlfriend, right? I see you walking down the street with your girlfriend, right? And you and your girlfriend got this thing where you like pretend to hit each other when you walk out of the movie.
My wife.
Wife. I should have known. A handsome gentleman like you, of course you're married, right? Like you have this thing though, when you leave the movie theater, you're like pretending to hit each other. And I slug you in the fucking face. And my intent was to prevent you from hitting your girlfriend. And everyone's like, dude, it was clear to us he wasn't going to. I might go to jail. I might have violated the law, but you wouldn't say that like, you wouldn't, my intent would be like some sort of excuse when it comes to my respect or something like that. You wouldn't say, I disrespect men or I disrespect. You would say, oh, he had a reason for it. We'd still hold you accountable to the law. But the idea of respect is your thought process. And so when we're looking at Lincoln's, and what I'm saying is Trump did the alternate electors because he thought the fucking election was stolen.
This kind of goes to our next question here, so you guys can kind of fit it into what you're talking about. It's kind of a question. It's more of a statement, but I guess it was like to what you guys are saying here. Like if I say I respect my girlfriend, but I cheat on her, does it really mean that I respect her? So when you say Biden says he respects the Constitution, but does things to go against it, but he respects it, that makes sense. So I guess they're saying like, if Biden says something that or says that he respects it, but goes against the Constitution, does that mean he really respects it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see what I'd be curious to see what examples they say where like he blatantly went against the Constitution. But Rob,
executive order on the border. You said that for Trump.
I said that was probably illegal. I don't know if that necessarily is like unconstitutional.
Tariffs. He had tariffs. He kept some of Trump's tariffs.
Well, first off, those tariffs were not universal across the board tariffs. And
relevant.
I think
only Congress has.
I think they probably were okay under the law that Congress gave them. But Rob, I have a question. Talking about Lincoln and the habeas corpus, do you think Lincoln should not have done that?
I don't know. Am I wrong that he did it before the Civil War? I guess the details specifically.
No. He did it during the Civil War.
Let's look at. Do you mind if I look that up real quick? Yeah. You may absolutely be right. I totally admit.
Because I mean, the states seceded before he was even inaugurated. They seceded after the election. But here's my question.
Well, wait a minute. The secession's different than the Civil War.
Yeah.
When did the Civil War officially start? Right.
Fort Sumter, I want to say, was like April of 61.
So yeah, he suspended. April 61 was Fort Sumter. He suspended it in April 27. So 15 days after.
Okay. So let's. So the Civil War was happening when that was going on, and I think we both agree that Lincoln respected the Constitution, right? And we both agree that the Civil War was happening.
Yeah, sure. I think Lincoln probably respected the Constitution. Oh, sure.
Now,
for the sake of
let's say the Civil War didn't happen. The states never seceded. Mm-hmm. That didn't happen. But Lincoln is just delusional, and he legitimately believes that they seceded, and that there's a civil war going on. Mm-hmm. And in that case, he legitimately believes this. He suspends habeas corpus. Mm-hmm. Is that the same? Is that the same thing as what he actually did in real life?
Well, no, those two things are different, and yet the analogy doesn't work because I'll ask you in that
Because
situation.
his position was his position.
Listen.
In his
No,
mind,
no
it's the
two
same.
things are the exact same. Correct. Like, great job.
No.
However, they're going to
In
be
his
the
mind,
same.
it's the same.
Right. They're going to be the same. And what does respect mean? In his
can't remember
mind,
the
what he
definition.
thinks of the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in his mind, if he thinks the two situations are the same, why would he respect the Constitution in one sense and not in the other?
In that one, I would say I don't think he's capable of respect. If he's so delusional,
That's untrue. That's untrue. I work with people
telling-
that were schizophrenic. You don't think they're capable of respect?
something as fundamental as the government, I think that's probably, or reality, I think that's probably tough.
No, I think what you're trying to say is clearly delusional people could respect things. That's an absurd claim. You're really trying to make that argument that a delusional person can't respect something?
If someone is experiencing delusions about something that is, I mean, that's like, can someone respect something that doesn't exist?
Sure, theoretically. I don't think Allah exists. People could respect Allah. You disagree? Do you think Allah exists?
No.
Do you respect people? Do you think people could respect Allah?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
the example you've given, like you gave a poor example, which proves my point. And that's why I'm saying I think I could get you to concede, because it's clear to me that Trump thought that the election was being stolen, and he thinks that that's a higher principle. In the case of Lincoln, he would have known this. See if you concede with this. He would have known that suspending habeas is a big deal, correct?
yeah.
Yeah, he didn't do it flippantly, I would guess, right? So
Yeah.
the reason was he's like, holy fuck, this is necessary because states are seceding, right? It's a big deal.
Yeah.
If Trump thought that the election was literally being stolen and that the people's voice was upended and basically the country was overtaken by corrupt people, right? Don't you think that he could take action that would still mean he respects the spirit of the Constitution? Is that possible?
Yeah, I guess it's possible.
That's
But I
right.
think-
And
I-
what
I
we would
think
say,
that's-
and last point, and then I promise. But what we would say, and let's go back to your Lincoln example. We'd say, fuck Lincoln. It doesn't matter if he respects the Constitution. He's a delusional psychopath. Get the fucking guy out, right?
Yeah.
But we wouldn't say that that's proof he disrespects the Constitution.
So then you concede that Trump is a delusional psychopath?
No. I think that Trump has good reason.
Because he legitimately believes that the 2020 election
No, I
was
think
stolen
there's
and
great
zero
reason to
evidence
believe
of
the
it?
2020 election was stolen. And even if it turns out to be wrong, there's absolutely good reason to believe it. And I'll go back to this. You conceded this earlier, but what if they find out that there was significant fraud in Georgia? A judge signed off on a warrant alleging that crimes were committed so that there was enough proof to get a warrant to go collect this evidence. Now, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that this will lead to proof positive that there was significant fraud. Then what? Are you going to retract all of this and you're going to say, my mistake? Wow, it turns out Trump was right to be skeptical.
Because the methods that he was using were extra legal, and they're like,
Well, that
blatantly.
I disagree, but even if you believe that, that's different than the question of did he respect the Constitution? And you've already said that presidents have engaged in extra legal stuff, which you were fine with.
I never said that I was fine with it. I think
You
Lincoln
said
probably should have
you still supported. Did you vote for Joe Biden? Would you have voted for him again? Barack Obama?
Yeah.
So even if you disliked what they did, it still wasn't worth you saying, they can't be in office.
Trying to get, we looped on this for like a while.
I think this was a very good exchange, and I at least got you to concede that yes, Trump could still respect the Constitution and take the actions
against the Constitution. Like,
I don't think
even if he's delusional, and I don't think he's that delusional. And if he is that delusional, I don't think he should be anywhere near the office.
Do you think that he legitimately, do you think that Trump thinks the election was stolen, or do you think he's lying? You don't.
No.
Why would he then be pushing these FBI investigations now if he knows that it's all bullshit? Wouldn't he just let it go? Why bring it up again? It serves him no benefit.
Because he's a narcissist. He can't be wrong about it.
But if he knows he's wrong, like think about this. This would be like if I'm like, no, I didn't steal the cookies, but I know there's a surveillance camera. that showed me stealing the cookies, right? And then I work my way up to the top of the company and I say, release the surveillance footage, knowing the whole time it's going to show I stole the cookies. It doesn't matter if I'm a narcissist. That'd be a real fucking dumb thing for me to do. That's what you're suggesting Trump's doing? He's using political capital to investigate something he knows is going to prove him to be a bad man.
No, I think he's using his political capital to try to prove anything. It's the same reason why like people hang on to bullshit like the 2000 Mules, which is complete bullshit.
I think that Trump
you agree 2000 Mules is complete bullshit, and he was citing that.
No, I think that there's solid evidence that 2000 Mules shows something, but not proof of something. I think I think absolutely that there's a lot of shit that was shown in there, like people dropping off huge amounts of ballots and the things that go behind that, right? Like, for example, how many times did we have ballot drop boxes that legally were required to have surveillance cameras on that footage went up missing? Having said that, were there specific times in 2000 Mules where, Dinesh D'Souza made certain claims that ended up being bullshit? Yeah, I think that's true.
The main claim is that there's cellular geo-tracking evidence.
That's a big claim, yes.
That proves that. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. There's a few major types of geo-tracking evidence, right? There's GPS, right, which everybody knows what GPS is. Mm-hmm. You can do like Bluetooth logging, Wi-Fi logging, and then there's cell tower ID, right? What type did they use?
I don't remember. It's been so long, but I think what's that?
They never say.
Oh, okay.
Why wouldn't they say? Everybody knows what GPS is. If they were using GPS, why didn't they say GPS? Do you know how accurate cell tower ID is?
I do not.
It can be, depending on the density, you might be able to triangulate it and be accurate within like 300 or 400 yards. But it could also be as accurate as like a 3-mile radius.
So your claim is he used GPS data and didn't tell people.
No. My claim is that if you watch 2000 Mules and you listen to how they talk about it, he says there's cellular data tracking like GPS, but every time they talk about it, they say geo-tracking data. Okay.
So there's two types.
I actually.
But listen, I'm actually learning something here. So your claim is there's two types of geo-tracking. There's the cellular, like GPS style.
There's like 3 or 4. If you combine like Bluetooth and Wi-Fi logging, there's 3. The big ones are GPS, which anybody who uses maps knows that shit eats up your cell phone battery, right?
Okay.
Right? Everybody knows that shit eats it up. But there's also cell tower ID, which is a rough approximation, but it's like really, really rough. They never say what type of data they use. And I reached out to True the Vote. I personally reached out to them and I was like, what type of data are you using? And they were like, that's proprietary information. We can't tell you.
Okay. Let me be clear. True the Vote never said they use cell phone location data?
No. No. I asked what type of cell phone location data they were using, and they refused to say.
Okay, so let me be clear. I want to be as clear as possible. You're saying there's multiple types of cell phone tracking data.
Yeah.
And some of them are more reliable than others.
More accurate, I would say.
Right. So one could get you within 300 yards, another within 10 feet, some shit like that. The specifics don't matter, but that's sort of what you're saying. Miles.
So it depends on the cell tower.
So for example, like when law enforcement would use something like this, they're using the kind that's like more accurate. Fair enough?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, okay. Well, nonetheless, and your argument is that you suspect heavily that 2000 Mules and True the Vote was using the less reliable, more broad forms, which is why they jumped to conclusions that were sort of bullshit, because it could have been, instead of being right at that location, it was people that were continually within 3 miles of that location. That's sort of your point?
Yeah. So for instance, like there was a case in Idaho where they got a guy and it was for murder. And they used cell tower ID to pin him there. But the reason why they were able to use that was because he lived in like the next town over. And so when he drove, you could see, okay, it pings this one along the road, this one along the road, this one along the road. And then he was there where the house was, right? Now that doesn't prove that he was in the house, right? They couldn't do that. They had to use other evidence to prove that. But they were able to use the cell tower ID to be like, hey, you're there. And that's just like passive tracking. So it doesn't, that's what like most of the, that's the most common type of cell tracking data that's collected. GPS eats up the shit out of your phone battery, right?
Oh.
Have you ever gone on a trip and you put maps on your phone? You use like Google Maps, right?
Yeah.
If you don't plug in your phone dies in like 2 hours, right?
Yeah, that's probably true. I think with mine. Yeah.
That's
But
because
I guess I'm just saying,
instance.
you may be exactly right. I'll say this. Dinesh D'Souza
Dinesh
had to
D'Souza-
retract.
And he never says, like, did you watch the Destiny debate with him?
With Dinesh D'Souza?
Yeah. From like a
I
month
don't
ago?
remember. I think I saw parts of it, but not all of it.
It was like a month ago. But whenever he talks about it, if you notice, he never says we use GPS data, we use cell tracking data, we use Bluetooth logging. He never says any specifics. He always says we use cellular location data.
Okay,
which
but
is like
let me
very
just
broad.
say, I'm willing to say that you might 100% be right. I don't know. I can't confirm it. What I do know is Dinesh retracted some of this, right? He was forced to apologize, which seems to strongly suggest that they were at least overstating their claims for what they could prove, right? So I think you're at least...
As of a month ago, he was still making that claim, and that's how he phrased it.
But just to be clear, what I want to say is I don't see the relevance whatsoever to anything. When I talk specifically about like claims that I think that speak to the election being stolen, right? Like I said, when it came to 2,000 mules, like it seemed to show that there were people stuffing large amounts of ballots, which was suspicious. Seemed to show that there were cameras that were supposed to be on the ballot boxes, which disappeared. Now, this isn't proof, but it's like, hey, there's something hinky going on, and I could see being suspicious. And there's so much circumstantial evidence around the election, in addition to other things we could talk about. For example, like almost all the metrics we use for bellwethers were reversed in that election. We could see that like all kinds of crazy shit where you had batches of ballots came in that were almost 100% for Joe Biden and all this shit. It's enough that will you at least acknowledge this? On election night or the days after, could you understand people being like, wow, that looks really fucking fishy? Could you at least understand that?
I can understand that, but mostly because people at the top were like pushing that narrative.
Well, I think even before that, people election night, there were plenty of people like,
that
what
Trump
the
said
fuck?
But years Trump has said that the election is rigged.
But Democrats have done the same. They said the same thing. The entire narrative, yes or no, was there not a narrative going in to the 2020 election that Trump was intentionally dismantling UPS, or I'm sorry, the United Postal Service, because that meant less people could vote by ballot? You don't recall that?
Yeah, but I don't think that's changing votes. Making fraudulent votes.
No, what they were suggesting was Trump was abusing his authority as president to make sure voters were disenfranchised to steal the election.
I wouldn't classify that as like stealing, though.
Of course you would, and I would too. Why wouldn't I say that? If Donald Trump intentionally took down services so people couldn't vote, that's fucking stealing the election. Of course. Look, I also remind you that a YouGov poll in 2018 showed that over 50% of Democrats said that Russia hacked voting machines to steal the election for Donald Trump, the 2016 election. This is because the narrative that we heard from Democrats continuously that Russia stole the election from Trump. So the idea that it was only Trump casting shade on elections, Democrats do it every time. Every time they lose, they say there was cheating, there was maligning. When Trump did it, they flipped the fuck out. That's the difference.
Yeah, and when has a Democrat ever gotten fake slates of electors and told the vice president to do that? Never.
Well, they did worse than that, right? What Democrats did, Hillary Clinton claimed she conceded and then concocted a plan to send disinformation to the FBI to constantly survey Trump's team, including getting illegal FISA warrants on him. Let me ask you this, objectively, what hampered an incoming administration more? The Russiagate investigation that was led by the Clintons or the alternate elector scheme? Which one hampered the incoming administration more?
Well, considering that, like, was it 70% of Republicans don't believe the 2020 election was legitimate to this day?
How did that affect Biden's governance?
I think that definitely hampered his governance.
Oh, explain how. What law was Biden unable to get passed because a bunch of people thought the 2020 election was stolen? Name me one act that Biden was unable to do because of that.
Well, name me one act that Trump was unable to do.
There was a ton of shit that Trump was incapable of doing because he was using so much political capital pushing back against the constant investigation into him. He was impeached twice, in large part starting from this.
It was an independent counsel. He could have just left it alone.
No, it's absurd. You know
That's
that
what
this
Biden
is
did.
absurd. The truth is, what happened was
Biden left it
actually
independent.
January 6th and all the shit surrounding it actually made Biden more powerful. He was literally able to push for the censorship of his political opponents. That it gave Biden a mandate. Like, even Republicans were like, oh, fuck. Like, and they just let Biden run roughshod. Compare that to what happened with Trump. So, yes, the interference of Hillary Clinton refusing to, with her actions, concede the election, and the Democrats and what the Obama administration started far more hampered Donald Trump than vice versa. In addition to that, if you go look up at do you know what the Transition Integrity Project is?
Hang on.
Oh, he's getting advice from someone. The rotten bastard. No, I'm just kidding. Do you know what the Transition Integrity Project is? Oh, fuck. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you got any more speakeasy?
Real quick, let me get through this. Transition Integrity Project. This was led by one of the Podestas, a bunch of other Democratic people. It was a war game of what Democrats were going to do if they lost the 2020 election and if they won other scenarios. You know what they suggested doing if they lost to Trump? You want to take a guess? Alternate electors. And states trying to secede from the Union until the Electoral College was abolished. That's what Democrats' strategy was. And they were going to push for people to take it to the street and cause civil disobedience. That was their plan. So the idea that it's like, I mean, we see the Democrats engaged in fucking ridiculous lawfare to go after their opponents in ways that we've never seen.
I've never even heard of that, so I don't even know how big.
Look it up. So. Transition Integrity Project. I can bring it up on screen if you like. I got it right here. Here, give me 1 second. My boy.
Well, I think Base has got to go, and that is it for super chat questions. So if you do got to go, you're more than welcome.
I mean, if there's any other questions,
you want me to put that in the link for you,
or
I can bring it up on screen if you like. But if you gotta go, you gotta go. No problem.
Anything else?
Who, me or Speakeasy?
Speakeasy.
Oh no, for super chat questions, that's it for questions. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
You want to show yourself out? Tell everyone where they can find you.
Yeah, bass guitar everywhere. BAS, like baseball guitar, like you play the guitar, not a guitar. So, all
right. Awesome. Thank you for coming in tonight.
Okay.
And then, so that means we are going to wrap it up for tonight's NOerr Prep debate. All right, and a huge thank you to both the debaters for showing up, staying in it as long as they did, especially under the format as it is. All right, Rob walking in blind, our mystery debater coming in prepared. That is what this show is about. Thank you to everyone in the chat for watching, engaging, and supporting the show. Special thank you, to everyone who sent super chats. Obviously, your support helps keep this all going. Also, if you are out there listening or watching and you think you can take on Rob in a NOerr Prep debate, we're always looking for challengers. Join the Discord at discord.gg/bearcave. And then you can hit me up directly and let me know what you want to step in with, what you're ready to prep with while Rob gets no prep. And also, we are going to be doing this twice a month so far. If we get more people, though, if we get more challengers in, we may step it up to every Thursday. So for now, we're doing it twice a month, 2 Thursdays a month, until the challengers stack up a little bit more. And Rob, do you have anything else you want to announce for the chat? I know you probably
No,
got
it
some
was
super
fun.
chats to get to and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm sorry it got a little boring with the meta there and the tech issues. I should have fucking left that go, but it's clear to me. Look, at the end of the day, maybe I could say he misspoke, but when I'm specifically saying over and over, you're saying this, it just becomes aggravating. And it was a red herring. It wasn't really an important point. But I think it spoke to what I was saying for sort of either the misunderstanding or the intentional conflation of shit. And I think he saw that throughout the debate. So it was a lot of fun, though. And honestly, I do like bass guitar. I think for a lefty, I think he's an all right dude. So I was fun, and I hope it was entertaining for the audience, even if that part and the tech issues that came with it were boring. So apologies, and I'll try to avoid doing shit like that in the future because I don't know what I'm doing technologically. So
I'm not too great with tech either, so it happens. My chat's definitely used to seeing it. But yeah, it was. I liked it. It was a great topic, great debate. So I'm happy with it.
I was happy too, and I hope bass guitar was happy. I think he had to run there, which that shit happens. There's no fault to that. So
100%.
So, all right. Well, hey, thanks, Speakeasy. I'm gonna go read some
you.
super chats. You're the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, and everyone in the chat. All right. I can't thank you all enough for coming and join. Oh, let me get this off my face for a second here. Can't thank you all enough for coming and joining us. All right. Can't thank you enough. All right. I see we got a raid. I know, I'm sorry. I know we just got here. I know, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But it's definitely one you're going to want to go back and watch. Plus, we have another one. Okay. Our next Rob NOerr prep debate will be, let me see if I wrote down the date for it yet. I think I did, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, the 5th, February 5th will be the next one. And it's going to be, this one's a little bit different. All right. Cause they're not always going to be political topics. Okay. There's going to be all types of topics. And this one's going to be a little bit different. Kind of, let me see if I can give you a hint without giving anything away. It steps out of Rob's lane a little bit. That's all I'll give you. Steps out of Rob's lane a little bit. All right. Oh, and we do got super chats. Let's get through these real quick. I do want to give a thank you to everyone. $20 comes in from Kokomo. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Kokomo. All right. $10 from Mr. B. When I see bass guitar, all I can think of is Jim Bob screaming. Yeah, when bass and Jim Bob were on the after panel together. Oh yeah, Jim Bob went wild. That was great, though. One of the best after panels. Bloody Clarence comes in with 20 and another Rob W before the openings are even over. Rip, bro. Thank you very much, Bloody Clarence. Wish I had more. $5 from Premonition. Hey, every dollar counts, so thank you very much, okay? I can't thank you guys enough. Robert Whaley comes in. Rob's opening statement is a masterclass in debate. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, as I'm listening to him do his opening statement, I'm like, people are going to think I'm capping that I didn't tell him the topic ahead of time. He makes his opening statement sound like it was written ahead of time. It's crazy. $5 from Nico Pluto. Thank you for doing this speak. You do a great job and are fair. Thank you, Nico. And yes, that is what I try to be. I try to be as fair as possible. All right. Because that's important for moderation. All right, especially if you want to have a real debate and not just like a handicap debate, handicap match. Trench Deacon for $10 for the cause. Salute to you, Trench. Thank you very much. Big 50 comes in for the goal. Not one step back. Why do progressives say all the things they don't like are illegal? I find it hard to believe that they actually believe these crazy ideas. Anyways, Great show, Speakeasy. Thank you very much, Tay Gooch, for the big $50. I can't thank you enough. Re-examination show. Hello, Mr. Bass Guitar. Another of our debates dropped. I think you're talking about the 1v5 thing, if I'm not mistaken, re-examination. And I'm glad that you get some exposure there as well. So I'm glad to hear it. Trench Deacon, $5. Everyone I don't like violates the Constitution. I agree with Basehead. Nice. I knew Trench would like that take. We read this one already, but what about when Obama blatantly violated the Constitution by secretly collecting the phone records of millions of Americans without warrants? Thank you, Rev Rest, for being a member for 3 months. Can't thank you enough. Birds aren't even real. We read this one already, too. But thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Should the government pay for plane, boat, bus tickets of people who want to permanently leave the country if they were born here? Yeah, that's. I think I translated what the question was asking correctly. I hope so. Anyways, $2 from Sempiternal Chaos. Thank you very much. Trench with another 10 says, meanwhile, lockdowns violated the constitutional right to freely travel, associate, worship, and conduct business. But my TDS hates sending lawyer to question ballot results. It's a good point. Good point. I like it, Trench. Super chat from Kyle. $2 just says super chat. $5 from Rocky Knuckles. I've been screaming he's dead already since Rob's opening statement. Thank you, Rocky Knuckles. You're a legend. Sempiternal Chaos for $2. Just sending in some support. Thank you. Nemo Los Angeles sending in some support for $2 as well. Naughty Germ for $5 in a row, letting us know that we couldn't hear bass over there, and then let us know it was good. So thank you very much, Naughty Germ, and thank you for the support. Gift on behalf of Rage Page, $10 from Nemo Los Angeles. So thank you, Nemo, and thank you, Rage. All right. $2 from Bad Cramps Gramps. I like the name. How about them Patriots rebuild back to Super Bowl? I like it. Tell them. Martin Rocha says progressive liberals always want people to take their word for their claims, but always fail to prove their claims. Fair. $5. Thank you very much, Martin Rocha. Zach Gelpy says, what an idiot. He's conflating the growth of GDP to the actual GDP. They're not the same thing. Yeah, this is where the confusion came in. New member Trench Deacon, you legend, and then gifted 2 of them. Thank you very much, Trench. You're a G. Zach Gelpy came in with another 5, said, what a liar, Rob has siped you, dude. And then $5 again, said, dude, squirming, accusing Bob. Rob, you think he meant to say? Squirming, the chutzpah of this guy. And then said for another 5, total gaslighting. Thank you very much. $10 from Kokomo. Thank you very much, Kokomo, for another 10. Joseph Romano for another 5. Thank you very much, Joseph. And then a big $100 donation. We need a fair platform since things are changing. Speak is fair. Thank you very much, Nico. Huge dono. Can't thank you enough for that big generous dono. Mr. Alley Cat, we did read this because it was a question, but thank you very much for the $5 dono. Bass Guitar, you've advocated against electoral college. Does you respect the Constitution? Cheers. Yeah, I think that was actually it was good. Good thing to bring up. I think I kind of forgot about that too, that he debated Wally on that. We got Zach Gelpy for $20. If I say I respect my girlfriend, but I cheat on her, does it really mean that I respect her? So when you say Biden says he respects the Constitution, but does things to go against it, but he respects it, that makes sense. Thank you for that, Zach Gelpy. And then last but not least, Howard Fost with a $2 just to show support. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Can't thank you enough. It's every single dollar counts, and I can't thank you enough for the support. Verbal Combat will be 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. So hope to see you all there for it tomorrow. All right. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. All right. And it's dating and marriage is the theme of the night. So the topics are going to be based around dating and marriage. Listen, I hope you've all really enjoyed the show. There's some little tweaks we may make to the show, obviously, because this show is brand new, and there's gonna be certain things we may add in, take away, change a little bit. The aesthetics always, I'll work on that. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I see big things coming for this show. And remember, if you want to take your shot at Rob with no prep and you get weeks of prep, join the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave. Sign up. Next week, we got some good debates coming, some that aren't even scheduled up there yet. So stay tuned. They'll be scheduled up this weekend. I'll be putting them up, scheduled, and you'll see who's in what. We got some good debates coming, some good ones, some spicy topics. All right. And some topics you're gonna be like, what the fuck? This is real. So some of the topics that we have coming up, you're gonna be like, huh? People are debating that. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. But listen, thank you, Schleprak. I like that very much. Okay. That kind words warms my heart. Thank you very much. I am going to be sending you guys over to Teriak. I believe he's streaming already. Let me make sure that is the case, that he's streaming already. Yes, he is. He's doing the Wheel of Madness. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a dope show he does where open panel, you guys go up on panel, he spins the wheel, it gets a topic going. People on the panel are debating or discussing the topic. Sometimes 1v1s go, and then you can pay $10 to spin the wheel and get a new topic going. So if you're like bored with the topic, or you just don't want to hear it, or you want to see a new topic, go ahead, spin the wheel. It's a fun little game that he's got going there. I like it. So go have some fun over there at Teriak's. And even if you're not going to stay, just hit the like, sub up, and leave. Do that at least. At least. It costs nothing. It costs nothing to do this. Click, click. You know what I mean? But remember, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful night, morning, evening, wherever it is, wherever you're at. And, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?